All right.
I love this.
We're going live. Hold on. All right, we're live. Let me close out this one because it's gonna. All right. All right, Adrian and Matthias, you ready?
Yes.
All right. So
Ready.
you need me to switch to Adrian now?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just going to play this video and then I'll talk afterwards.
All right. All right, there you go, Adrian. So is that's good?
Yeah. So should I just press play?
Let me go. It's up there, isn't it? Yep. Hold on, I don't see your screen. I don't see that screen again. I see it in the corner here. Hold on. All right, all right.
What
I
about
got it. Okay, I got it. Okay. Sorry, everyone, for the technical difficulties. Welcome to Vintage Computer Festival East. Second day here. Yesterday was a great day. A lot of good speakers. A lot of stuff going on. So today we're going to have the exhibits are open, consignment is open, and first up we have Adrian Wilson. He's going to be talking about his Quantal paint box. It's a very interesting history. I didn't know anything about it, but some people did. So, Adrian, are you ready to show your video?
He waits.
Recording
what he
in
does.
progress.
And they'll tell you what. Tick followed tock, followed tick, followed tock, followed. Ahab says, I don't care who you are, here's to your dream. The old sailors return to the bar. Here's to you, Ahab! And the fat drummer hit the beat with all his heart. Here's to waiting.
Hi, can you see me?
Yes, hold on. I'm going to make you bigger here. There we go. Now I see you full screen. You're up.
So thank you all for waiting. In the background, we've all been wrestling with tech, which is very appropriate. And as Jeff said, he'd never heard of the paint box. And most people haven't. So the reason I showed that commercial is we've been waiting since 1981, which is when the Quantal paint box was first released at NAB in New York. And nobody's really given this machine any recognition, any understanding, because it was the equivalent of Google's search engine. It was in everybody's lives. So Jeff, as much as you didn't know anything about this computer, most pop videos and TV commercials in the 90s, all the weather graphics, TV graphics, news graphics in the 80s and 90s that were done digitally were pretty much done on Quantal's product box and its later derivatives. So this is amazing for me because sadly it was 40 years ago last year when the paint box was launched. But that whole lighting, finally, I feel because of the 40th year and we've been doing things, especially a guy called Mark Nias in Manchester, who's brought together this whole community, fixed paint boxes, etc. So yeah, I thought that commercial was a perfect example. There's no way that commercial could have been done without the Quantel paint box. And I'm now going to show you, because I understand my audience, I'm going to share you another video where hopefully you can see the tech.
Hold on. Let me, I'll make that bigger. Here we go.
See,
Now we can see it.
see how
Yep. Now we can see it.
So I need to minimize that. It's at full screen. Sorry, we're all. This is an amazing thing.
Yeah.
We're all.
No, we see it. We see it full screen. It's good.
Oh, I'm trying to get it off my screen. Here we go. All right. So number 2 video. There's only 4 videos, and don't worry, it's not going to all just be watching videos. It's just to bring you the information. This is the famous Quantel paint box, and this is Mark Nyers. Can you hear this?
Yes. Oh,
No,
I can't hear anything right now.
That is not Adrian's screen. That's my screen. I think you need to switch to Adrian's screen share.
Okay. Hold on.
Yeah.
Here we go. Okay.
Okay, you can see this.
Wait, hold on. Yes, what 1981 Quantel paint box. Got it.
There you go. Before this, nothing. Not really of any significance. Quantel had so many patents. They had the pressure-sensitive stylus. They were the first ever to do that. You can see that the brown box, which is the main computer, on top of that is the power supply, which was the I think Fujitsu, which I think is like 300 megabytes at the time. The keyboard, the TV is just a proprietary monitor. But that was the Quantel paint box. Instead of a graphics department, you had that to generate absolutely everything. So let me just show you what's inside that lovely brown box.
They're all the digital video processing section, the computer section, the video output. The video input is all at the bottom, so it's made up of 4 cards. We have a decoder card, input locking, decoder bypass, and an ADC, analog to digital converter. It's actually quite a complex card, this one. There's a lot on here for a PAL decoder, I guess. Quantel probably something really well, and it just took this amount of electronics to do it properly, and not.
The point is, at Quantel, we don't start with a standard computer and write software for it. You simply can't get the performance that way. Our approach is to design a seamless mix of purpose-built hardware and software working together.
But if you want integrated hardware and software, don't you have to build it yourself?
Absolutely. We never design down to a budget. We never build down to a budget. Our commitment is simply to build the best. No compromises. To be honest, much of what we build is so advanced, isn't anyone else with experience to make it for us, let alone to our standards, which makes the machines very reliable. In fact, we launched Harry 10 years ago now, and practically every single one is still out there earning. It's the same with paint blocks. Ah, this is an interesting area. These guys operate 24 hours a day, offering technical support worldwide. This engineer is looking at a Henry, checking the disk directory.
But where's the Henry?
Argentina. We can phone directly into our products anywhere in the world, identify faults, and often fix them there and then using remote diagnostics. But whatever efforts we put into the design and manufacture of our equipment, it's what our customers can deal with it that really counts.
So I just screen grabbed some of these shots of people from the 80s, including myself, operating the paint box. This is probably the most famous artist.
By the time our camera crew were ready and David Hockney's microphone put on and connected, he was already deeply absorbed in the paint box, oblivious to the lights and the people around him.
It is a new medium, of no doubt that it is a new medium.
I see a static image, Adrian. David Hockney's colored glass drawings.
Oh, did it stop playing? That's strange. It played to the end on mine.
Okay.
Okay. Do you want me to try and replay that a little bit?
Yeah, go back a little bit.
There. Is that moving again?
By the time our camera crew were ready and David Hockney's microphone put on and connected, he was already deeply absorbed in the paint box,
Yeah, I can hear
oblivious
it,
to
but
the
no
lights
video.
and the people around him.
Oh, that's strange. Let me. I'm not sure why that would be. So, basically, it's David Hockney working on the paint box in 1986. Who, I don't know if you're aware of David Hockney, is still in his 80s now, doing digital drawings. So, let me go back to my. Is that you can see David Hockney now, or the colored glass drawing?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, let me just show you, because anyone who goes on the paint box, it's incredibly addictive. You can imagine there was nothing like it, all the colors, etc. So this is one of the most famous artists in the world. As they say, there was not even a word for Photoshop or anything. He called it a colored glass drawing because he felt the light was transmitted out of the TV screen like a stained glass window. So let me just play this little part. Is that moving?
Yes.
By the time our camera crew were ready and David Hockney's microphone put on and connected, he was already deeply absorbed in the paint box, oblivious to the lights and the people around him.
It is a new medium, of no doubt that it is a new
Adrian,
medium.
I don't see the video. I hear the audio.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, let's move on from that.
Okay. All right.
So you can see me.
Yes.
So this is a good illustration of the point. I mean, we live in this internet age. We've got all this amazing tech. And as you saw from the Quantel factory, back in 1996, the early days of the internet, they could literally, across the world, 24 hours a day, fix your paint box remotely. I mean, it was incredible. The company that you've never heard of, all the stuff they made, all their own hardware. The reason why you've never heard of it is because the computer, when it was launched, was $250,000, which was the equivalent of $500,000 now for one graphics computer. And you think, well, why would anyone buy that? But the fact is, if you're a TV company and you're spending 2 weeks to create a piece of artwork, this is going to save you an absolute fortune. So it was a business machine above all. It saved everyone a massive amount of time and money. And even at that amount of money, it was worth it. So let me just show you. I know this seems like a sequence. Do you have any questions? Jeffrey, you know what the paint box is now?
Yes, roughly.
So the other
like a graph.
thing, I know. Yeah. So basically, Paintbox in the 70s was developed. Quantel did the first ever frame store. They did the first in picture video at the Olympics in 78 or something. So they were working on these frames, realized that, okay, if you've got this frame store, you could then play around with pixels, and they developed basically a digital paint system. Now, obviously, the tech at the time, just having a 200, 300 megabyte hard drive, there's no way you could do broadcast quality, full real-time graphics. So the way they did that in a simplistic sense, was all the interaction with the user was really the hard drive, but everything else was a giant graphics card, like a giant graphics accelerator card. So all those kind of cards that you saw did all these different things, but all those chips were doing all the hard work, really. So it's an amazingly complex machine with technology that hadn't been done before. Obviously, there were different people developing different ideas and elements at the time, but to bring all that together, and it was 1981. I mean, it was really, pretty much a decade before people caught up. And Quantel would always joke that nobody could copy the software because we have a dongle called the paint box. And nobody, as you saw, could make the stuff that would make the software run, apart from Quantel. So that's why you see this computer, because it was in NBC or post-production companies or whatever. This isn't something that anyone would get access to or play around on, because it was, even when I was working on one in 1986, I was paid $500 an hour as a freelance just to work on it. So it was, an expensive piece of kit. Let me see if I can bring up the next video. Any questions you've got, and I'm obviously excited to bring Matt.
You want questions from the audience or anything?
Yeah, anyone who can ask. I don't know how, if anyone's there listening that can interact, but let me show you the difference between 1982 in American television.
All right, hold on. All right, yeah, now I see it.
Now, can you see my video now?
I do. I see your video. Yep.
It felt like autumn to a lot of folks Thursday, and as would have it, at least for the grape growers, more rain and cool weather is predicted for California and for the rest of the Pacific Coast on Friday. Also some rain for the Mississippi Valley and all the way to the Great Lakes. Sun for a lucky few.
Can you see this?
No, the video is not moving. I don't understand.
The video's frozen again.
It's frozen.
That's so strange. Yeah. Matt, have you got the videos there?
We still see the Hockney video, or? No.
Which does it say the Weather Channel?
Yeah. Yes.
Can you see that? But
Yeah.
it's frozen.
Yeah, mine is frozen.
Well, we don't know whether the people watching this, it's frozen for them or it's just frozen for you, Jeff.
Okay. Well, if you want to continue, then we'll just hope that they see it.
Okay. So yeah, obviously this is a graphic without the paint box. The same year. So the first customer in America for the paint box, who literally agreed to buy one in 81 and launched in May 1982 with all the paint box graphics. So let me play this. Matt, you tell me if it stops working.
Yeah.
Sun for a lucky few.
Staying on my screen.
You're watching the Weather Channel. Western satellite view, a few low clouds off the coast.
You can see the difference. This is modern TV
though, shows
weather
sunshine
reporting.
through inland California all the way up to
box.
about the Washington State area, but it turns cloudy around Seattle, Tacoma. Now it's time for your Weather Channel forecast. Get your forecast just like that wherever you live, and we'll put those maps into motion, starting with sunset tonight.
So this is how laborious it was before paint box.
Yeah, I know.
Already there at the beginning of the day, we'll find one or two showers dotted about here and there. And as the day goes on, I think we're going to find showers will tend to become heavier and more frequent.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're not seeing it here. It's frozen, so we'll just continue.
Let me try and redo the share, shall I? I'm going to try and share screen again. Can you see that?
I can see your screen, yes.
A guy with holding up a magnetic strip to a weather map. Okay. let me play this. Maybe it was just pause. Tell me if that's moving.
I don't see anything moving right now.
It's not working. Okay, so I have to go to plan B, which is basically so what I wanted to show, and it's a shame because it showed all the technical aspects of how they, got from traditional weather maps right through to using digital, which we're all aware of. So Jeff, going back to your original thing again, it was showing all the stuff that we took for granted. So in the 80s, you went suddenly transitioned from all these kind of like paper and magnetic weather maps, filmed graphics, etc., through to digital with bright colors, everything. And as well as that, music videos, it was on MTV, launched in '81, the same year as the Paintbox. Obviously, so many pop videos ended up using the Paintbox technology. But I think probably because the videos don't work, which is hilarious. I find it hilarious that we have all this technology now and for whatever work. And as it pointed out, and people have contacted me through, what we're trying to do is do a documentary on the Paintbox. And the Paintbox would work 24/7. If it ever stopped working, you could call Quantel. Middle of the night, it would fix it. So I love the fact that we're kind of having more difficulties now than people did 25 years ago. So, there's Paintbox, there's Quantel waving at us and going, yeah, go on, you think you've advanced. So I think maybe, how about we go across to Matt. So I'm in Mexico, by the way. And thank you for inviting us to this talk, this disjointed talk. Matt is in Cologne in Germany. So maybe, Matt, you can describe to people how the Paintbox works and the capabilities.
Yes.
Because we have like 15 minutes left.
Yes. So, hi, welcome. Greetings from Cologne in Germany. So, if you can see or share my Paintbox screen again.
Yeah, sorry, yeah.
And what I can do is I can post the YouTube channel. Maybe I can just post these videos.
Yeah,
so people can
thank
see them.
you. And then I could always show it here if it's necessary.
So just let me know when you're ready. Yeah, so my screen is online, yeah?
Yeah, I can see your screen, yes.
Yeah. So what I can roughly do is just show you the system and how it's working. So the main section is here. The system is divided in painting and graphics and effects.
Oh, Matt.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
Firstly, you should explain which kind of Paintbox you've got and which year as well, because this isn't the original.
Yeah. So my system. So the hardware is from 1995, I think. So 27 years old. But the system, the software is the latest available from 1999, I think. So.
But everything on that you'll see here is pretty much a version of the original Paintbox. You see the menu at the bottom there. That never really changed until after 2000.
Yes. So that's why it's a good. You can get a pretty good impression how that was working in the beginning of the 80s. So because the main function was the same, the buttons look the same. So the system is divided in the painting part, where I can really interactive draw and paint, and that felt really nice because everything is pressure sensitive. I can change size and brushes and pressure. That is really that felt really natural. And I have a graphic section here where I can.
Very much. For instance, sorry to jump in here. So, for instance, you saw how fast that was. You see how fast this is. This is how it always was. Real time. Real time was a selling point in those days. Broadcast quality, and also, if Matt, you go down to the palette, for instance, this mixing palette. There's, Intel had had a patent on this mixing palette. You won't see this in Photoshop because basically Quantel have patents for all this kind of stuff.
So what years, excuse me, Adrian, what year was this that was created?
So this is 1981. This version is 95, but you can see it's pretty much exactly the same. If you did this, most of these features would have been on the 1981 Quantel paint box. So Matt, how big, for instance, is your hard drive?
In this one, it's I have two of them. It's 3,000 megabyte and 8,000 for images.
Yeah, so it's tiny even then.
Yeah.
So bear in mind, this was doing all this with a 250, a 320 or a 280 megabyte hard drive, which is crazy. So you can see how advanced this is compared to anything else in 1981.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. So and I got full 60 million of colors already.
Yeah, it's full color. Is it 24-bit?
I think it's 8-bit per channel.
So that's the funny thing, people assume, because of NFTs and gaming, etc., that 1980s graphics is 8-bit and all the rest of it. And this is what it really was. This is what you were seeing on your TV, on MTV, on the news, on the weather, on your adverts, everywhere. No idea what was creating this stuff.
And the nice thing is how fast it is. When we worked in news, you don't need to take care of file naming it or something like that. I just turn on my live camera, like what you can see here, and it's directly captured, and I can already start working on it. So
and you could work over live video, can't you?
Yeah, even that. But if I want to make a little retouch here, and so maybe that is, and extend my picture with a cloning tool, or resize everything.
3D.
So maybe I want to make that full. So skip it down, and now I'm ready to make other manipulations with that. For example, color correction, increase the contrast.
There's layers, there's curves, there's everything.
Yeah.
So watching this yourself, hey, this kind of reminds me of Photoshop. This looks a bit like Photoshop. So, and I understand we only have like 10 minutes left. So one reason why we call everything Photoshopped now and not paint boxed was because, I mean, bear in mind that Adobe was backed by Apple. They gave them a $1.5 million loan, etc., and work doing Illustrator and work with Apple. Quantel were doing so well. They have private jets. They dominated this industry. They set up, this is all video quality, but in 1986, they had a photographic reproduction quality called the graphics paint box. They did all the Photoshop, what we call Photoshop, sorry. But 4 years before Photoshop 1.0 was launched. So in 1996, there were two issues that Quantel faced. As you heard before, everything was hardware and software. So when PCs and cheap PC towers, etc., came out, and people were doing independent software solutions, that was going to obviously, that's a problem for Quantel, because they would still charge in, up to literally $1 million for some of the systems. But so in 1996, Quantel sued Adobe for 5 patent infringements. So Quantel had so many, and they did monopolize the industry. And to be honest with you, they're trying to obviously, keep their monopoly in the face of all these different software solutions. So they basically took Adobe to court in London, went to the High Court, and there was 5 very specific things that they picked up on. I think, actually, Matt, one of them was the airbrush feature.
Yes. Yeah.
That they sued them on. So, and Adobe lost. And I think Quantel were looking for something like $130 million compensation. And also the forbidding of Adobe to ever sell Photoshop again. And Adobe lost. Now, Adobe then went back to, well, we'd really like the High Court in London, and this is obviously a little tiny, not tiny, but it was an independent small company in Newbury in England. And Adobe went to America, I think it's Wilmington, Delaware, and went back to court and actually managed to demonstrate, persuade, whichever side of the fence you're on, the judge hadn't been infringed, and the airbrush had been used by somebody else previously, that Quantel can't have a patent on something that's already been used and demonstrated to be used beforehand, and they lost the case. So obviously it was a big financial loss, and just in terms of future revenue, etc. It meant that it was another nail in the other coffin of the hardware competition, that Adobe was going to basically, certainly on the photographic side, take over and dominate itself, the photo retouching industry. So it is strange because nobody's heard of of Paintbox. Nobody calls it Paintbox, but you can see all this stuff that was there 9 years before Photoshop 1.0, which was 1990, was released, was all there. And you imagine Photoshop 1.0, when it was released, even, how it would compare to all this stuff, which you could do all this on a 1981 computer. So crazy story. So this, I love the fact that you've put us first. I love the fact that the irony that our tech, we're trying to catch up on previous tech. Sort of the story of Quantel's life. They were doing what we were trying to do and demonstrate this live to people across the world in 1996, and we didn't manage it. So yeah, I think it's kind of like the perfect irony in a way. So Jeff, questions? You're a newbie. Like,
all right. So yeah, well, let me ask me. I'm going to ask a question for myself first. So it's so this really seems incredibly way ahead of its time, and it sort of reminds me of what Xerox did. Xerox had some incredible technology. Xerox PARC. They had the GUI and the mouse and the word processor, way ahead of everybody else. And it was way ahead of their time, and you didn't really see that, for years afterwards. So it seems like to be sort of a parallel with this graphics, because that graphics is like, you would not think this is 1981. You would think this is like maybe 1990 or something like that, 10 years ahead of its time. So that's my comment.
So, no, and it's very pertinent that you say that, because when this was launched, Alvy Ray Smith, who you may or may not be aware of, he was co-creator of Paint with Dick Shue. Apparently, when he saw that, he was like, "Oh, they've made Paint, but they've made it in video, and they've made Paint move." So you're right. There were different people that were working, just because like the invention of the television, etc. Different people working with technology and ideas all at the same world, and that was where the patent application collapsed, because it was actually Alvy Ray Smith who could prove that he was doing something. It started off in Xerox and then in New York Institute of Technology. They could prove that they did that airbrush thing. Hey there, Matt, look at that. See how cool that is. So you could do that. So they proved in court that basically somebody did that airbrush function before, which, you know, fair or not, or whatever, whether somebody saw it or not, it's, you know, there's so many different overlapping technologies that were kind of being developed at the time. But even if you managed to do one of those things, you would never be this advanced and create the frame store and the technology and the stylus. You know, people were using mouses and plotters and all sorts of stuff. To use a pressure sensitive stylus was Hontel's invention. There's no doubt about that. You know, so, you know, it was just a massive leap. But yeah, there were certain elements of other things, but you can see how it all came together in one amazing product. So the interesting thing was, when they launched this at NAB, they didn't take a full stand. And if anyone used to go to NAB after the launch, and subsequent to 82, they had big stands because they had all the money. There's a funny story that basically they just it wasn't completely finished yet, so they were doing demos to people to see if they were interested, like NBC or the Weather Channel or whatever. And the computer, the power that the computer took to operate in some like New York hotel suite, apparently like blew the fuses 3 times, and the union electrician came in and said, "Look, you know, if you blow this again, you're out. You're like destroying the hotel's power supply." So, you know, it's kind of like funny because you know, they were sort of winging it as well and doing it like, you know, who knew that somebody would spend, you know, this amount of money? I mean, this kind of investment was crazy in the time and effort and hardware for a market that didn't really exist. But ultimately, as I say, as much as all this creative stuff, there's 3 things with the paint box. There's the technology, which is amazing. There's the artists who worked on it, which, as you can see now, I mean, this one, everyone knows this Dire Straits video. It won Video of the Year 1985, the first ever Video of the Year on MTV. The Cars You Might Think, I think it was. That won the first ever MTV Awards. It was one of the first videos ever in MoMA, etc. And what I didn't want to do was show something like this, and people go, "Oh yeah, it's 80s. It's, you know, it's crappy, whatever. It's, you know, it's cheesy." But I don't know when the crayon was invented, but the crayon is probably a Victorian invention, the wax crayon. And nobody looks at the wax crayon and go, "Oh, well, it's a Victorian thing." You could see that if you get somebody, I mean, Matt's doing this as a demo because we're familiar with this, but the stuff Matt is doing and what we're trying to do now is show that this is just a creative tool. And whatever decade the artist comes from and operates on it and does on it, it's the same as the wax crayons. You're not going to draw Victorian things just because it was invented in Victorian times.
All right. Is there any questions from the audience? Anybody have any questions? Yes. So he said, how many paint boxes were created, and then what happened to Quantel?
Yeah, well, it's hard to tie down the numbers. There is a 1,000 paint box pin that they did make. So the actual Quantel paint box, they definitely made more than 1,000. They were international. Pretty much every TV station around the world would have. There was a graphic paint box, which they sold quite a lot of the graphic paint boxes as well. Unfortunately, so thank you to Mark Nias in Manchester, who's brought all this community together and found what.
Adrian, you still with us? It looks like he froze.
Oh, yes. Oh, shit.
Did he freeze for you?
Yes. Maybe he needs to join in again.
All right, hold on. I'll watch it. Adrian, still with us? All right, maybe he's going to rejoin. All right, so we'll wait a minute or so. We still have time.
But the screen is back.
So Matthias, what is your role? You happen to own one of these machines? Is that why you're sort of have one? You're working with him. What is your connection to this presentation in the Quantel Brain Box?
Yeah, I started in the television industry 20 years ago, or more than that, and because of Paintbox. So I got my first job in the news, where we did all the fast graphics you need for a news show, like maps or cutouts or little illustrations or graphics and charts. And then the industry changed to all the Adobe software, and which I'm still using. But now, a year ago, I found this machine somewhere here in my city from a friend and or from a client, and he wasn't using it anymore, of course, because the resolution is limited to SD. And you can't use it really for HD productions. So he gave it to me, and I was able to repair it with Mark's help from Manchester. So Mark, the guy Adrian already told us about. And now I have a fully working Paintbox and Hell system. That's why I'm able to work with video here. So I have 15 minutes of video space in that machine, and that is a huge. It's a huge computer. Maybe I can show it to you. So every time in my free time, I like to work with it. So maybe I can show it. I have a picture on my screen that I can live share with you on my Rostrum camera. So that one is the main frame, the main computer, and that one is the disk store where 20 hard disks are in that thing, being 15 minutes of video.
15 minutes or 50?
15.
Wow.
And that is the maximum amount available. So the smaller versions came out with only with a few seconds or then minutes, and then the maximum available was 15 minutes of video. So, but that is enough for making a music video or making a title sequence. And so you can see here, my system is counting in frames. I have 15,000 frames left, or around about 10 minutes in pi. So yeah, and if you can see that number here, if I delete my work, which so because maybe not that one, maybe that 40 frames, if I delete it just by making this little gesture, you can see that oh no, that was yeah, because the system is clever. If I make a copy, it's not taking any more disk space. So I need to create new videos. So let's record something from my Rostrum camera.
There he is. There he is.
It's Adrian back?
He's coming in now.
Ah, okay, cool. Yeah, so...
Ding dong.
Ding dong, let him in. Yeah.
Hey, Adrian. You lost.
I'm back.
Yeah.
I'm back, sorry. Matt, did you explain what happened to Quantel?
No, not yet, but that is, I think you know better. They're bought by another company and then again. So now all that's left.
Yeah, basically, I mean, obviously with hindsight, who knew that you would make money out of selling even $10 a month to join Adobe online, never mind, $1,000 worth of software. So yeah, basically other companies caught up, other companies copied it. They lost the money, Adobe case, and yeah, just basically lost market share, and then got bought. I think there was a management buyout first of all. Then there was recessions, and you have to cut this quality or do whatever. and then it got bought by various companies, and it's now still exists. So the paint box does exist, like a ghost in a machine. There is Grass Valley owns Paintbox software, and I think all the IP, etc. So there's a thing called is it the Diablo, Rio Diablo?
Yes.
So if you go on the Rio Diablo, there is the exact mixing palette that Matt was using, which they still use and presumably still have the patent for, which is why you don't see one on Photoshop, even though it'd be really useful. So it does exist, but it's just kind of gone off into a corner of the internet. And, you know, so that's what happened to Quantel.
All right. Any other questions from the audience? So one thing on the chat for YouTube, I guess it's just more of a remark, not really a question, but they were talking about Tron, the graphics in the Tron, the movie.
Yes.
How does that compare to the Quantel paint at all?
Well, so the funny thing with Tron is I actually, somebody asked me to do a Tron kind of effect of like a head coming out of a grid, etc. in the 80s. And I didn't know how to do it. So I actually just did it with a fishnet stocking and what's called lithographic film and put a glow on it and didn't tell the guy, and it looked like computer animation. That's the thing with Tron. You know, there was all this excitement about computers in the 80s. You got Max Headroom, you got Tron, you got MTV, all that kind of stuff. So all those new effects, and you got Terminator where you had the liquid metal and all that kind of thing. So actually Tron, I don't know if it's 90 or 95% of it is all done using traditional matting techniques that Hollywood used, you know, back in the 40s or 50s. So it's of a style of graphics, but it really wasn't created on a paint box or graphics at all. Most of it, 90% of it, was created using traditional techniques, you know, hand drawn. So yeah, that's again, it's interesting to sort of compare what we have now and what people think of graphics. With Max Headroom, people think that was done on a paint box or, you know, and that again, a lot of that was done, you know, with prosthetics, etc.
Someone else says, someone else mentioned Max Headroom, but someone else said, Pushing Up Roses did a short documentary video on similar video effect machine used to make Clarissa Explains It All. I don't know if you've heard of that one.
No, there were other machines at the time. For instance, the Ashes to Ashes video from David Bowie, you know, that was done on Quantel equipment. You know, there was certain different things. There was, you know, people will always say, oh, the Atari, is it like the Atari? Is it the toaster software? You know, there was certain, you know, basic paint systems. Obviously, the Microsoft Paint, and there was moving things and you could record it. There was ways of doing things. This was just the super high-end Rolls-Royce version. And, you know, you can see, as you said before, to try and catch up to this, if you were needing this for a business setting, you know, with all the backup and the technology and the hardware that just worked. I mean, these things would be working 24/7. I worked on a TV commercial that there were 3 paint boxes working 24/7 for 3 months just for one purchase. It was all hand animated, but the money was around at the time to do that. So one thing that we should talk about is the fact that you know, this is part of this process of making an awareness of this thing, which, I mean, it is. I mean, what do you think, Jeff? It's pretty amazing, isn't it? Really?
Yeah, I'd say it's pretty damn amazing. It sort of also reminds me of like what Amiga did in terms of graphic and in video. That was also something that was ahead of its time. And yeah, I would never have guessed this is 1981.
Right.
It's just fast. You know, manipulating things here and adding to the videos. Just like, how is that possible?
Right, with that tech. So what I would say is, firstly, I'm in Mexico now, but I have a working paint box, a V series, which actually became like a PC tower size in New Jersey, believe it or not, just outside of New York. So if anyone wants to come, I also suggest and play on it. They're all welcome. Secondly, I really recommend looking up Dexter's Tech Lab, Mark Nias. If you go on YouTube and just search for Quantel Paintbox Dexter's, you'll see Mark, who basically dissects the whole paintbox. So all you technical lovers of stuff that is all Greek to me, you'll just watch that and go, that's unbelievable. As much as you can see these visuals, the tech side of it. So we want to do a documentary. So we'd love to hear people that went on it, and then ultimately, we'd love to do stuff on it again, like the Victorian crayon thing I was saying. There's no reason why you couldn't get a TikToker on this, in TikTok, on a paint box. And I think that would show its validity as a creative tool, not as a, quirk of history.
So you said look up Quantel Paintbox, and you said textures. What did you say?
No, Dexter's. It's Dexter's Tech Lab.
Dexter's. So it's like a person's name. Okay. All right. I'm just going to put that into the YouTube in case people wanted to look at it. Okay.
There you go.
Any other questions for the audience?
And I think he's on Twitter as well. But Mark is like the tech. I know you're a tech organization, so I kind of want to, give people the opportunity to ask questions that I couldn't answer. And Mark and the community. The other thing is we do have a Discord channel, a Quantel Discord channel, which you can get an invite to via Mark at Dexter's. And that has literally, we have the person who wrote the original code on the channel, right through to people like, me, who operated it in the 80s, through to literally he when he was were you a teenager, Matt, when you got a free training session for Quantel?
Yes, I won it from a magazine. So I have a 3-day course on Paintbox and Editbox. So when I was 18 or so, yeah.
And look, he looks like he's 20 now, but he's actually, this was a long time ago.
3, I'm getting.
And so he's got his own Paintbox now, and he just loves it. It's so great to see the pleasure, and that was it. People, when they were on it, it's a shame you didn't see David Hockney, but they were wiring him up and everything, and he was just like, "Get off! I'm on this amazing computer."
Yeah, it would be nice to show to him again. Yeah, I
mean, it would be amazing to get him back on as well. If anyone knows David Hockney, we have a Paintbox you can reminisce on. So yeah, that's the history, but also it's important for me. Yeah, it should have a position in tech and art history, because it did affect everything. Because whether you were doing graffiti or whatever, you would see this, or hip hop, you would see all these bright colors on your TV at home, and this would affect you. We entered the Photoshop era where we're used to things being, manipulated and fake, all that for good and for bad. This did all that and started all that really in everyone's home, and made everyone used to the fact that any images could just be manipulated and you wouldn't see a seam in that. So it really did kick off the Photoshop era, the fake news era, the digital era. And so it has a place in tech and art history and cultural history, really. And it is just an amazing story that's untold, which, I'm so happy. And really, it is all down to Mark, who, which is just a regular guy, like most of you guys. He's a complete tech enthusiast. He's not an ex-employee of Quantel or anything. Bringing all this stuff back to life. So whichever area, you all know, like, hey, we all do this stuff for Atari, whatever tech. We're kind of doing that for Quantel as well. So anyone who's got any ideas of how they would want to use this, incorporate it, if somebody wants to commission, Matt does titles for people on the Paintbox. Maybe for the Federation, Matt could recreate the Quantel intro for your videos. How about that, Matt?
Yeah, nice.
Sounds good. All right, Adrian and Matthias, thank you very much. Really appreciate you showing off the Quantel Paintbox. We have to start to wrap it up and get ready for our next talk, but Thank you. It was like a last-minute addition, but it's really like an incredible machine, and thank you for sharing with everyone. This is a really fantastic thing here.
Thank you. And it's nice to prove that old tech was more reliable than new tech.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Yes, thanks for the invitation.
All right. Any last words, Adrian?
No. And enjoy the rest of the conference. Thanks for inviting us. And we're all doing something great by preserving all this stuff.
All right. See you later. Thank you.
Bye.
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 Recording stopped.
All right, everyone. Sorry for delay. We had some technical difficulties, so we're going to start the next talk at 10. All right. It's still going to be the full hour, because we got to get ready for the next talk. All right. It'll be next talk is going to be Neil Harris of Commodore. He was one of the VIC-20 commandos, so he'll be starting in about 15 minutes. Are you ready? Well, he has set up his computer. We got to get the microphone. Right, Chris, just hold on. Oh my God.
Test 1 2 1 2. That sounds good, right?
Test 1 2. Good. 1 2. Oh, now it's working.
Thank you. Ready whenever you are, CB.
All right, we're starting a little late, but we will start. All right, so let's go. Welcome, everyone. Our next talk is a former Commodore and Atari employee talking about the good old days, Neil Harris.
All right, thank you very much. So first of all, I'd like to ask anybody that worked for Commodore who's in the room to stand up and wave at the people, like you, Andy. Bill Hurd here. All right. I know there were a few more, but I think he stepped out. He knew what this talk was going to be like, so he decided to bail. So I put this slide up to start because I've worked at a lot of places over the years. I'm currently at Amazon, and I'm also a city councilman in Gaithersburg, Maryland. But I 3.5 years, Atari for 4 years, Genie, which was at General Electric for 5, Simutronics online video game company for, and now I'm at Amazon, and like I said, I'm a city councilman. So I've tried to keep busy over the years. My wife says I'm never going to get to retire. Very sad about that. So this talk today is called Tales from an Interesting Career. How do you do all this stuff without getting a page on Wikipedia? I could have also said, how do you not end up getting rich? Because I'm basically the same age as Bill Gates and Steve Jobs. Started my career at the same time and somehow, didn't work out that way. But I've had fun. So let's talk about having fun. I know a lot of the talks that I watched on streaming yesterday were very technical. This is going to be much less technical. So if you're here to hear about chips and engineering, you might want to leave and go to another talk. So what did I do at Commodore? This is before the good story, so you can zone out on this part. But basically, I joined the company and wrote several user manuals, wrote some games in the first year. I wrote the VIC-20 user manual on my own personal typewriter, and I'll talk about that in a minute. I edited the programmer's reference guide for the VIC and wrote the basic section. I also wrote the basic section in the C64 programmer's reference guide. I took over Commodore magazines and ran Commodore Microcomputer and PowerPlay magazine for a few years. And then when I left the company, I went to Atari and revived their magazine and called it Atari Explorer. I did a bunch of stuff, which I'll talk about later. And then I went to GE, and I also did the magazines there. So that was a kind of sideline. And basically, the idea was, when I first started working in the home computer business in the late 70s, the documentation was terrible. And one of the missions that I had in life was to make sure that people understood how to actually work these computers and didn't have to hack around on the keyboard and try to figure. So the reason, this is a picture that I just took a few months ago of 1700 Sansom Street in Center City, Philadelphia. This was my first job in the home computer business. Back then, this was a store called Mr. Calculator. And basically, I had been working as a programmer writing accounting basic, which I didn't find very exciting. In high school, I learned to program and wrote a lot of games. And when you're writing an accounting system, it's much less fun and much more repetitive. But I saw an ad in the newspaper one day that there was a computer store selling home computers that was looking for help. And I thought, this sounds like much more fun. So I called up and got an interview with Gene Beals, who was the manager of the store. The interview was scheduled for 2 p.m. one day. And I went in at 2 p.m. and the store was absolutely jammed. And the only employee was Gene. And the Commodore had run a full-page ad the day before with discounts on Commodore Calculator. It was absolutely packed. And off to the side was a Commodore 8-bit PET computer with 8K of memory. And people were typing stuff on it, and it kept coming back, question mark, syntax error, because they had no idea. And me being a basic guy from way back, I started typing little programs. 10, input your name, semicolon, $, 20, print $, semicolon, 30, go to 20. Ooh, very exciting. Took a great deal of basic expertise to create that. But the cool thing was that it worked. Boot it up in BASIC and you could write software. So I basically fooled around with the computer and entertained the crowd for about 4 hours until 6 p.m. when the store closed, and then finally got my interview. And Gene called me the next day and offered me the job, which I took. So that was my intro to Commodore. Over the next work there, we spent a lot of time goofing around with the computer and trying to figure out what was there. We documented every command where you could type the first letter and shift the second letter and things like that, because none of that was documented. Gene published a letter that a lot of that went into. So there was a lot of kind of figuring it out and going on in the user community because so little was documented. That store didn't really have a future because Commodore insisted that because it was a company-owned store, that we weren't allowed to discount the price at all. And there were other stores across town happy to discount, but had no expertise. They couldn't explain the computer, so people would come to us. We would teach them everything about the computer, and then they go buy it for $100 less across town. So I guess 6 months after I left the store, a truck pulled up from Commodore and unloaded all the merchandise and shut it down. So that was a wonderful retail experience, but it was an interesting way to learn the computer. So that was me back in the day, by the way, in my basement with my home. I have a CBM 8032 with an extra 64K 32K memory board in it. So in the intervening time after I left Mr. Calculator, I bounced back and forth between programming jobs and sales jobs in retail. My last retail job was for a store called Computerland in Dresher, Pennsylvania, which sold a lot of CPM machines, a lot of Apple IIs. We sold Atari 8-bit computers. Trying to think what else. I think that was most of what we sold. I had a Commodore PET there, but nobody actually bought it from us as well. I also was offered the opportunity to earn a few extra dollars by teaching basic programming classes on the Apple II, which I thought was fun. And I taught probably half a dozen classes for people learning the introductory AppleSoft Basic. I've become really good at star raters on the Atari 800 computer. I wrote some articles for Compute Magazine, a couple of programs that I wrote that ended up as articles. I got an article in Compute's first book of Atari, which ended up paying pretty nice royalties because you got a small slice of the retail sales for that, so that was fun. But then my mother called me up one day and said she just heard on a radio show in Philadelphia that Commodore was holding an open house. They had just moved their headquarters from California to Pennsylvania and were looking for people, and maybe I should check it out. And it seemed like a golden opportunity for me. So I went to the open house, greeted by a charming HR lady, and she said, "What are you looking for?" And I said, "Well, I'm a basic programmer. I've been doing this professionally for almost 10 years. I've been computers. In fact, I know the Commodore PET computer very well because I worked for Mr. Calculator. I've written articles in computer magazines. And by the way, I heard about this new color computer that you guys are putting out for a few $100s, and I'd love to learn more while I'm here." And while I'm talking, her eyes are getting bigger and bigger, because in 1981, there weren't very many people who could tell a story like that. And she said, "Let me bring you over to Mike Tomczyk right away." So I met Mike Tomczyk and got the interview and the job. And my first assignment was to write the VIC-20 user manual. The VIC-20 user manual had been assigned to an outside company called Redgate Communications. And they wrote a draft of the manual, and Mike gave it to me and said, "This is crap. We have to throw this away and start over again. They did a terrible job. We need to actually teach people how to use this computer." And I read it, and I kind of agreed with his assessment and said, "Okay, where's my word processor?" He said, "Well," so back in those days, the VIC-20 was still probably 6 months from being launched. And the people that we were housed in an office with a bunch of people who were busy selling pets to computer stores, and they didn't really get the whole cheap home computer in color thing. They thought it would be something that you gave away free as a souvenir when you bought a real computer. And I mean, that's actually a direct quote from one of our directors. And we knew better. We knew we had lightning in a bottle with this thing. So he said, "I can't get you a computer yet. It's going to take a few weeks." I said, "Okay, well, I have a typewriter that I used in college. Let me get started." So I brought in my trusty Smith Corona typewriter, and I had been teaching BASIC, so I knew this inside and out. I knew the Commodore BASIC. So about 2 weeks, start to finish, I wrote the text for the manual. Now, Mike put a lot of the cute little VIC-20 guy pictures and thought balloons that you may remember for the book. And the rest of the team helped put the appendices together. Mike said at one point, "We need 20 sound effects." So I wrote 20 sound effects. And so that was a lot of fun. It was very rewarding because it was probably the first user manual of the day that actually taught you enough to be dangerous on the computer. And so I was very proud of that. So this next story is called "We Don't Talk About." There are people that you've heard of from the Commodore days and people that you haven't heard of. And so this is just a quick story about one member of the team that we don't talk about, and nobody knows who he was because he's long gone. But this was a person who was a classic programmer that you never introduce in public. sat in his office and wrote code, wrote assembly language and basic code, and was working on some of the cartridge game ports that we were doing. Some of the games that we got from Japan were beautiful reproductions of arcade games like Lunar Lander and Pac-Man and things like that were perfect reproductions with one problem. We didn't have the US rights to those games at all. We were copyright violations. They had been licensed to Atari. They were allowed to sell them in Japan, but we didn't have the rights to them. So our team of people, including Andy here, got to create Radar Rat Race, which was originally Rally X, but instead of racing cars and oil slicks, there were now mice and cheese and cats. Pac-Man became Cosmic Cruncher, I think, and so on. So this person, who we will now call Bruno, was writing some of the ports, and after a few months he was done and the games were working, but it was taking months and months after that before they could actually get into production and out the door. And in the meantime, one day, I opened up a copy of Compute Magazine and saw an ad in the back for a software company that was offering VIC-20 games, and it was some of these titles that, the original titles that looked fantastic. And I mean, honestly, we were just like thrilled to find a software company that was doing VIC-20 software. And they, oh, by the way, they were 2 towns over from where Commodore headquarters was. So like, fantastic. So I pick up the phone. I say, hi, this is Neil Harris from Commodore. And they hung up the phone. And I'm like, okay, that was unusual, but maybe it was a bad connection. So I dialed again. I said, hello, this is Neil. Click. Like, uh-oh. So I told Mike Tomczak, and Mike said, let's go over there and see what's going on. So we drove over to the address in the ad and opened the door, and sure enough, it was Bruno attempting to sell the code that we had paid him as a staff member to write for Commodore, because he was, frankly, I think he was just naive and impatient in getting out the door. But of course, the next thing that Mike said is, you're fired, which is why we don't talk about Bruno. But you know, it was the early days and people were naive and didn't know better, so that's kind of the stuff that happens. So does anybody remember a chain of stores in this region called Kitty City? Okay, good stuff. I used to buy a lot of toys and games there. So in my second year at Commodore, the Commodore executives had discovered that I was a person that understood computers, could work them really well, and could also speak to normal people, which is, we now call people like that sales engineers. That was kind of a new thing then. But basically, the sales guys drafted me to travel around with them and do demos when they were trying to sell the computers to. And at the time, we were trying to open up the big chains. We needed to get into Kmart and Montgomery Ward and Sears and Kitty City. Interestingly, all companies that are completely out of business these days, but I spent a lot of time on the road with the various VPs of sales and sales directors. So one day I found myself in Kitty City headquarters with a VIC-20 and a brand new prototype VIC modem, which was just a bare board at the time. And what I like to do, which has been my habit for my entire career, is to get there early, set up the computer, make sure everything's working. And frankly, if something turns out to not work, well, that's just never part of the demo. Nobody knows that it wasn't working, right? I see nods in the audience. So I plug in the VIC-20, I plug in the VIC modem, I turn on the VIC-20, and the red power light comes on and goes off. Like, uh-oh. So take it all apart, take out my handy screwdriver, open up the VIC-20, and sure enough, the fuse is blown. They're like, okay, either this is a bad VIC-20, or there's something wrong with the modem. And then I realized the modem, everybody knows edge connectors from those days, right? And edge connectors are always tabbed, so you know which way to plug it in and which way it doesn't go. Well, this prototype did not have a tab on it. So I went to the telephone and I called Andy, and I said, Andy, if I plug the VIC modem in upside down, would it blow the computer? And Andy went off and talked to some other engineers and came back on the phone and said, we think so. And so, excuse me? I think we actually tried it. Yep. So I pulled out the little cylindrical fuse, reached into my pocket and said, here's a 3/4 could kind of fit in there and let power go through, and took the modem and put it in the upside down from the way it originally was and turned it on and crossed my fingers that I wasn't going to burn down Kitty City headquarters. And sure enough, it worked. So put it all together, did the modem demo, everything worked well. Went home, remembered to bring a fuse with me as a spare every time I traveled, and also put a little tab in the edge connector going forward. So yeah, that could have been a whole different story. So the Commodore 64 Programmer's Reference Guide. So here I am in my second year at the company. The Commodore 64 has come out. It's created, and we're busy preparing all the materials. In the meantime, I'm traveling around the country doing my sales engineer thing. And Andy calls me. Andy is like really a deep part of this story, isn't it? Andy calls me up and said, I just read a draft of the 64 Programmer's Reference Guide. And I said, who wrote it? And he mentioned the name, somebody else who's, we'll call Bruno as well, but it's a different Bruno. I said, how is it? And he said, well, there's one. It's fiction. I said, what do you mean? He said, there's like nothing in here that makes any sense, technically. And this was a guy who was hired by the vice president of computer store sales, who I had talked to, and because I was looking for like a gig where I wasn't traveling around the country all the time, and I offered my services. He says, I already have a technical guy. He's so smart that when he talks, I don't understand a word he says. And I thought, well, none of the engineers understand anything this guy says either. And they gave him the assignment of writing this book. So the people that put the Commodore VIC-20 book together, Andy and myself, Mike Tomczyk, and Paul Higginbottom, who was a young guy from England originally who was working out of Commodore Canada. So we basically got the band back together again. All four of us got together, handed out basically the same assignments. I wrote the VIC section, the basic section. Andy did the machine code and the memory map, and Mike wrote stuff about software, and Paul did his piece. And in the course of about a month, with a very tight deadline, because this book was already promised to a publisher, and we had to get it out the door, we wrote the entire Commodore 64 Programmer's Reference Guide in record time, got it out the door, and hopefully helped a lot of people write a lot of good software. Now, going back to the VIC-20 book, we got our names on the front page as the authors of the book in alphabetical order: A. Finkel, and N. Harris, and P. Higginbottom, and M. Tomczyk. So, but we had been told that in no uncertain terms that we were not getting our names in this book or ever again. And we thought, look, we have just been heroes here, right? We saved the frickin' day for Commodore to get this book together. We deserve at least to get some credit for it. So we went to Jack Tramiel, and we told him our story, and Jack laughed, and he said, look, I'll make you a deal. You can get your names in the book, and I'll pay you a royalty, but you have to not get paid any more a salary. And I'm like 26 years old at the time, and I've got a mortgage and a wife, and none of us were in a position to take that deal. And so we're like, okay, whatever. Don't put our names in the book if it has to be that way. And I understand that Jack made this offer to many people who asked for royalties or credit over the years, and knew he was always going to win that deal, which is why Jack made hundreds of millions of dollars, and I'm still standing here with my, without my hundreds of millions of dollars. And so, first of all, he offered us the deal of the century, because that book sold millions of copies, and any small royalty would have more than made up for any salary that we missed. We probably would have gone without lunches for a few months, but would have worked out to our advantage. But he took care of us. I mean, we got raises and we got stock options and things like that over time. So, and Jack was pretty famous for Jack attacks, where if you came to him and he asked you for something and you tried to BS your way through the story, you were very unhappy after you have it. I never was subjected to that. I don't think any of my friends and engineers or Andy were subjected to that sort of treatment because we tried to be straight with him. So he was a scary guy, honestly. He was a very tough boss, but I thought it was tough but fair. So this is just a funny story that I like to tell. So this is the third year I'm at Commodore now. It's 1983, and we're at one of the big computer shows. And honestly, I don't remember if it was Winter CES or Summer Comdex, because we did two big shows in Las Vegas every year. But the previous year, in '82, we were at a show, and it was going okay, and we went out to a nice dinner at a restaurant across the street that's no longer there because it's been knocked down, that whole block, and the convention center is much bigger, but it was a restaurant called Chateau Vegas. We'd had a nice meal there. So now a year later, we're at the show, and it's going gangbusters, and we have a huge crew. We probably have 30 or 40 Commodorians working the booth, and there's crowds, and the computers are selling like hotcakes, and we're just on top of the world having a great time. And I said to Andy, you have any plans for dinner? And then he said, no. I said, well, let's go to Chateau Vegas. And he said, okay. So a couple other guys and I decided to go to Chateau Vegas. So I called them up and made a reservation for a party of 4 for dinner that evening. And then half an hour passed, and a few other people came up to me and said, hey, what are you guys doing for dinner? And we said, well, we're going to Chateau Vegas. Oh, can we come too? Call up the phone. Can you make the party for 8 instead? And over the course of the next few hours, it became a party of 30. So we get to Chateau Vegas, and I say, hi, I'm Neil Harris. I'm here with my party of 30. They go, oh, Mr. Harris, wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. They give us a private room in the back, big long table, put me at the head of the table. People start saying, oh, Professor Harris, Dr. Harris. He says, he's got a computer company, he's doing really, really well. And they go, and we order the, I think that was the Neptune's platter special. It was like all the seafood, it was very expensive. And every time that they brought a course out to us, multi-course dinner, they bring me the first taste. And I'm sitting there thinking, I'm picking up the check for this thing. And I'm not a senior guy at this company, I'm a middle-level manager. And I'm starting to sweat. And at the table, there's a vice president of sales and all these mucky-mucks. They're ordering bottles of wine. And I'm like, oh my God. And everybody's having a wonderful time except me. The food is good. And it goes on for like several hours. And the cool thing is that this is the way we got to know each other as people, right? You know, we're working together all day long in the office and working the booth at the show. But after hours, you know, you get to unwind and relax and get to know people, and it's very, very great. And this was a really terrific event. But toward the end of the meal, I'm like, guys, there's no way that they're going to approve me expensing this multi-$1,000 dinner at the show, even if I put the name of all 30 people that are on this list on my expense report. Thank goodness my original boss, Mike Tomczyk, said, look, I can get this expense put through, no problem, I'll take it off your hands. I said, why didn't you say that 2 hours ago and I could have enjoyed this meal? But anyway, like I said, this was a great show. We were on top of the world, everybody was loving it. We were showing all this Commodore 64 stuff and software, and it was really a fun event. And that was, I think, probably the highlight of my time at Commodore was when we did big shows and really saw people really appreciating all the work we were doing and the stuff that was going on. So, moving to Atari. So now we'll take you to January of 1984. I'm still at Commodore. It's the Consumer Electronics Show in January. And there's a conference room with 1,000 people, big auditorium, and Jack Tramel's up on the stage. And Jack Tramiel is triumphantly announcing that Commodore sales have, for the last year, crossed $1 billion, biggest selling home computer company in the world. And I'm standing in the back of the room watching this presentation thinking, then why doesn't he look happy? I mean, this is like the triumph of his lifetime, and he's not looking happy. And sure enough, the next week it became clear that Jack had had a falling out with the chairman of the board, Irving Gould, and maybe the rest of the board of directors. The story to this day remains unclear exactly what went down between them, but Jack was leaving Commodore. And I mean, the culture of Commodore was Jack was the boss, right? If you had a good relationship with Jack, you basically had a get out of jail free card. If anybody else hassled you, you could go to Jack and you would be good. And suddenly he was gone. And so things changed. First of all, the energy went out of the building, in my opinion. At one point, I came to my boss and said, look, I don't have stuff to do right now. I'm just sitting here like, he said, just keep your head down and look busy. Like, I've been at this company for 3 years. I've never had to put my head down and look busy. There's always been like, how the hell am I going to keep up with everything? And suddenly, there's nothing going on. And I thought, okay, this is the beginning of the end. We had new management that was brought in that had come from other industries, didn't understand the computers. One thing I'll tell you that had probably become obvious over the years, Commodore liked to announce, and many of them never actually saw the light of day. You may have heard this before. And Jack's idea was he didn't believe in market research. His market research was the cash box poll. If he showed a product and people bought it, he would make it. If he showed a product and people didn't buy it, then he wouldn't make it, no harm done. The new guys didn't really get that, so we had some products that were announced that didn't really go over with a bang with the public, and yet they were going to go forward with it anyway. And I just really felt that this was not going to work. So then in the spring came the announcement that a new computer company with his sons. So I don't know if these people are well known anymore. It's Leonard Tramiel on the right, Sam Tramiel in the bottom. He's actually much taller than that. I'm pretty sure he's sitting down. And that's Gary on the left. So Sam was at Commodore. He was working out of Asia in charge of our manufacturing organization. Leonard had Denver stuff, and I don't know if you've read any of the stuff he's written, but he created the Petsky. He's in grad school getting a PhD in astrophysics during most of the time we were at Commodore. And Gary was a finance guy who had a summer job at Mr. Calculator, but really had no involvement in Commodore other than that. But Jack created a company called Leonard, who was on his honeymoon with his wife after he got his PhD, and said, we're starting a new company. And then a few months later, the word got out that they had bought Atari from Warner Brothers. And the word started going out to Commodorians that if you were interested, you could call up and maybe there would be an opening for you. So I called Greg Pratt, who was the COO at Commodore and now the COO at Atari, and said, hey, I'm really thinking that it's time for me to find something else to do. And he said, we'll fly you out here right away. So old Atari had created a magazine called Atari Age, and they had taken a lot of people's money for a lot of subscriptions, and they knew I knew how to do magazines because I was running Commodore Magazine and PowerPlay, and they didn't want to refund all the subscription money, so they said, do a magazine for us, and I said I could do that. So that's what brought me out to Atari, but over the course of 4 years, almost to the day that I worked for Atari, I had 17 bosses. I'd won the first year and a whole bunch after that. I don't even remember most of their names at this point, honestly. It went pretty quickly. We turned through sales and marketing VPs at a really enormous rate. The first few months at Atari were pretty ugly. I had been told by Greg that, look, what happened here is we inherited this company. It was falling apart. They lost $1 billion under Warner Brothers in their last year and nearly took the Warner Brothers empire down completely. And we had to lay a bunch of people off, but we're pretty much through laying people off now. And so you can come out, and I said, you've just got a magazine. You've got to not lay off the editor, because I'm not an editor. I'm a publisher. I run the business side and make it work, but the editor is actually going to do the editing and find the articles. So 2 weeks after I joined the company, they laid off the editor. And you know, one thing that happened was that we got a call from one of the newspapers and said, you know, you guys are clearing out your warehouses. You're selling off all this old furniture and stuff that you don't know, people that don't work there anymore. You sold a filing cabinet, and when the person who bought it opened it up, it had the master ROMs for almost all the old video games. Would you? Yes, we would like them back. And it made the newspaper, and it was a bit embarrassing, but there was so much money still flowing out of the company that we were just trying to hunker down and keep our heads above water, because the company was working on the Atari ST computer and felt really strongly that it was going to be a great thing, and we just had to survive to the point where we could get it out the door. So very tough few months, but we got so January 1985, Consumer Electronics Show. We're not actually on the floor of the show because we don't want to spend that kind of money. We're in a hotel suite, but we did spend some money on some billboards saying, Jack Tramiel welcomes you to Las Vegas, because we were going to show people something that was going to blow them away, and we were trying to do it economically but still make a splash. The amazing thing that happened was we were working really fast, obviously, right? A whole new computer from scratch to working prototype in the course of about 9 months. There were 2 chips that hadn't been working up until that show, and they had the last prototype version of those chips that were flown from the production facility, the fab, whatever they put them in the dip, to Las Vegas, plugged into the computer, crossed the years, and a miracle of miracles, they both worked. So the computer would work. So we were able to show off the computer, and over the course of that show, we had dozens of people, many from other companies coming through and saying, there's no way you built this computer from scratch in this time, doing stuff, you know, high-res graphics, graphical mouse-oriented operating system. And they said, you know, there's a Sun workstation under the table, and it's really what's connected. Okay, we had Electrical Engineering Times was told by one of our competitors, probably Commodore, but somebody, that story. So we opened up the cabinet and let them look through all the wires and make sure that it was legit and there was no Sun workstation hiding anywhere. But no, it was there and it actually worked. So that's me in the lower right with Atari base. So among the many things in my portfolio, aside from the magazines, I was basically the person who interfaced with the user community at Atari. So I shouldn't say this, but I will anyway, coffee this morning. Larry Niven wrote some science fiction novels, and there was an alien race. One of the persons in that race was designated to speak to inferior races, and his title was Speaker to Animals. And I always felt that was my job at Atari. So I spoke to the computer press because I kind of got it, and I thought I was in charge of user group support for user groups all over the country. I did online support on every online service known to mankind. I had accounts on Bix and CompuServe and Genie. The thing I was really proud of was we built this Atari online BBS called Atari Base. So I had an office that was basically under a staircase. Nobody else wanted it, so I was able to get it. It was actually a pretty spacious office. And right next door, there was a long, narrow closet that nobody was using. So we set up a BBS in there. Antic Magazine did an interview with us and did some research and said, this is probably the busiest BBS in the entire country. We're getting something like 12,000 calls a day on this system. So you see at this point, there's 5 Atari STs with monitors and hard drives. I had a staff of 4 technical support people, and I'll talk about them in a second, and 2 volunteers. So up in the front, and next to me is Greg Cronick, and on the other side of me is Dave Flory. They're San Jose. Dave is a corporal, Greg is a corporal, Greg is a sergeant. Greg actually graduated from Harvard, and they were computer enthusiasts who volunteered to come in and help on the BBS. I had 4 guys in tech support who also helped. And the funny thing about this BBS is that we didn't have a LAN at the time, right? There were no LANs for the Atari ST during that era. So there's basically 5 separate BBS systems with Mistron software and a 5-line rollover, meaning if line 1 is busy, you get to line 2, if line 2 is busy, and so on. And you could download software, which was a lot of what was going on. We try to get every piece of public domain software onto these boards for people. But you could also, there were message boards, and you could post questions, and we would come in and answer them as diligently as possible. But if you left a question on line 3, you had to get back to line 3 to get the answer because it wasn't propagated over the other systems. It was just the way it was, and people dealt with it, and it was very popular, and we were really happy about it. So let me talk about the tech support guys. So one day, Jack Tramiel calls me into his office and says, "Look at this, these people are robots, they're robots." And he hands me this sheet of paper, and it's like it's got to be a 20th generation Xerox copy of a bunch of paragraphs with places where you can check off the answer to questions. And the one that's checked off is, "I'm sorry you asked a technical question and we don't have technical people, so we can't give you an answer." And Jack is like, "You've got to fire the head of tech support, of customer support, and you take it over and make it better. This is embarrassing. They're robots. You can't do this." And like, okay, this was not a good answer. They shouldn't have done this. But I don't want to run that department. I'm not saying this to Jack. This is in my head. Because it's a no-win job. Because if you do well, you get to do it forever, and it's not that exciting. And if you don't, and if you make a mistake, which you're going to do sooner or later, you're going to send out a bad answer. Some customer's going to be upset, and Jack's going to be mad at me, and I don't like it when Jack's mad at me. But so I thought, okay, I'm just going to fix it. What do we need to fix it? Well, we've got this department was built under old Atari when they had a lot of questions about video games, and they could answer questions about video games. You know, how do I plug it in and turn it on? It was simple stuff. Now we're selling computers. The questions are hard. We need people that can answer hard questions. So I put an ad in the newspaper saying Atari is looking for tech support people. And I ended up hiring 4 young men who I'm still friendly with to this day. One was working a night shift at a supermarket. I mean, weren't working in tech jobs, but they were Atari enthusiasts and had a lot of energy, and they were smart. And we created this department. And I said, the first thing you're going to do is you're going to really dive deep into the computer. You're going to write a piece of software for us. And the piece of software is going to work like this. It's going to be a processor, but a paragraph processor, right? We're going to create paragraphs of answers, just like on all these sheets. And you're going to be able to, so these nice young women who are answering the phones are going to be able to say, okay, we got a question, and the answer is paragraphs 4, 17, 39, and 58. And it's going to print it on the Atari letter quality laser printer and with a signature on it, and it's going to look very professional. It's not going to look like a 20th generation Xerox anymore. And you guys are going to write the technical answers, and if those nice people don't understand it, you're going to be the ones that pick which paragraphs go in. And they created this piece of software, and we fixed the department. I didn't fire the department head, and Jack somehow let me slide on that. But I didn't want the job, really, and I didn't have to keep it. So it was fine. It worked out well for me. And it worked out well for them because I know one guy, John Townsend, who had the best Genie handle of anybody that I didn't even realize it was him at first, but he was Depeche Mode. That was awesome. And he's now at Rivian. He's been with a number of great Silicon Valley companies over the years. Hopefully he's had a lot of stock options pay off for him, but you never know with those things. But all the guys did great and thanked me for starting their career, but you know, all I did was get them started. They did the work, so it was cool. So I like to call this colorful characters, especially because the pictures are black and white. So the first picture is Jamie Copeland on the left. That was my first boss at Atari. Like the 80s porn stash. So Jamie was a wild man. So one night, Jamie and Mel Stevens, who was in charge of marketing communications, was an ex-Commodorian, about this tall, and very skinny, with the deepest voice I ever heard. Deeper than James Earl Jones' voice, incredible. And a little tiny guy. But anyway, the three of us are out to dinner because we're staying in the same hotel in temporary quarters before we got our actual living space after being new with the company. And we're talking about how our many troubles in trying to get this company off the ground. And there's a lampshade hanging over our table, and Jamie's like had a few drinks and it's bothering his eyes, so he takes the light bulb and unscrews it a little bit so the light goes out. And after a minute or two, this very large guy comes over and says, "I'm sorry, but due to safety standards and OSHA and blah, 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 we can't let you turn the light off. Please turn the light back on." And he screws the light bulb back in and wanders off. And Jamie, being an ornery cuss, after a few more minutes, unscrews the light bulb a little bit so that the light's not bothering his eyes. And sure enough, the guy really can't do that. And Jamie's like, "Well, you must not have screwed it in all the way. It went off by itself." And the guy says, and screws it back in. So about 10 minutes later, Jamie's like, "Screw this guy." He unscrews the light bulb, takes a penny out of his pocket, spits on it, puts it on the light bulb, screws it back in part way. And the guy comes back and says, and Jamie, "You're just not screwing it in well." So the guy screws the light bulb in, there's a flash. The light's off in that whole section of the restaurant. And the guy is like really angry and really large. He's like the bouncer or something. He unscrews the thing. Now the penny has now welded itself into the socket, so he doesn't see what's going on. And half an hour later, as we're starting to finish the meal, the manager of the restaurant comes by and says, "Look, probably don't want to leave yet because he's waiting for you outside, and he's not happy." Anyway, Jamie was a sales guy at Commodore and was VP of marketing at Atari, and hated software. Didn't understand software, wasn't a techie, was just a classic, get people drunk and sell them stuff, kind of a sales guy. But of course, there was I don't remember the name of the software anymore, I should remember this, but there was a Lotus 1-2-3 clone for the Atari ST that was gaining popularity. And Jamie said, "This is going to be a big moneymaker," so he left Atari to run that company and disappeared from my life forever at that point. So the middle picture is Greg Pratt, who I mentioned is the person that I talked to that brought me into the company and promised not to lay off my editor and laid him off anyway. And the guy on the right is David Harris, no relation, sadly, because he has more money than me, was the VP of sales who opened up accounts at Commodore and Atari. So he opened up Kmart and Montgomery Ward and all the big national accounts. He hated coming into the office. He was a guy that liked living on the road, lived in Phoenix, Arizona, Scottsdale, outside of Phoenix, in a house on a hilltop with cacti and a beautiful French wife. And so one day, again, I'm out to dinner, this time with Greg and David, and I think one other person, but I can't remember who the other one is. And we're like, this is a tough thing that we're trying to do with this company. This is not like Commodore. And David is like, this is going to be a 5-year uphill struggle to get this company really where we want it to be. And Greg is telling war stories about tough days at Commodore when they were trying to figure out how to make payroll. And we're just, it was just very tough times trying to figure out how to get the ST to the point where it's like a Commodore 64. So these were good guys, but it was a very tough business. So, there's a little more fun. So I told you that one of the things I did was support user groups. We had user groups all over the country, and a lot of them did things like what we're doing here this weekend, which is have user group fairs, where in our case it was Atari fairs, so they'd show off Atari software and do demos and have speakers. And we ended up supporting them in a big way where we'd fly people like myself and other Atari people out, and we'd encourage all the major software vendors to come out and show their wares. And we did this all over the country. One year, I was at 26 Atari fairs on weekends over the course of the year. So half the weekends in the year, I was on the road at Atari fairs. And I also had figured out at that point that you don't take comp time at Atari, because if you're out of the office for a few days, somebody's taken some of your job away from you. It was a little tough that way. But the Atari fairs were very productive for us. We showed support for the community. We helped the software companies do as well as they could. But the other thing we did was, when the show closed at the end of the day, all of us who were working in the business stuck around, because we were playing games all night long. And mostly we were playing MIDI Maze. Has anybody seen MIDI Maze? Is it still around at all? No. So MIDI Maze was a game where you could network the Atari using the MIDI function. So you'd run a cable from one computer to another in a daisy chain around in a circle, and you could get 16 people playing a game concurrently, and you had these 3D happy faces, that you were one of them and everybody else was one, and they were all different colors, and you were running around in a 3D maze trying to kill each other. And it was all played with Atari joysticks, and we had time and have a chance to bond with all these people in the software business, and it was wonderful. Except that a few days after one of these shows and one of the marathon sessions, where frankly I did very well and killed a lot of my friends, I thought I was getting arthritis at a young age. Atari joysticks, you know? Using Atari joystick for 6 nights is probably not good for your wrists and carpal tunnels, but so anyway, but we had a good time. It was very productive and useful, and one of the things I had the most fun with, and I was very proud of the fact that we were able to pull that all together, and that the company gave us full the money on doing this stuff, even though I didn't get any extra time off. So, at the end of almost 4 years to the day after joining Atari, I was given a job offer to go come back east to Genie. So I grew up in Philadelphia, worked for Commodore for a few years, then went to Atari in Silicon Valley. I wanted to come back, gotten sick, my parents were getting older, and frankly, I was more of an Easterner. And plus, everybody in Silicon Valley hated us because we had laid off their friend or brother-in-law or somebody somewhere along the line. So I joined Genie, and in April, a fake press release appeared, allegedly from Atari, and I won't say who created it. I know who created it, but basically it announced that the Atari had sold their 8-bit line of computers to Coleco for the grand sum of $50,000, that there was a new computer announced, and what the press release said was the Atari headquarters they decided to move Atari headquarters to Germany to let the US have a chance to do better, which I thought was pretty amusing. And the new Atari computer was announced, the Atari FU, with specs that were beyond, I mean, you could probably get a computer with these specs today, but in 1988 or 89, there's no way, right? It had basically 4K level graphic, gigabytes of storage, and I mean, the spec sheet went on and on and on. And the funny thing is, for the next several weeks, calls kept coming into customer service. When's the FU coming out? So I thought that was a good joke. So I'm gonna tell another story here. This is actually, I was told to only tell stories from Commodore and Atari, but I don't listen to orders that well. After I left Genie, I went to work at Simutronics, which was an early pioneer of online multiplayer games. Simutronics, I got to know them, I mean, on Genie, I got to know them really well. I liked playing their games, and I joined the company when there were 5 engineers, and they were starving to death because they had great games but terrible contracts. So I fixed the contracts and got the games up on AOL and Prodigy and CompuServe. The way I did that is, so one thing that I did was, so I got to speak at a show for Industry Association, this is before there's internet. There are a lot of online services. And I'm up on the stage, and there's like 1,000 people in the room because online is getting hot. And we're all doing demos, and the first guy to do a demo pops a VHS tape in the machine and shows a demo of his thing, and the next person does the same thing, and me being bold, I've got the computer set up with the joysticks and the modem, and I'm actually going to do a live demo of an online game called Cyberstrike. Cyberstrike is a game where you're in a giant robot, and everybody else is a giant robot. You're running around this 3D terrain, which is very cubic looking. and you're shooting at each other, and it's a team game. You can have up to 4 players on each team, and it's run in real time on this thing. And remember, back in those days, online service graphics were not what they are today, right? Prodigy, if you remember Prodigy, used Naplip's graphics, where it was like the old Sierra adventure games, right? It would draw an outline and fill it in with a color and draw another outline. Each screen drawing was super slow. And here we're showing a game that's running in 3D in real time. And so one of the things that I was able to do that was hard for me and very difficult for most people, is I'm talking to a room full of people, playing a game at the same time and trying to actually multitask and do those both well. So I'm narrating the game, I'm saying, okay, we're going to go into this arena and we're going to go look for other enemies and we're going to shoot at them and we're going to see what happens. And sure enough, suddenly 2 enemies find me and I'm caught in the crossfire. And I'm like, so I'm actually playing against guys at our company's headquarters in St. Louis, and I'm in, I forget if it was in Florida or California at the time, but anyway, it's like, I don't think they got the memo, because you're about to see what it's like when I die and blow up, and so I'm trying to zigzag out of the way, and suddenly, coming from my left shoulder, my left flank, my teammate finally shows up, and so now we get the enemy robot in a crossfire, and first the first enemy robot blows up, and then we pivot over, and the second enemy blows up, and said, well, we won. And the crowd erupts, and I get a standing ovation with 1,000 people in the room, and everybody's cheering and yelling, and I'm like, wow, that was great. Honestly, you couldn't have scripted it to be more dramatic and exciting than that, especially because this room full of people had never seen an online game work like this. I mean, those of us who are gamers had seen this on PCs, but it's very unusual. This was probably the very first true 3D multiplayer game in the market. It actually, Cyberstrike was picked as Online Game of the Year by Computer Gaming World soon after that. But the punchline to the story is that at the end of the session, I'm coming off the stage and packing up my computer, and up come a small group of people. One is a vice president of Prodigy, and the guy is literally quivering. He's like, oh my God, I've never seen anything like that. Can you come out and show it to us? And it's like, yeah, because my job is doing deals with people like this and it's getting them to write me large checks, so it's awesome. All the ladies with him, and they're just very happy and want to be my friend. It's like, oh my God, this doesn't happen to computer geeks. So I'm a married guy, so I'm not going there, but that was the first and only time anything like that's ever happened. But that must have been an awesome demo. So, you know, I've had a few other demos that work well, where I demonstrated to Commodore sales guys and things like that. It's kind of fun when it works well, but that's probably the hardest thing I do, is play the game and you want the game to do exactly the right thing for you at the right time. So that's it. That's my stories. I have more stories, but that's what I wanted to share with you today. Some more and post them online. Does anybody have any questions for me?
I have the microphone, so I'm going to monopolize for a minute. Okay. Dean, who read literally every word of the VIC-20 manual, I thank you from the bottom of my heart for my formative computer years.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I literally every word, and the programmer's reference guide, a lot of it. Obviously, that one is hard to actually read all of it, but
I'm pretty sure I haven't read all of that one either. So, yeah. Understood.
So, yeah, great. My sister worked at Commodore in marketing back in '81 or '82, and gave me a VIC-20 for Christmas, and I just was on it for hours and digested that manual, and it was so. Thank you.
So what's your sister's name? Did I know her?
Well, she was in marketing. Her name was Kate. She worked for Kit Spencer.
Okay. I worked for Kit Spencer too, but I guess by that point there were enough of us where it's hard to keep track.
I'm not sure, yeah. She was there probably around 81.
Okay.
But
yeah, I was there from 81 till the middle of 84. But anyway, say hello for me in case she remembers me. I'm sorry.
Will. Anybody else?
Just a couple quick ones. First of all, I guess in the time period that you're with Commodore and Atari, the early mid-'80s, about how many employees were there, and also Jack, he was more of a business guy. He didn't have a technical background, or?
Jack was not a technical guy at all. He was a hardcore old school businessman. So when I joined Commodore, Commodore had done about 50 previous year, mostly in Europe. So the US operation was a skeleton crew. There were very few people here in the US. By the time I left, again, we had crossed $1 billion and we had a pretty big crew. Andy and I and Jeff Bruette were talking earlier about the various offices that we had worked out of. But first we were working in borrowed desks out of a regional sales, where we couldn't even get equipment. And then we moved to Moore Park, is that right, Andy? Moore Road, and then Devon Park Drive, and then the Boot Road in Westchester, which was the big facility with the factory underneath. In our Moore Road office, we still had trouble getting equipment. We were still not the kings of the hill. The VIC-20 hadn't come out yet, but we were commandos, and we were highly motivated, and we loved what we were doing, right? So we're working at our desks all day long, writing software, writing manuals, doing whatever we could to make the machine a success. And we're still working into the evening, and everybody else, all the pet guys had cleared out. And so we couldn't get the equipment we wanted. We would borrow at night, and we were commandos, right? And then at the end, and then next morning they'd come in and they were missing a cable or a printer or something, and they would requisition them and get them, and so everything worked out fine for everybody. But we couldn't do that, but we had to get our jobs done somehow. But like I said, small US presence in the beginning and very big at the end. Atari had probably shrunk down to 200 employees by the time I got there. From 50 different buildings down to 2. Was very profligate with money. In other words, they would send FedEx packages from one building to another, even though they were several blocks away, at a cost of $15 a piece in 1984 money, just burning through cash. I saw some numbers that indicated that they were making projections of how many cartridges to produce for the 800 computer, and the Pac-Man sold some number of millions of cartridges. So when Defender was about to come out, they did 15% more, which would have meant that people were buying more cartridges than there were actual computers in the field at that point. And I got to see the numbers for what happened with the ET cartridge. They produced 17 million and got 15 million back, which is why they ended up in a landfill. So it was crazy. We built the company back up to about $400 million in revenue at its peak, but then it started shrinking down again. And one day Jack walked into my office. I don't know why he walked in to tell me this, but he said, you know what, this ST is not going to make it. And I'm like, what? And he said, no, I've seen the numbers and it's just not going to get to where it needs to be. So anyway, not the happiest. So I'll tell you one other story that served me well, another Jack story. So Jack, again, wandered into my office and said, Neil, what do you want to do after you leave Atari? And I said, well, what I thought I'd do is stay here for a few years, make money from the stock options, and then start my own software company. And he said, no, you're doing it all wrong. I said, what do you mean? He said, you have to do it when you don't have 2 nickels to rub together. And you watch every penny, and that's the way you build a business and make it work. And sure enough, when I left Simutronics, I didn't really have 2 nickels to rub together at that point. We had a company, we had a little bit of revenue, we were barely enough to pay the rent. But I watched every penny and I signed every check for the next 17 years that I worked there. And we built it up. I mean, we had good products, and I just did whatever it took to make the company successful and make it grow. We hit the Inc. 500 list. We peaked at about 20+ million in revenue. We were the #1 game company on AOL, Prodigy, CompuServe, and Genie in terms of revenue per month. And we had a good ride and put my kids through college. The ride goes in different directions, but it was good for 15 years in S2, but worked out okay. Questions? Yes?
So can I ask you a magazine editorial question?
Sure.
So, because like the magazines I've followed back in the day, also like some of yours, like also seem to have a kind of battle between teaching people programming and then teaching them assembler, teaching them basic. versus like reviewing software or reviewing games. So how did you figure that balance out?
Well, it's a good question, and I'm not sure I have a great answer for you. It was more about what we could get that was good, that we felt strongly about. I mean, all those elements were the important things, right? We had basic people and assembler people and people that wanted reviews of games and other software, and we needed a balance, and also just articles about what you do with computers in general. The way we ran Commodore and PowerPlay is we would sit down once a year and plan out the issues for the rest of the year, what the themes were going to be, and then we went out and solicited articles. But I mean, an article, somebody wrote a basic program and it came over the transom and it didn't fit the theme of the issue, we would absolutely run it. But you know, we did an education issue and a telecommuting issue and things like that. That was the way we planned out so that we could go out and look for writers to create the articles that we were looking for. And we built a cadre of writers that were reliable for us. So some were well known in the industry, some were local people that we just knew could write and would do, you know, if we gave them a theme, they would come up with something that was worth. Question way over here.
Can you tell us anything about the motive for the Atari FU fake press release without revealing the identity of the author?
That was just funny. It was just, you know, I mean, the thing about Atari was, and it was true at Commodore as well, is that it seemed that wherever you were, there was some other part of the world that was doing better. So that was, I think, the motivation behind saying we'd move the headquarters somewhere else so that this part of the country would do better. I think the FU part was more about Atari's proclivities for announcing products that weren't actually coming out yet. But, I mean, I think the funny thing is, it was one of those things like the story about boiling a frog, right? You can, if you put a frog in hot water, it'll jump out, but if you put it in cold water and heat up the water, then it'll just stay there till it boils. That particular press release started off a little bit absurd, but slightly realistic, and then got more and more absurd as you went by, and it just sucked people in to the point where they believed it, even though the specs on this computer really were like not possible, especially that long ago. So, but the fact that people, I mean, when I read it, I didn't expect people would be calling Atari and looking for it. I thought they'd have a good laugh. But it took a while before they figured out that this was a joke. It was dated April 1st. I mean, geez.
One tangentially related question: how did the Amiga affect that timeline where you were rushing the ST to market in an amazing 9 months?
So, two separate projects actually. So, I mean, we needed to get it out the door fast because we were bleeding money and we needed revenue, right? We were selling off old inventory of Atari VCS computer, video game machines and old Atari computers. We were busy trying to revamp the lineup and get new stuff out the door, but we were hemorrhaging cash. And so, aside from what Commodore was doing, I mean, we knew Commodore was the competition in our niche. We didn't exactly have insight in terms of what their timeline was going to be for the Amiga, but we obviously knew it was coming because it was originally going to be an Atari product under the old regime. But we just needed to get it out the door because we needed revenue.
If I recall right, at some point, wasn't Atari far more successful in Europe than the US?
And the answer is I don't actually know. I know Commodore was much more successful in Europe than in the US in the PET days. But in terms of Atari ST, I mean, there were, I don't know. I honestly didn't have a lot of insight into the European markets. I'll tell you one more funny story, and then we'll go. So this is the story that the Tramiel family told me. So they're in negotiations with Warner Brothers to buy the company. And it's Friday night, and it's getting late, and it's like 3 o'clock in the morning, and they finally reached the agreement on terms. And in order to secure the deal, money needs to change hands. Like, how is money going to change hands at 3 o'clock in the morning on a Saturday morning? Gary Tramiel, who was a stockbroker at the time at Merrill Lynch, pulls out an Amex card from his pocket and said, this Amex card is backed up by the Tramiel family Lynch, which is a $100 million balance. And everybody had a good laugh, and they took a credit card machine, and they went chink, chink, $27 million. And that sealed the deal. Now, of course, they didn't actually run that through the computer system on Monday. There was a cashier's check or some such like that, but Atari was actually, the deal was secured by an American Express black card. All right, I think that's the last funny story for today. If you invite me back again, I'll try to come up with some more. Thank you. I signed 5 of them already. I'll sign whatever you like. I don't know. I would
worry at the front desk. He's like, oh, I don't want to bother. 5 signatures, 10 signatures. What's
Whatever you like.
I'll get them to you. Something.
check, check. 1, check. 1, 2. Check 2, check. 2. Testing 1, 2, 9. 7, 8. Check, check, check. Check. 1, 2. Next. 1, 2, 3. Testing. Good. Next. Check. Next mic. Check. 1, 2. Check. Not. Checking 1, 2, 3. VCF 2020, 2021, 22. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Check. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing. Good.
Testing 4, 5, 6, 7. Why did anybody use those numbers?
Next. Check. 1, 2, 3. 5, 8, 9, 12.
I didn't bring it up. Bill, what's the number total? Do you know? How many? I am still trying to figure that out. At the end? Yeah. All right, so we're doing the hero stage and all these guys all together. Yeah. All right. How many guys are there total? Do you know yet? 2212, thank you very much. How many Apple fans in here? I'd like to say I'm the comic relief, but I'm not that clever. Stephen Edwards. Stephen Edwards. I would like to personally thank you for getting a particular song stuck in my head. A Dean Martin song. That's Amore.
Oh, that's Amore. Good. Okay, it worked.
3 minutes. Everyone, please find their seats. 3 minutes. No, let them. One minute, guys.
Yeah, you sit next to a hardware guy. That's all right. Hardware guy next to a hardware guy. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, there's that noise again. Do we have enough chairs? Everybody got a chair?
I think we're good.
Benny, where's Benny? Hey, Benny. That's 3 times I didn't recognize you. Twice the Benny used to be. It's my eyesight. I need glasses.
Jeff, pull that a little bit right now so you can make sure we don't kill this laptop.
Everybody good if I just introduce you and you just tell us what you did with the Commodore? Rather than me try and remember what everybody did. Everybody good? Go for it. All right. You're good, right, Russell? I see you looking at me. So maybe start with, I'll introduce the name.
Yeah, I'll start with Jeff and I'll pass on to you.
Okay, very good. Julian Strauss.
Okay, whoever's pointing the microphone to speakers.
That's me.
Don't do that. Okay.
There's no on off switch.
Oh, there is. Oh.
This.
Okay. We good? All right. Well, for the premier event of the weekend, I feel hard to argue against that. I'm very proud to introduce the employees of Commodore and moderated by our showrunner, Jeff Brace. And I will pass it off to Bill Hurd to introduce the rest, as he affectionately refers to it, the Commodore Gaggle Fest.
I actually have a different word for it, but we can't use it now.
Got it. And so the Commodore Ensemble.
Are you starting or am I starting? You introduce me and then I'll introduce everybody.
All right, sounds good. So,
all right.
As he said, I'm Jeff Brace. I'm the showrunner for VCF East. I started looking at the themes for this show, and one of the themes I wanted to do was the anniversary of the Commodore 64, 40th anniversary, but I wanted to make it a little bit general, so the theme, Computer for the Masses. Then I said, Bill, do you know these guys? I was going to invite some of the creators of the 64, and he's like, you know what? I see where you're going with that idea. Bill Hurd, one of the creators of the Commodore 128, he's going to introduce everybody here. A lot of different employees, engineers, marketing people for Commodore.
Where's Albert? Albert Charpentier, where are you? Well, we'll start with Alan, but we'll need a chair when he arrives.
Okay, sounds good.
So, hi, I'm Bill Hurd. You all may know me. The bad thing about knowing me is y'all heard my stories by now, right? So last time I said, I'm going to bring you some news stories. Here they are. I brought you, how many of us? 12 new sources of stories here. So on my right is, oh, this is going to happen. I'm going to have to remember names and everything. Von Ertwein, who you may know wrote CPM for the 128. You did a bunch of early stuff going back. Next to him, Joe Mishko, you did our VAX computers. You made it so we could work on stuff, right?
Yeah,
And
also worked on the Keithley,
okay.
doing the parametric testing at MOS. So.
All right.
Yep.
Next to him, Dave Esposito. He was one of our Calma guys who did chip layout. Anything you'd add? You were 6 layers back then. You're up to like 62 layers now.
It's what, 18 metals? We were at 3 micron
right.
transistors. I'm at 7 nanometer now. It's we were at 10,000 gates on a chip. It's millions now.
Very cool, very cool. Next to him is Headley Davis. He did the Commodore mouse. He also worked for the Evil Empire, the Xbox. He worked on the Xbox. Did all kinds of things on LCD. What else?
I used to work on scales. I knew this guy before he worked at Commodore. I went and got my first job out of college, and I learned the fine art of lab pranks from this gentleman right here. We tortured those guys.
So yeah, we'll be talking about those. So next to him, Dave Haney. Dave Haney. Woo! Amiga C128 TED. Definitely not worthy. So what have I missed? You did 10 years of stuff after I left, so I can't.
Well, after you left, I tried to make a Roku and Netflix back in the late '90s that didn't quite work out. We had the right ideas, we had the wrong decade. I built the world's most advanced RC controller for driving your cars around back in the early 2000s. I'm doing more radio stuff these days for like we did. My company did it's just retired, but we did the coach-to-coach radio system for the NFL. They just switched over to LTE this year, and they're not too happy about it, but they're losing their frequency, which is why they stopped using our radios.
I heard they were using Commodore 64s.
It was a little more sophisticated than that, a little bit more.
All right.
But anyway, yeah. So I'm still designing systems.
Cool,
Yeah.
cool. To his right is Kerry Sagety, who did the Amiga Genlock, which was very cool. Think about the days of computers where suddenly it talked to your TV set and video sources and everything. Kerry was our comedian of the hardware lab, far funnier than anybody else I know, and also an analog guru. So very cool to have you with us, Kerry.
Thanks, Bill. And I have some stories about you I'd like to share.
Yeah, I'm the storyteller. To his right, Benny Pruden. Benny goes back to, woo, Benny Pruden. There's Albert. All right, very good. So Benny goes back to Commodore cash registers.
Right.
Did everything dealing with disk drives. What else have you?
Floppy disk. Also, I did a disk controller for the C900.
Okay. Z8000 for the rest of you guys.
Okay. And I was in the advanced R&D group where I had lots of little hobby projects that never really saw the light of day, except for one.
Yes.
I went out with a team of people to buy Amiga.
Right. He purchased Amiga, or yeah, you were the team, the sandbox team we called you that bought the Amiga or found it.
Yeah.
So.
And Bob Russell was there too. Were you there?
No.
No, you didn't go?
No. You and I went on to work at Mars, and we had glamorous work on payphone stuff.
Oh,
you talk
yeah.
about high-tech shit. That was... You haven't lived till you sat up at New York Tel trying to figure out why this thing on 50 miles of cable resets. But you fixed it, an all-nighter, and it was up and running.
Thank you.
Yeah, Benny used to talk about what it was like to have an 8051 processor running in a Coke machine 200 yards down a dock in a thunderstorm.
Right.
Yeah. You know, and that's your environment that he had to make work.
Nice.
So to his right, Andy Finkel, who was head of the games group when I got there, and I only recently learned that you went on to become head of the Amiga software and everything. Tell us more real quick.
Yeah, I've been in software, Commodore, VIC-20, Commodore 64, TED, which was named +4 later, LCD machine, a little on the C128, not much. I worked with Benny and under Martin Shavilsky in special projects. I also helped coordinate the Amiga purchase because that's what Martin did.
Right.
And eventually went out to work on software at Amiga itself with my team when we got traded to engineering in some sort of weird deal. Nowadays, I work on wireless mesh networking with Dave Haney and Fred Bowen and a couple ex-Commodore people, as well as a whole bunch of people who didn't work at Commodore. And we are looking for people, by the way.
He keeps saying that.
Software guys, device drivers, Linux. keep us in mind.
Yeah. So to his right.
Now this is how, by the way, they're going to reimburse me for the trip.
So, to his right, Bob Russell. Bob, you're one of the original gangsters, both you and Neil to your right. What all did you work on? It's so hard to find out because Bob is so quiet about what he works on. You almost have to beat it out of him.
Well, when I got out there in '79 at the original Commodore in Santa Clara, which was the second building they had, I worked on the original PET stuff, trying to clean up the BASIC and stuff like that, fix all the bugs that Bill Gates left in the BASIC. And then I did the graphics for the 8032 and the new keyboard and stuff like that. So I go back to that era and worked on disk drives and debugged disk drives. And then all the rest of the good engineers went off to work on the toy computer. And we got this board with a bunch of chips on it from Al Charpentier and crew from MOS. And we're like, well, we're going to make a computer out of this. And you only need 4K of ROM, you know, that's plenty. You can put everything into that. So I ended up basically shepherding that through without, you know, visiting engineers on and off when they were working on the computer they really wanted to do. So I did the original 1001 in Japan, and I kept really good notes, so Andy could later on, I think you did a lot of the programmer's reference guide. And that was my key thing, because I knew I couldn't figure out how to do everything because I was totally out of ROM space. We didn't have enough RAM to do anything either in that computer. So worked on that. I'm the one, unfortunately, responsible also for the super slow disk drive interface.
We're going to be talking about that, yes.
So, and it got even slower when I did it in the 64 because some Japanese board people took off traces. So then I went out. I was one of the two guys that moved from Santa Clara originally to the MOS facility because we were too expensive, all us engineers, because we could walk across the street for $10,000 more. Jack was tired of losing people, and I was tired of having a new manager every time I showed up at the office because I went on vacation and they'd actually gone through 2 rotations of managers, so they had no idea who I was. So, but anyway, luckily, I fell in with Al Charpentier here, Bob Yanis with oversight from Charlie Winterball, and we got to do the computer we really wanted to do because we were kind of going, oh, business machine will do, and we couldn't go faster, and we couldn't do better graphics, and we got to do whatever we wanted. We pretty much got protected, and a lot of clever people. Hopefully I'm part of it. I did kind of the software and integration, figured out how to put in a little glue chip to hold it all together and how to modify the code from the VIC-20 so we could get it done in, what, 6 weeks? I think we worked on the chips longer than that because we weren't quite done and we were, quote, done. But so that's the Commodore 64 part. And then I went on and did a bunch of other things, started being the Z8000 business machine because I wanted us to go business and was part of us trying to purchase Zilog before basically Exxon snapped it up right when we had the deal. But we had a great deal on chips, so we tried the longest time to, that's why we had Z80s and that's why we had Z8000s in various computers.
Very cool.
Since then, I've done a lot of specialized projects. Always, after I left Commodore, I did a lot of really, really interesting tablets, touch sensitive, stuff with neural networks, that handwriting recognition, built at the DOS level because you had to be DOS compatible. Helped get Amiga. Had a fun time.
Very cool. So to his right, Neil Harris. Neil just gave a talk earlier. You were part of the original VIC-20 Commandos?
I was hired in January of 1981 as, I think, the 5th member of the commando team, and Andy was the 6th. He joined a month later. And I wrote the VIC-20 user manual and contributed to the reference guides for the VIC-20 and C64. I wrote a few cassette games, and if you remember the cassette 6-packs, I wrote the Blackjack game and the Slither and Super Slither, and helped with some other ones. Ended up running the Commodore magazine group for a while, the Commodore microcomputer and power play. Did a lot of sales support. And you can go watch my YouTube video and see the rest of what I was up to at Commodore. Left for Atari, so I know this is a Commodore panel, so I won't talk about that, but went to Atari, went to work at the Genie online service, went to Simutronics, an online game company. If anybody remembers Gemstone or Dragon Realms, online text-based fantasy role-playing games, we've got a player in the back. It's good. He helped put my kids through college. And now I'm at Amazon Web Services as of last month, so I still have no idea how it all works, but I'll figure it out. And I'm also on the City Council in Gaithersburg, Maryland, so I've become a little bit more diplomatic in my later years than they remember me back then.
Excellent, excellent. So to his right, Albert Charpentier, and I'm going to real quick gush on some hero worship here. Because I've told Mention Pedal that I wouldn't have had a career without them, but I wouldn't have had my career without you, because the Commodore 64 did what it did, opened the door, and a bunch of us walked through that door, so thank you very much. Albert Charpentier is the designer of the VIC-1, the VIC-2, the VIC-20 you did the initial design for, and you did the design on the Commodore 64 with Bob Yanis's assistance, right? I've got all that? Excellent. Round of applause for Albert Charpentier, everybody.
Thank you very much.
Yes. What have you been doing since?
Wow. What have I done? Well, I'll just real quickly. I mean, I started out at Commodore in 1974, and I was actually designing calculators, calculator chips. Then I did RAM chips, ROMs and RAMs. I did the ROM that actually went into the Atari Asteroids game for Atari a long time ago. That was the 64K, and I needed 32K, and there were 2 bank switches, and I put that in for Atari.
Bits, right?
Yes, bits, not bytes. No, it was 32K space in the 6502. But it was, yeah, funny. So yeah, they didn't have enough space for that, so we did that, and then my passion was video. Okay, how to control a TV set, and I love video games. And so that's what led me to do the VIC-20, or the VIC-1 chip, okay? And we wanted to sell that to game companies. Nobody would take us up on it, and even though it was a pretty cool chip. And Bob Yanis came in and said, gee, can I do my senior project on this, what you guys did? So he actually took that and took the board I had and put a little operating system in it and turned it into a computer. And then we showed that to Jack, and that was the toy computer that Bob was referring to.
No, the toy was something different.
Oh, was different?
Yours came, the toy was already in
oh, I didn't know that. Okay.
Super duper.
Oh, okay.
Faster clock and all types of stuff.
Okay.
Not
that one.
Not your economical stuff.
So anyway, that led to the VIC-20, and between that time, I really saw the problems with the VIC-1 chip and not being really powerful enough to do the kind of video games that I would like it to do. So that led to wanting to do the VIC-2. And that really then created a whole new product category with the sprites and things that I really said, wow, we could really do some really good damage with this thing. And by that time, though, the VIC-20 was starting to sell. And so it really transitioned to the next generation video game, to the next generation computer. And I think that's when you were involved with all of that.
Right.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
well, we were going to do the Max.
Right. Yes.
Was the game machine.
Right.
And,
Yeah. Yeah.
It was like, why just do a game machine?
Let's do a computer.
Yeah, let's
right.
do something better.
Yeah. So it was with me, you, Bob Yanis. There was about a team of about 8 of us in that group.
Yeah.
Jim,
We
Dave,
had, we
Mickey.
had one guy that supported Bob and me in the lab.
Right,
and
yeah.
We were busy cranking
Chips
up.
out, and Jim Redfield and Dave Diorio, yeah. But so it was a small team of guys that were all dedicated to seeing this thing through. And at the moment, you don't know what you're doing, and all you're doing is having fun and saying, I want to do this. We were driven, and it turned out, and here we are 40 years later, we're still celebrating with everybody in this team here. It was a fun run, and I really enjoyed it. But thank you for inviting me here.
Absolutely, absolutely. So, if I were to try and start at the beginning, who's been here the longest? Who worked on the PET? Anybody here? You.
I didn't work on the original. I was 1 year later.
All right.
I went to college with 3 of the engineers at Iowa State University, and I was an 80-80 guy, and those were 6502 dopes. But they hired me anyway. They invited me out the next year after the original PET came out, because at that time I became a computer engineer, and I ran the labs because there were no senior computer engineers. It was a new course, so I had PETs in front of me and PETs behind me in one of the labs I ran. And they brought me out to write test software, and it was the type of thing where I wrote a test program to test the PETs.
Right.
It was so tough, it was failing everything because it was finding all the chip flaws and design flaws and stuff like that. So basically production said, get this guy away from us. Let him write other software. And so kind of early on, my first time there was like a lot of debugging, like the new disk drives. And so I knew how to use the in-circuit emulation device, basically, that I can't remember what they called it at that point in time anymore, but
I don't.
it was quite sophisticated, discrete 6502 emulation that you could single step through, and it plugged into the chip socket for a 6502. So I got exposed to everything, and that's why when all the other guys went off to do the fancy computer, I got assigned this little thing that came from MOS who didn't know what they were talking about at all, but
we were the pariahs, right?
well, you did really good stuff when it worked.
That happens to push the envelope, right?
So in 1978, I took a job at Mr. Calculator selling PETs. And one of the first things we found was, you could plug in an edge connector on the back and plug it into a speaker and amplifier and do a few pokes and play sound through the 6522 chip. Well, we did that with every new computer that came from Commodore, because if the sound sounded terrible, then the 6522 was bad, and we use the chip puller and pull it out of the socket and plug in another one. So that was a slightly less sophisticated test than what Bob was doing, but we had to do that with every computer.
That's one of the chips they told me, don't quit testing that chip, it fails too many.
But we were sticklers, so we made sure that every computer that we sold at least had a good 6522, even if we had to plug several in before we got a good one.
The person that's not here with us today or anymore, Chuck Peddle, who he came from Motorola with an idea that became the 6502. Bill Mensch, Will Mathis, other people came with him. And then he's the father of the PET. I've got that part correct, right? Though I don't remember what PET stands for. Chuck told me, but
Personal electronic transaction.
Actor. Okay. So yeah, Chuck would
Right there on the front.
Right.
But I don't remember, because Chuck was funny. He was talking about pet rocks were a thing back then too. No, it's not the pet rock,
To this day, to the end of his life, Jack swears that it was because of the pet rock that they called it the PET, by the way.
Yeah,
Jack said
yeah, that's
the
part of
rest was made up later.
Right. So if we start kind of from the beginning, go ahead, Benny.
The cash register was a derivative of the PET.
Okay.
We cash register. And all of a sudden, we're the largest distributor in the United States. You're like, what's going on there? So they bought us and moved us to Dallas to productize it.
You were just talking earlier, one day suddenly Tramiel catches you and knows your name and everything and surprised the heck out of you? Or?
Oh, yeah. It was later when I was at MOS. I was working on what they called the cheap disk or the fast disk. And as I was walking through the door, he broke off from the conversation he was having. And I wasn't hardly anybody. And he goes, "Hi, Benny." He goes, "How's that fast disk coming?" A cheap disc. I think he called it the cheap
disc.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Jack's priorities, right?
But yeah, he loved engineers. But out of the cash register division, he fired everybody one day except for the engineers.
Right, right.
That was
So Albert, did he love engineers? Did he love you?
Oh, yeah. Well, he and I had a truce. I mean, we finally came to an agreement. There was one thing that he recognized is that if he let me alone, I would make him money.
Right.
Money is good. That was a good place to start, okay? Right. And I spent a lot of time with him from the VIC-20 years through the Commodore 64 at various shows and so forth. And he was an interesting character, as we all know. I mean, yes. And he would make it known. He would have we all heard of the Jack attacks, right? Where he'd yell at you at the, and. He fired the receptionist when he walked through the door. Right. Yeah. Right. Yeah. He was. My money, get out. He was tough a bit, but again, he did like engineers because of the fact it was something he recognized that was. If he allowed us to do what we had and really understood who were the people who were going to make it happen, he would give us free rein. And that's one of the things that you really hear. Oh, Jesus.
Okay, to set this shirt up, Jack had left and gone to Atari. And so we go to a CES show now with the guy who used to run us is now head of Atari. And Andy's brother Steve came up with this T-shirt. It was the days of Ghostbusters, Jackbusters. Didn't we get told not to wear our Jackbusters T-shirts? I think we were threatened at one time. Yes.
Oh, that's good. I like that.
But Bill, I did see a picture of you making nice with Jack when he was on his deathbed. I think he was on his last months. And you were teasing him at some show about whatever.
Oh, 25th anniversary of the C64, which is 15 years ago now, right? Wow. So, oh, you're talking about when I was going to take one for the team. I'll tell a story real quick. We're in the CES booth, and the phone rings. Remember landlines? In a booth, right? They cost like $1,000 a day. I answer the phone, and guys like, go over to the Atari booth and check out their printer. Well, we had a meeting where they said anybody going to the Atari booth is going to be fired. And it's like, and they almost said, even you, Bill Hurd. You know, they were looking at me. So I'm like, I don't think that'd be a good idea. And the guy it was a marketing guy, by the way. He got belligerent with me and said, do you know how I am? And I'm like, no, but okay, I'll go. So I walk over to the Atari booth, and down the step comes Jack Tramiel with Sig Hartman, Shiraz Shifty, Tom Brightman, all of these people. And I walked up and shook his hand and said, hey, ex-employee, good. It was the first time I talked with Jack. And as Fred Bowen put, as all these people were clustered around me, that's when you reach in and pull the pin on the grenade and take one for the team. Just 1 to 5, good ratio, right? So that's the story you were talking about? Okay, I got you. Yeah, you said deathbed. Of course, Dave Haney's got a video called Deathbed Vigil. I don't know if any of you have seen that.
It's free on YouTube now.
Oh, cool.
So you can Google that if you haven't seen it. That's a bunch of us are in it.
Yeah.
It was the last few days of Commodore Westchester.
Right. And the way I summarize people from Commodore is we're all a pretty sad group. We had the world in our pocket at one time, and it just kind of, the way it went wasn't the way we would have wanted. Everybody knows the name Apple because they're still around, but nobody knows who we are anymore. So we appreciate y'all having us here at the 40th anniversary. So the question, what's that? There you go. How many T-shirts did you bring with you?
So technically, I think Andy was the person that worked at Commodore the longest. Weren't you the person that worked at Commodore the longest of all of us?
Or Russell?
Well, probably Russell. I started in 81 and left in 91. So.
I'm trying to do the math. Hang on. Let's see. It's decimal.
But it's in Commodore years. That's like.
Yes, in Commodore. I had hair. That's how. Yes, that's the effect Commodore has on
hair.
Yeah, Commodore. Everything was so
Bill, who handed the
Commodore.
keys to QVC is what I want to know.
Say again?
Who handed the keys to QVC when they moved into that plant?
Yeah,
that was the worst day ever. The worst.
Yes. Yeah. I was gone by then, but yeah. What a sad feeling,
I just wanted to burn it at that point.
Yeah.
Being from Detroit, it comes naturally. That, when you don't see something you like, you burn it.
Yeah. Well, I used to work at Cooper Trauma Center in Camden. We had a thing called, what's the day before Halloween called?
Devil's
Viscous
Night.
Yeah. And they would set fire to all the buildings, and we'd take all the burn people in and stuff. Yeah. So before the, after the PET, I'm still trying to figure out the toy and the Ultramax. Who did those? What was the order? Where did they come from? Because Albert didn't remember the Ultramax, but he had an Ultramax mode in the C64, and I know that because I have an Ultramax mode in the C128, us and Dave did.
Yeah, I mean, basically the VIC era, VIC 1 and VIC 2, where we really got involved in the computer side of Commodore, because when Commodore bought MOS Technology, Chuck moved out to Santa Clara. Yeah. So that separated out the MOS division from the computer division in Santa Clara, right, which is where Bob started, okay? But then as we did the VIC 20, or the VIC 1 and turned that into the little computer we did, that's when the power shifted back, right, okay? And so, but I'm not aware, I mean, I thought that was the toy that you guys were referring to. I didn't know that.
The toy computer was a
TOI.
TOI, yeah, tool of idiots. that's what I called it, at least. They took all the good engineers, and that was going to be kind of an integrated computer that was more business oriented and used other people's chips like 6845 and things like that, and had like a real chips for things like serial bus and items like that. It was a lot more sophisticated, right, computer, and they were trying to get the 6502 to run at 2 megahertz in that. That was on their list. I don't know if they ever achieved it, because I showed up at a show in New York with the VIC 20 and, well, VIC 1001. Right. And that was all she wrote, because Jack understood how much the TOI computer was going to cost versus the VIC 1001, and that he wanted to sell a computer and scare the Japanese out of the US market so they wouldn't come over. And that was the whole reason for the VIC 1001, why it was first. It was to keep the Japanese from introducing computers in the US market. And he introduced the price kind of before he even knew much about the Japanese market or the US market. He just wanted to scare them to death so they wouldn't come in, and it worked.
You survived an incident with Jack Tramiel. You told me about one time, somebody had told you to countership a VIC-20. Do you remember the story?
Yeah, it was early computers. They would put you on the airplane to take them to places. And I was told by management not to get on the airplane, instead to ship it, and it didn't show up for whatever reason. And Jack Tramiel came and ripped me in his office for, I don't know, half an hour it felt like. And everybody was like positive I was fired. And I said, I'm sorry, Mr. Tramiel, and I'll never do that mistake again. I'll do exactly what you tell me to. Walked out, I was fine.
So yeah, the story I heard is he walked out and turned left instead of right to leave, to go out the door. He went back to his desk and everybody's like, he's still with us. And we called him the golden boy after that because he had this glow. And it was useful. You could say, well, Bob said that Jack said, and you could get away with almost anything because he had survived Jack.
Yeah, Bob was one of the first people I knew at Commodore who had one of the Jack I Win cards.
Jack what?
There was a card. It says Jack I Win. So in any argument with Bob, you could say, you know, you're arguing again, and he'd pull out his Jack I Win card and say, oh, sorry.
Oh, right.
And that's one reason we did cool stuff like the Commodore 64 is because it's like we're not going to go up against him.
Right. Right.
Yeah, that was true. I mean, because once you got Jack's ear, and you got his approval, it only took that one approval, and then you would always. I were going to counting, and they would say, well, I needed something done, and they would go, well, we got to go through process. I said, listen, I can call Jack now, or you can do it now. I have a JTI Win card.
Right.
And he would go, okay.
So you and I were talking, I would talk about things that were urban legends. And we had an urban legend that you guys had said, you had this VIC chip, and you couldn't sell, or nobody wanted to buy it, whichever one.
Nobody. Mattel, Coleco, nobody looked at it. It's
Yeah.
crazy.
And so you guys built a system to put it in and set it on, and the way we tell the urban legend is you set it here on the table. Tell us about that. What was that system and what
Yeah,
did
well,
it do?
as I said earlier, Jack, Bob Yanis took that as a project. I had a small computer working with 6502 that we're using as a demo for the game machine that we were trying to sell to people. And Bob took that. I was hiring him out of Villanova at the time.
Right.
And he did that. He took it and put a little operating system at his senior project. So when he's finished, it's May or June, he comes in and he has his senior project. So Charlie Winterbull, myself, we look at this thing and we go, wow, this is pretty cool. So Jack is coming in a couple of weeks later, and we present Jack with this computer that Bob did as his senior project, showing him that, you know, it can type and things like that. And that became the VIC-20, and Jack just went, I want that, we're going to do that.
Right.
And he called Chuck, and Chuck was pissed.
He was in charge of the. Chuck was in charge of the toy computer. That was his. He had a whole engineering group off in a separate building. And
he was not happy with me. Yeah. And so because Jack saw this as, wow, this is cheap, and this is something that can really do. And then they turned into the 1001 that started in Japan and then became the VIC-20 internationally. But it was the demise of the whole pet thing at that point. Yeah.
So how'd the 64 happen? Because I heard almost a similar story to that then.
Well, that was one where, okay, having no success at getting companies to buy chips, because I was in the chip division at the time. So my goal was to get silicon sold. And we had no success at the VIC-1 chip, even though during that time. So we started working on conceptually what a VIC-2 would be to make it a more powerful game machine. So during that time, I was working on the VIC-2 chip and moving that forward. That's when the VIC-20 exploded in sales. So it became clear that, all right, the right answer is take this new game machine and let's turn it into a really powerful computer. And that's when the team came together, because it sort of was just done. I mean, the fact was that we had shown that the VIC-20 could be useful, and Jack just let us run. I mean, it really just happened over the fact that, oh, we're going to do this, and we said to Jack we're going to do it, and he just said, keep going and go do it.
Right.
And
Make
that's
me
what
money.
happened. Go do it.
Yeah.
Question for Al. So someone had asked earlier, and they weren't able to ask you, can you elaborate on the aborted attempts between the VIC-1 and the VIC-2? They say the 6562 to 6564. These chips were aborted to interesting reasons. Do you remember anything about that?
Which ones again? 60?
The 6562 and the 6564. Something between the VIC-1 and the VIC-2.
Now, okay, there's really the VIC-1, okay, and then there were a couple of versions, because remember I had where it comes from is that the original VIC-2 chip was running off the color clock, 3.5 times 2, okay, so roughly 7. And it had, the problem with that is when you use the dot clock for the black and white and the same version of that clock for color, they bleed together, okay? So that was the original 6560, okay? And then what happened was that that only gave us about 36 characters on a line, I believe, and also had the shimmer. If you put ones and zeros next to each other, it would turn into a color. And you can see this actually on some of the Apple products, this bleed between there.
They call it color, yes.
Yeah. Yeah, that's their color, right?
Right, right.
So it really annoyed me that we had this. Now, so there's a couple little corollaries here. The first chip that we did came out of fab in November. It didn't work. We quickly debugged it, and using a micromanipulator with probes and so forth, we got that out to the fab. They worked over the Christmas vacation. We got that the very early January. CES was a few days later. It worked. And off to CES we go with this new chip. We're at that chip, and we're at CES, and I didn't like this shimmer problem that we were having. Not even a shimmer problem, but it was just this bleed between the color stuff. So I get back, and I make a change, Okay, and that became, I think, the 6562, the next version of the thing. And I went to an 8.1 megahertz clock in order to separate the black and white from the color. Well, I didn't know something. If you have two separate crystals, they're going to beat against each other. And when we plugged it in, it came out of fab, it had the shimmer in it. And it was unbearable. I mean, you couldn't make it work. It would just, the screen would just sit there like this because the dot clock and the color clock were not synchronized. So there's a gentleman, remember Bob Simon? I don't know if you remember him. Bob Simon was a guy that came out of Motorola that worked for their cable box division, and he knew about phase lock loops, which I didn't know about. Okay, so we put a phase lock loop in there, and we ran off of the clock so that the color clock and the dot clock, we actually eliminated one crystal. We created the dot clock out of the color clock, and then that became the final version that went into production.
Okay.
Okay. And I will tell the one thing that Jack was so mad at me for doing that because he said, you almost killed my company if you didn't get that to work.
Yeah, that's what you're saying. You're saying he was mad.
Oh, yeah, I got the Jack attack on that one.
So was some of that dot crawl the reason why the later Commodore computers had separate luminance and chrominance to the monitor to kind of spruce up?
Well, that was actually a decision earlier on because of the fact that NTSC was certainly, using it on a home TV was painful. And I always knew that having separate chrominance and luminance would actually create a better screen, but you needed a monitor to do that. Right. So that was actually an original part of the specification to put that in because, again, you wanted a better screen than what your home TV could do. So that was really an early on desire to have that. Okay.
So one of the things that I always think of with Commodore, the power we had, because we not only made the computer, we made the monitor. Well, the 64 did have a slight delay issue between the chroma and the luma. There was just a slight difference. And they fixed it in the monitor. So when you use a 1701 monitor, that's been tweaked to make a Commodore 64 look good. So, and why do that? Because we're Commodore, we can, you know? So, Benny, you talked about, I think it was you talked about a Tiger team at one time. Do you remember that?
No.
To fix like the sparkle on the 64?
Oh, that was a different issue.
Right, but I'm kind of leading into that. Were you a part of the Tiger team or?
No.
All right, well then I'll have to tell, but I thought it was you that told it to me. So after Albert's time, they got a team of people together to address things like sparkle. Does anybody else know this, or am I just making this up?
I know the sparkle problem. It was there.
Right.
When they heated up, it was a problem.
So one of the things they did was the sparkle, on a Commodore 64 screen, it's light blue characters on dark blue. And you would see these light blue sparkles all over the screen. So one of the things the Tiger team did was they made it so that in cells that didn't have a character, they would turn the foreground color to dark blue. So now it's still sparkling, but it's sparkling dark blue on dark blue. So and it was a typical Commodore fix. I mean, it was just, I loved it. Right? So go ahead, Neil.
So I'm curious about something. While I'm up here, I'm going to ask a question. So when we first got the VIC-20s to work on and create software as part of the launch team, we thought this is the hottest computer in the market because literally if you try to remove a cartridge from the back of the computer, you would burn the heck out of your hand. How did you guys fix that? It was really ridiculously hot, and what was done in order to cool it down?
You're talking about the VIC-20 or the 64?
The VIC-20.
So, but Bob Russell one day said to me, "Yeah, that was my fault." Is that true, Bob? No.
I've made too many mistakes.
So the answer, I don't know what was done to fix the VIC-20 heat problem. Does anybody else know what
Well, the VIC-20 always had the heat issue because we had to put that massive heat.
Didn't we start a fire?
Those actually were, I had to go do fire investigations, okay? And those almost always were people put the power supply underneath like full-length drapes to the floor. So they had no way to.
It was their own fault then.
Yeah, but it wasn't even the computer that caught fire. It was the power supplies that caught fire and burned the drapes. So, but no, it's like the original VIC-20 had just a little. Well, the board I got from Al and crew had a little heat sink, and it would rot off the board after you ran it for a couple days. So we put the super robust heatsink in, and the only place we had space where there was
Okay.
any ventilation in the case was where the cartridge came and went, and we put a great big 3-amp, regulator on that
or something,
thing.
yeah.
And so you could pretty much use any sloppy power supply that the Japanese or anybody wanted to send over, and it would regulate it. Well, however sloppy that power supply was, how much heat you generated.
Right.
And later on, I don't know how they solved it later on, because I was like, the 64, we had better solutions as far as power supplies. So.
Probably bought better power supply.
Let's talk about better power supply. Yeah.
Better external power supply.
All right, who here knows the story of the Commodore 64 supply, the potting that's inside? Y'all always ask me this every show. Who was there when they potted the Commodore 64 power supply? Bob, were you know?
I was there, but as long as it worked, that's all I cared and Jack cared. So.
Who came up with it? Was it Commodore Japan working with the vendor? That's what I always figured.
Yeah, it was when I left. When I left Commodore in September, it was moving out of the Santa Clara manufacturing facility over to Japan. Okay, and in Santa Clara, they weren't potting them. They were not potted at that point. So that happened in Japan when they took it over there and cleaned it up.
Okay. Yeah. And I tell people it's to hide our sins. We slow down the act of catching fire, but eventually it catches up to it. It still has to get to the final temperature, and now you're just drying out the capacitors and everything that go with it and everything. But so the short answer is we did it because it appeared to work good enough for us to keep selling computers.
Keep banging away at
Yeah, we had some reliability problems back in there. So. Does anybody have any stories about like their first 64 or the first time they saw a Commodore computer? I want to get you guys talking here a little bit. Go ahead, Kerry.
First time, I remember the tractor trailers full of them, the failed units, because you couldn't debug them fast enough. The first time I saw that, I thought, holy shit. And it was like, oh my God, what are we going to do with these? And there was a debug team for a while that was going to try and figure out what was wrong with them. And I think we just sent a Dewey pile and they ended up in the Atlantic Ocean. Do you know what happened to those? Because there was like 3 or 4 tractor trailer loads full of.
Okay, anybody else have the tractor trailer story? Otherwise, I'll tell it. So the Commodore culture was to ship it for Christmas. I mean, and we shipped and shipped and shipped. And I could tell you stories about where skids of broken units just disappeared probably into shipping to be shipped. So we shipped to make our numbers for Christmas. We shipped to the 18-wheelers in the parking lot. You remember the big fields of tractor trailers?
Oh, yeah.
And so we shipped them. They're still on the property, but we shipped them, right? Well, they go to open one of these one day, and it's empty. Well, the Commodore security guards had gone into business for themselves and were selling Commodore 64s on the open market. So
that's terrible.
my other story along those lines where the FBI because the FBI gets involved, right? The other one was the QA department was doing something where they were having units shipped to their house. And so that was their way of getting them out of circulation. Well, I had made a deal with the QA department. I would go down there and give them data books, and they would give me IEEE 488 cables for the disk drives. So I go whistling down there one day with my data books to give, and the place is empty. It's been cleared out, and it's like FBI around. And I'm just like, no, nothing. I'm not here to exchange goods with the QA department. So, who's got a story? I want to hear a story for somebody. Go ahead, Bane.
So one of my favorite stories was I had recently transferred from Dallas up to the MOS facility in Pennsylvania. And Bob Russell calls me into his office, and he's going to teach me about disk drive code. In particular, he had a little project he was working on that the 1540 floppy disk for the VIC-20 was not compatible with the Commodore 64. We had to slow down the clock so it was compatible. There was a 40 microsecond DMA that occurred that would stop the microprocessor period, and we had to use a software clocking mechanism. So we had to slow down the clock to, I think it was like 60 microseconds. Yeah. But Bob showed me exactly how to build this whole thing and how to back up the source code and make EPROMs for the production and stuff. So it was remarkably slowed down, but it worked. It was flawless the first time he typed, he built it, it worked and stuff. But from there, I went into Charlie Winable's office, who was my boss's boss's boss. who ran MOS technology. And I got on my hands and knees and begged him to not make us screw up the Commodore 64 because there was a fix that Bob explained that we could do.
Right.
The problem was with the 6522 and the 1541, the hardware shift register didn't work, or it had a glitch to it. And, but we could at least, when we were laying out the Commodore 64, it had 6526s that would work at the hardware shift register. And the fix was to wire or the bit bang port to the clock serial port. And eventually, we could change the software in the Commodore 64 and have a disk drive that ran 8 times faster. But you said it was Japan that laid out the board and missed the trace because they thought
They painted over the traces.
they took it off. They took the trace off because they thought there was 2 traces going to the same line, and it was.
Traces the same place. Two traces the same place did not fly with them, and they made so many boards that Jack wouldn't let me change it. And one of the reasons I gave Benny that code to finish is I was working on this 6526 variant of the floppy drive, and I was working with the lab guy. No.
Zimbicki?
Zimbicki. I was working with
Okay.
Dave, and Dave was one of these guys that magically cut boards using his children or something.
Yeah.
Because you'd say, oh, we need this mod or whatever, and they'd show up, and I'm not sure what slave labor was involved, but I had the board. I designed a mod to the original one so we could use that 6526 with the correct traces, and then when we weren't allowed to it, I was like so mad. I think I found the listing recently, but I'm pretty sure much I threw out the prototype boards because it was like.
Right, so the problem with the serial bus, so here's the answer to why is the serial bus slow, and then I want to ask Albert, Albert had a chance to fix it and was shot down too also, that's why I understand. But the 6526 was a hardware shift register, and why do a hardware shift register? We're Commodore, we make our own chips, we can do a hardware shift register. But we're also Commodore, we make our own chips, and we made the chip has a little problem. And that is, when it's an input, it's high impedance. When we flip it to an output, that glitch that they said would occur, and everything, not everything, but the serial bus would lock up. And so the story I heard, the urban legend I heard is Jack said, it'll be right here come Monday morning. It'll be fixed sitting here on my desk. Now, I don't know if that's true, but that was, you went in and fixed it in software, right?
Well, I think I had at least a week or two.
Okay, well, I heard weekend.
Because it's the type of thing where I went in and was talking to Bob Fairbairn, who was the guy working on that side of the software, and was like, it totally locks up. I can't do anything. And he's like, oh, it's that 6520. Well, you'd think you would have mentioned it before now.
Right.
So Jack shows up. It's like, we're going into production in 2 weeks or whatever it was. So I need the final ROMs. I need all this stuff, before we go into production. And that was why the slow serial bus came about, because I needed something that worked.
Right.
And I had to test it. I was the only guy working there on the VIC-20 at that point in time. So that's why it came up, and we had the beautiful opportunity to fix it. And
blew it. We were our own worst enemy.
So bad. That was so frustrating, wasn't it? Oh, that was
so
such a slow drive. It was really frustrating.
But you were doing a fast disk drive interface, correct?
I wanted to work on one, yes.
Okay.
Because that was one of the things we wanted to put in a chip because of the fact that I recognized that a slow disk is a really bad idea for a computer.
Even though the cassette deck works really well, a slow disk is still a bad idea.
It's really a problem. And the fact is that the Apple was around, and then they had the faster disk on the Apple that I really wanted to get that level of capability into the Commodore thing. But with these disk drives that we had and the boards, that was shot down. We were not allowed to do that one.
So yeah, Charlie.
Who shot you down? Who outranked you in the company that could shoot you down?
It was actually, I never got the full story who shot that down, whether it was somebody in manufacturing and all these disk drives. The story I got was that they had a ton of disk drives that they had built for the VIC-20, and they were sitting in a warehouse. And they weren't going to let me change them because of the fact that they had to get rid of these other drives. And if we do this new drive, then all this stuff is going to go in the toilet. Okay,
Right.
so that was the excuse I had. I never really got the real story as to whether that was the truth or not, but that's what filtered down to me.
Okay.
Because wasn't sure if it was a marketing issue or it was an inventory issue. I never really was able to separate.
Well, the same thing happened to me because Charlie Venable agreed to let me work on a fast disk. It would plug into the cartridge slot.
Yeah.
It was much cheaper. Jack called it the cheap disk, but other people called it the fast disk.
Right.
And I got the prototype working, and it was much faster by having it plug into the cartridge slot, but it got killed.
Yeah, and it was odd that, I mean, that was one of the things that was a cultural problem is that I think most of us around here recognize that, gee, we're building a computer that we wanted to be a better computer, and there was a group that sort of didn't understand that having a faster disk would make it a better computer. Yeah, it was kind of frustrating from that perspective, but I mean, yeah, so it's just an odd thing that I never understood who was behind that. I mean, I almost felt like it was Chuck Peddle making it so it wouldn't go.
Making himself known through Jack, yeah.
But, you know, so that was one of the things that happened, but, you know, we sold how many, 27 million of them?
Right,
Yeah,
right.
so it wasn't so bad.
Yeah, go ahead, Dave.
I was going to say that the fast disk and slow disk things just kept repeating too, because there was a fast disk for the +4 that was never finished, never productized.
It was finished, never sold.
And just to make things even, we had a slow disk for the Amiga 4000.
Okay.
So the normal Amiga 4000 880K disk was controlled by Paula, and it was done with a full track reads and writes and blitter decoding and everything. And for the 4000, we still had the same Paula chip and still had the same disk speed. So some magicians in Japan came up with a drive we had asked for that would run at half speed. so it would do twice the density, but no faster. So the effect was, of course, that it was slower. And so I didn't know who knew that Amigas also had a slower disk. But yeah, I guess it was just a Commodore tradition.
Yeah.
That was a good one.
Yeah, you heard it here from me. Yeah, Apple did us. They beat us on that one.
Yeah.
So now I'm going to pick on Dave Esposito here a bit. Yeah, man. Did you work there at the same time as Albert?
Al hired me.
Okay. That's what I said.
I can remember my interview. I thought I was coming in to do PC boards. Al introduced me to Mike Angelina. He's no longer with us. Mike's doing the interview, and he takes me into the room. I see the 3 layout tables pushed together and this huge drawing on the table. And I just stopped the interview, and I said, Mike, I said, this is crazy. I said, I've done PC boards in school on paper, you know, vellum. I said, this is an ink drawing, you know, it's huge. And he goes, that's what you're here for. We're going to teach you. So we continue on. I go back into the camera room, and I see this plotter starting to print out. And he goes, I said, you didn't draw that. He goes, you're learning already. Needless to say, I got the job. 41 years later, I'm still doing layout. But yeah, I learned a lot from Mike, obviously. He was very good. He told me himself. He did. He said he was the best.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Yeah, and that plotter, they would move it to, if you were unfortunate enough to sit near the plotter, it'd be like,
yeah. That's all you ever heard.
Yeah.
And then, of course, it would run out of ink.
I was just getting ready to say.
So our ink budget must have been crazy because we never wanted to reuse the ink pens. They were just, you know, little 3-inch, you drop them in, but you always wanted to put a new one in. Yeah. You didn't want to get halfway through. You can't reprint it. It's never going to register it itself. Yeah, everything would be off. And that's how we used to check. I mean, now everything's digital. It's online. It's crazy how many. I can run 10 million gates through DRC in 20 minutes.
DRC, what's that?
And back then it was asses and elbows, is what we called it. We'd do the printout, the one I saw during the interview. We'd literally, someone would be up on the table, leaned over, ass in the air, elbows down, tracing out gates. and someone else would be looking at the schematic. Yep, okay, next.
Call it out. Yeah,
And-
call and check.
Exactly, and that's how we did DRC, LVS. And,
Right,
yeah,
right.
Yeah, by hand.
By hand.
That's right.
So I had heard that you all would kick off your shoes and crawl up on light tables, and somebody's like, you can't be on a light table,
No,
it
it was
would
the
break."
drafting tables. They were
Yeah.
not the light table.
Yeah.
No, the light table was for playing pinochle.
Okay.
We would play pinochle at lunchtime, and it was a big light table.
Now, how'd you do your data entry when you first, so as we're saying, this is a day when it's all, I don't want to call it manual, but it feels
It
manual.
was manual.
Yeah.
No, it was.
man.
So when I
90.
first started, yeah, nothing was 100% on the computer. First of all, the CalMA stations were expensive.
Yes, very.
So what they had was they had two GDS1 systems, which were just green
Data
phosphorus
generals.
screens. Yeah, and then we had two color stations and a digitizer, big light table. Anyway, so yeah, I was taught, we're drawing them on gridded Mylar.
Well, yeah.
And then one cell at a time. These days I got millions of cells in libraries, and they would take it in the other room. Someone would digitize it in. They'd have that in the computer. You put a bunch of these together, and boom, now you have a data path.
Right.
It was one cell at a time, but yeah, they were done by hand.
And you were using the big plotter off to the side and then went to tablets, or how'd that?
Well, one person was using the digitizer, but yeah. So in other words, we would do it by hand. You'd take it into the back room, and at the time it was Jackie. She was digitizing stuff in. Eventually, we could all digitize in, and then even after that, we started actually doing the layouts on the screen, I mean, at the station, but at the time, the machines were very slow. I mean, very slow.
Right.
But yeah, it was possible. And then, of course, we moved on to the VAX system. Things, well, incrementally, they got faster and faster, so you're able to do bigger chips, more. And then, of course, DRC became, ECAD, I think it was.
Right, right.
Dracula.
We built better computers to make better CAD.
Exactly, exactly. It's, self-perpetuating. I get it.
So I was going to say, we got VAXs then. You just pointed at Joe Mishko. Joe was the system administrator of our VAXs, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. You're who
I took care of the PDPs. I took care of the VAXs, the Apollos, all of, and eventually the Sun workstations and thus and such. What Bill learned is a VAX 8650 is probably the best hair dryer that could possibly exist.
I had long hair.
Bill would, I'd come in the morning, right? I was an early riser, would be out in there in the morning. Bill's in the bathroom splashing water all over saying, "Do I stink, Joe? My girl, and your girlfriend used to come and steal you because you would never go home." Right. So I taught him about the VAX 8650 hairdryer. It works worked really well.
Why did we have to reboot the hairdryer every day at lunch?
Basically because it really was not as great of a machine as.
Okay. The file got scattered or something.
No,
what
ended up happening is it was resource leaks because there were always memory issues that would come up.
Do you remember the air conditioner fiasco?
You mean the flooding of the air conditioning system?
I think they found an air conditioner sitting outside in the junk pile and thought they'd put it in first, and found out that it was sitting in the junk pile for a reason, and they had to buy a real air conditioner.
That's right. We had two air conditioning units in the computer room.
Right.
And you actually recognized that you could go over top of the door or underneath the floor if you had to get in and bounce the VAXs, in the evenings. And he would do that. I mean, he'd say, had to do it.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, I have a Headley story. I'm going to pick on you, Headley, and then I'll give you a chance to pick on me back if you want. So one night I go in, and the locked door to the VAX area where you guys kept all the management terminal stuff, the door is laying on the floor. And I look in there, and in this red dim glow,
out of adventure, and we did our group meeting, and I sat there and said, I got this printout of Adventure, we can type it in. And the boss was like, no. and forbade us from touching it at work. And then 2 days later, the boss calls me into his office, and he's like, hey, you touched this. And he calls up Pip on this PDP 1123, and it had fingered me. It said I had touched the file, and I had no explanation. And it turns out it was him, and good for him. No. He went in and told the boss and said, no, man, it was me, it wasn't him, so that was cool. but I have no recollection of the story.
You had tapped out the hinges of the door.
Yeah, that's what I was just gonna talk about. I don't remember who discovered that the hinges were on the outside, on the wrong side.
Headley discovered that. Yes,
and
whether he remembers it or not.
knock the pins in the hinges out and take the door off if you wanted to get into the computer room.
So there it's laying there like just boom, and you hear coming out, and there's Headley. Like, I don't even think you had your shirt on. You're just in there at the computer at like 3 a.m. It was like,
I was happy.
He was. He was in his happy space. It's
You didn't feel like climbing over the wall?
No.
So Bill lived at work for a while.
What's that?
You had an air mattress under your desk.
My record was 11 days without leaving. But
Yeah.
I took showers. That made me different than some of the other people that stayed. Yeah, because Joe would tell me if I smelled bad, and then I would like react. But I would actually have to. They would turn off the hot water at night, and I would have to get my bin and go over to the vice president's coffee machine and fill it with hot water from the coffee machine. And I would go do it. And you did not want to walk in the bathroom at 6 a.m. because I really was in there like, cleaning myself out of the sink.
Absolutely. We used to take bets as to whether George Robbins or you would go home first. George actually lived.
He lived there, though.
He lived under his desk when they took his driver's license away. He would ride his bicycle, stay the week, and then ride home. I took him home once because I felt really, really sorry for him. And George lived in a train station.
Yes.
And on the first floor of the train station were all of those Exxon Unix Z9000 machines, and it was everywhere. And he just would sell them, and
little Unix machines to take over the world.
That's exactly right. That's what his intention was.
So we have ultimately got a photostatic plotter. And we were in hog heaven for a while, as opposed to the pen plotter. And we had to learn the hard way. The plot would come out first all skewed. We had to learn to set the paper out so that the humidity would get to it and everything, because it was drying out as it was plotting and it would stretch. So one night, and I used to preach, don't mess with stuff you shouldn't be messing with. So one night, I broke my own rule. We ran out of red ink in the photostatic plotter, and these inks are just, these are indelible inks. So I went to do something with the red ink tube to either change it or something, and the tube popped off, and it's pulsing red ink like it's bleeding, right? And this stuff's going everywhere. And it gets on my jeans, and it gets on my hands, and I track it down the hallway to the bathroom, stain the sink with this red ink. Everybody comes in the next day and thinks somebody got seriously injured on the job or killed, and they start going, "Where's Bill?" So, and I had to say, yes, I messed with the plotter.
That last bird bath was tough, wasn't it?
Yeah. And the sink, I didn't know you could stain porcelain like that. Who's got a story? Anybody want to jump in with one?
I have a personal story, Bill. I came in one morning, and I wasn't part of the development of the 64, and I came in towards the end of the 128 before they shipped me out to Los Gatos to work on the Amiga. Bill was sitting at a prototype board with one scope channel, and he's flailing his hands, cursing like a madman, and he's tired. Right now, you've got to admit, this guy is a role model for everybody that worked there. It's the commitment. If you haven't gotten his book, you should read it. I'll give you a selfish plug for your book.
Thank you.
But he was on the wrong channel. I walked over to the scope, and he said, "I got this goddamn problem. I cannot find this." And you were working on memory share between Z80 and 6502, right? And the scope was on channel 2. And I said, "Bill, Lay down for a while.
Yes, yes. Yes, I think I did. I wasn't the only person who used my air mattress. I'd walk in the office and somebody'd be asleep in my own air mattress. So I'd be real quiet not to wake up the intruder in my office and whatnot. So we talked about George Robbins a bit ago, who was the other person that had long hair and also stayed there. Anybody want to tell George Robbins' story, or I'll tell the nesting story, or anybody got one? George did the A500, by the way. So he did, was that the first Amiga? Do we call that the first Amiga? No? I don't know my Amiga.
Amiga, yeah. Oh, the Amiga 1000 was the first Amiga.
Okay.
That was the one that was largely
That was done
designed
by
out in Los Gatos.
Okay.
Yeah, Dave Needle. In fact, when we were doing the C128, Dave Needle was out in Westchester, and he came by to look at the C128 board. I was like working with the 64,000 station or something. He comes by and I'm like, hi, and he's like, I want to see what components you're using, because so they were doing the last Amiga motherboard. They wanted to make sure we were using, that they were up to par on Commodore production or whatever. Just so. But yeah, but the 500 was the second one, and the first one done in Westchester.
Right. That's why I thought it was the first one. Yeah,
that was the one where the Bob Welland and George Robbins had come up with this idea of sucking all the fat into Agnes.
Okay.
Which was there were buffers and buffers and PLDs, PALs around the main chip that dealt with moving the CPU bus across the to the chip bus.
Okay.
And it was fairly expensive just because PALs were expensive, and they actually had two solutions. They had done the Fat Agnes, but they were concerned about the size of the chip. That was always one of the biggest chips we had anyway. So we had a second chip they were just called the Fat chip in mind, which was just a big glue chip that would have replaced, which would have been a standalone chip had Fat Agnes not worked.
Okay.
But that was the whole idea of making an Amiga that Commodore understood.
Okay.
That could sell at those kind of prices too, and that was just a piece of it. I mean, Jeff Porter did crazy stuff with getting prices lowered on floppy drives, getting prices lowered on power supplies, the whole 9 yards. There was every single piece that was cost optimized.
So George was the other one that stayed there long hours, and whereas I slept on an air mattress, George would sleep in a pile of bubble wrap under his desk. And you'd go looking for George, and you'd see this bubble wrap with like an ankle sticking out of it, and you'd know you'd found him. And then later he'd be walking around, and he'd have all these little red circles all over his face from the bubble wrap. And so you knew he had just woken up.
George also would not go to any meetings in the morning. The rule was, if you were going to schedule any time with George, it had to be in the afternoon, because he would work all through the night into the dark. And then when the sun would come up, just like a vampire, he would go hide under his desk in the bubble wrap.
Yeah.
And at some point, George had actually optimized this, where he built with the Herman Miller partitions. He built sort of a separate area that could be darkened, and that became an even better nest.
Right.
That was with the door too.
Yeah, that was with the door too. So he had something hanging over the top or whatever, so even light didn't come in. Yeah, so you could look in his office, and even under the desk, you wouldn't see him because he'd be off in that room with the door shut.
He'd be behind me.
But he was really committed.
There's one more thing with George. We had one of the computers, CBM VAX, which was not under the control of the system administrator. That was George's thing, and it was running Unix. And Commodore didn't know it, but it was one of the main backbones between the U.S. and Europe. And George did that behind the back of nobody knew why the phone bills were so high, except for George. But it was carrying massive traffic at that time. And if anyone knows about that internet emulator, there's an emulator of the internet at that time, which is still floating around. You can run it on your browser. George is still logged in.
Wow.
And you can actually chat with
That's
him.
spooky.
Yeah, it definitely is, seeing his name there.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely one of our lost brothers.
George also taught me the whole A500 design. When I was originally maybe going to take over the A500 because George had been the high-end guy. He had been doing the Commodore 900/C8000, and I was the remaining senior C128 guy after Bill left. And he sat down with me and taught me we went through the whole thing together, and then and basically he didn't want to give up the 500 because that was his baby. So I ended up taking over the 2000, having almost no idea what I was doing at that point. And he was there the whole time, answering questions, helping me through. We sat down and, like I mentioned before, we came up with the video slot just to make to offer some additional stuff you might be able to plug into the machine.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Kerry Sagety is I think of you as a broadcast engineer or an analog guru. NTSC, what's NTSC stand for?
They were the same color twice or something.
Yeah. And so Kerry did the Genlock for the Amiga. Now, so that would have been the 1000 that you did that on, or
It was some version of it. We worked on Agnes, Daphne, and Paula. And I remember you talk about unrolling those sheets of the chip. And much like you, we did an all-nighter once because we were coming up on a show. And of course, we wanted to have the chips out there. And we got a wouldn't it be nice speech from Jay Miner, who at that time was running Amiga. Now, just a little history, Jay Miner designed all the Atari chips. It was such an honor to meet him. But we're looking at this big raster generator, whatever it was, and we're figuring out where can I put in the color frequency of 3.58 megahertz? Where can I force a reset of the horizontal scan?
Right.
Where can I force a reset of the vertical interval? And we kind of redesigned. I forget which chip it was. Which did the timing?
That was Agnes.
Agnes.
Yeah.
And it took like 2 days, and it popped out, and the damn thing worked. But until you could get in there and really do those kind of handles into the system, Genlock didn't have a prayer. And Bill, I worked on the C64 trying to get that to Genlock.
Tell him.
And we talked about the clocks, right? It's nice if the clocks are all synchronous.
Yes. It helps.
Fun things like dot crawl and,
Yeah, it helps a lot. I learned that lesson.
Yeah.
Well, Bill, you took, after I left, you took over the next generation of the VIC chip. Really, we made it into a 48 pin. And how did that happen?
Jack Tramiel left. That was how it started. After the +4, and the Amiga was coming, but there was this time where we didn't have anything for CES, and I got with Fred Bowen. That's how it started, and we started working on something, and we said let's make it C64 compatible. We had taken a ribbing on the +4 for incompatibility. And I was like, I had a woman tell me, it's like, I wrote software for over like 9 months and it won't run on your new computer. And my thought was, if we can give that back to the community, if we can give them more C64 compatibility on the next one, support the people that supported us, right? So that's kind of was the idea behind it. And we had something brand new to us. We had 48-pin chips that Dalbert didn't have.
They didn't exist.
No.
I love that 48 pins.
So when we said, hey, we have this 48 pins we can put in, we put the VIC chip in there and we started making it do 2 megahertz mode. We added as much to it as we could without busting the die. We just did it around the edges of it. Right. And the reason why the 128 came to exist is nobody stopped us.
Yeah, that was the best thing about Commodore at the time.
Right.
Is that if you started on something, as long as you flew under the radar, and when it finally bubbled up, it was good enough, then it would go. But I mean, you had that freedom, and that was one of the things that I think made Commodore really fun to work at.
Yes.
You were at that level that you go, okay, I want to go do this. And if you had the push to do it, nobody really stood in your way. It didn't matter standing up and doing it. It was fun.
When we showed the 128, we were showing a 64 game, so it wasn't anything new. But the 64 is, color, light, sound, and we're showing a 128 doing it. It's half wire wrapped, And they're like, oh, this is great, let's build it and stuff. So, but all I'm doing is showing a 64 game. But it impressed management so much that they said keep going on
Go
it.
for it,
So,
right, yeah.
so
Got a lot of
then
it, yeah.
we didn't set out to put a Z80 in it. Z80 is another processor, right? We had a CPM cartridge that drew like 1.5 amps when you plugged it in the 64, which meant the supply got hotter and the voltage would get lower. And when you plugged it in a 128, we had 2 of these cartridges in R&D, and one didn't work. So I had a failure rate of 50%. One didn't work in the C128. I'm like, oh, this isn't going to work. So I didn't like the fact I had to support 1.5 amps. I didn't like the fact it didn't work. And we literally overnight said, let's move the Z80 out of the cartridge, put it on the board. We didn't tell management about it till the PC board was cut. And now the Z80, we even made the Z80 do something so you couldn't just take it out and have it still boot, right? So and people ask, why didn't you make it a DOS machine? I never even saw a DOS machine at this time, right? But I had these Z80 cartridges I had to make work, and these cartridges took 1 amp, more than 1 amp, but only 200 milliamps if I put it on the board, so CPM was born. How did you get involved in? Because Vaughn here then made CPM work on the C128.
Yeah.
The management did something right. They reached out to you guys and
what
got you
happened
involved.
was I was at Commodore working on miscellaneous projects. I think I initially was working for Bob. And one of the projects was they had this CPM cartridge for the 64. And I had implemented some CPM systems previous to that. So it was like, oh, and the problem was, and I'm get a little technical here, but the program space called the TPA was small. And the max you could get was 52K. And I think in Commodore it was more like 24 or 20. It was low. You could run small programs, but if you had a big program, it wouldn't run. So one of the early things I did, and I don't think it ever even got released to the public, but the drivers to make the video work, the drivers to make the keyboard work, all that stuff, the operating system was at the top, then the drivers came in, and then whatever was left was from the bottom up was your TPA. And Transit Program Area, that's what it's called. And so I had moved the code that makes all those things work, instead of doing it in Z80 code, instead of mapping the screen in the Z80 code, I moved it over to the other processor. It's like, why? It's got its own memory space, so why limit what CPM can do? It can do it over there. So I ended up moving stuff over, and I think I ended up getting up to around 48K. The best you could do was 52K. And I got up to about 48K, and I guess people there saw it, and they liked what they saw. So I was a consultant at the time, and I had gone to another assignment, and all of a sudden I get this phone call, and they wanted me to come back. Now, I lived up in Newtown area in Pennsylvania, and Commodore's way down in Westchester. It took me 1 hour and 15 minutes on my best days to get to work, and about the same to get home. And it's like, I don't want to do that again. It's like, that's a tough ride every day for months, and it was coming into the later part of the year, I think, when I got the call. And they said, well, would you work with us and help us get somebody else able to do this? You have more knowledge than anybody else here on what's going on in this thing, and can you come down? So I said, oh, I'll do that. I'll come down for a week or here, a couple days here and there. And they brought in, I came down with one guy, and I think they had another guy that I never really met. They brought in, and they finally got back to me and said, we've tried these other guys and nothing's working. What would it take to get you to do this? I said, well, if I don't have to come into the office every day, I'd be happy to work. I don't mind coming in when I need to, but I didn't want to be doing that drive every day. So that was the arrangement. I started working on it at home, and that was before. Nowadays, everybody telecommutes. Back then, it was unheard of. I mean, this was unheard of territory. Nobody could work from home. So I had a CPM system that I had designed at another company that was working at home, and it had 8-inch disk drives on it. So when I first started, I said, well, I didn't have a 1541 working, and I basically, the first thing I did was did a UART to my system And all the disk commands, I wrote BIOS so that if it wanted to block a disk, it would go over, it would transfer. Very similar to the way the 1541 works, much faster though. And so I got up the system within a couple days. I got a system up and running, and then I was off developing. So one of the problems that existed back in the beginning was there were hundreds of different CPM systems, and every single one of them had a different disk drive, and every one of those disk drives had a different format. Right. Some had 10 sectors, some had 11, some had 9, some had big sectors, some had little sectors, so then they would go to 23, and then they would, for speed, they would say, when you're writing, instead of going write one and then instantly write the next one, there was always this turnaround time to get things working. So what you start, different vendors tried to get their drive to be faster, was they would skip sectors. So, and some of them physically numbered them different, and some of them would actually just use the number, oh, we're on 1, the next write you do is gonna be to 4, and then the one after that will be to 7, and then the next one, you know, on, and then they would interleave it around the disk. So anyway, it got real crazy. So that was probably one of the hardest parts of the whole job, was just managing all the different disk drives. The video interface wasn't too bad. That, I got the video up. There was all kinds of, back then there was BT100 was a color terminal. Right. And so it had color commands, and we had color on our screen. So I implemented a VT100 emulation so we could do that kind of stuff. There was a number of different things that I had implemented and put in the BIOS, and because I had 2 processors, I could shift load to the alien. I'm like Bob. I started in the 8080 world and moved into the 6502 world. And the 6502 just never really cut it. But it was really, it was really a good, I don't want to do this, give it to him to do. And it saved so you could use that to save space in your code. And you could pass a function off. And oh, by the way, CPM had some things it was fast at. And the A60...
8563?
8563. I can never keep track of the numbers of the process.
So, well, and Vaughn didn't try and keep track of the rev number.
Oh.
So we had this 80-column chip for the C128. You may have heard of it. And so the way it worked is we're doing CPM now, but this was an opportunity because that meant we had 80-column code right away, WordStar would run, and we would, on day 1 of the C128, because of CPM, so now it's come full circle and we're going, we need CPM. Oh, now we need the 80-column chip to work, which that thing was just a bear. Unlike Albert, the engineer didn't understand its use in the system, right? So we went through a lot of revs of the chip, and it was heat sensitive. And so what this guy did here was he learned a trick. You had an R3 chip that he liked. It was his favorite one. And he would take the...
It worked.
He had a Mr. Popcorn hot air butter popcorn popper. He took the butter warmer dish out of it, would set an ice cube in it.
Perfect size for it.
And set it on the chip. And he would you get 20 minutes per ice cube.
Yeah, just have some ice cubes on the counter, and I'd run it for a while, and then I'd pop a new one in. When I start seeing the sparkle or the characters popping up in the wrong spot, and just because I figured this is something they're going to fix. It turned out it was a metastable data condition that the guys in Texas had. I don't think they ever heard of it. I don't think they knew what it was.
He did not try and fix metastability. Whenever you have 2 clocks, as Albert was
when
talking.
You have 2 clocks, they do this. And if you happen to hit it wrong, you don't have enough setup and hold time on your signal, and you get the wrong character gets latched in. It doesn't know if it should be a 1 or a 0 because it's not sure. And so you would get a wrong. It would misfire.
Right. So one of the other bugs, if you heard us yesterday talking about a Texan register, because the engineer was from Texas, and we learned that if you wrote the register twice in a row, it would work better. That metastability would have less. So we called it a Texan write. We forgot to tell him about it. all right? Meanwhile, we're on like Rev 6 or Rev 7 of this 8563, and he's back on Rev 3 where this bug doesn't even exist. As they revved this chip, bugs got worse, not better. That was our clue something was going on. Yeah, I just saw the face. Yes, it's supposed to get better every time. So we show up at CES show. Vaughn shows up, and he's like, well, I've been working on the R3 chip, and when we ran his code on the R5 or 6 or 7, whatever it was, it would leave characters behind, and it looked like the Matrix. And this is the 80s, and it's crying. The terminal looks like it's crying as it scrolls. It's leaving characters behind.
Oh, the way a screen scroll worked, because there's no such thing
As an
you had
interrupt?
to copy by software, not even DMA.
Right, no,
you
he didn't do that.
You had to physically, if you did a scroll, you had to take the top, the 23rd row and copy it down to the 24th. Take the 22nd row, copy it down to the 20. Anyway, you got what I'm saying.
It was
And you had to
256
do
bytes.
all of it, and so
Right.
those would have writes that didn't occur. So as you were rippling it down, you left garbage behind.
Yeah.
And
So it's the night of CES show. Suddenly, a third of the booth is dedicated to CPM.
Yeah.
And so we show Vaughn what's wrong. We say, we need a double write here. And Vaughn sits down. Vaughn did not have the computer with you to compile CPM, but he had a disk editor. So he sits down the night of
Commodore disk
CES,
editor.
a Commodore disk editor, figures out the new commands and uses a disk editor and writes them to the disk. And in place of, he couldn't make the code get bigger or smaller, and you had to re-hand calculate checksums, and the sectors were recorded backwards in addition to the other thing was backwards. So he had to do all this
But
by
if you
hand.
know all this stuff, you just map it out and you do it. So
You just do it. So Vaughn saves CES, basically.
the simple solution was this routine that was here that was this long needed to be this long. There wasn't enough space for it right there, but there was, at the end of the sector, there was some space that wasn't being used. So you put a jump instruction here and you put the code over here. You hand code in the new byte you need, but now you need to put it in the right spot, which just took a few minutes to figure out what the mapping, because you know what the mapping is, you just work out the mapping.
He makes
you put
it sound
in,
simple.
And then you do it was a simple checksum, not a CRC, which would have made it infinitely difficult.
Right.
So it was just summing up all the characters and putting the right number at the end, and so it probably took maybe 10, 15, maybe a half hour. But the first thing was understanding what the problem was, because
Right.
that week, at first, it was like, what's going on? Nobody,
Nobody
and then
told you.
Nobody told me, and then Bill looked at it and he goes, I know what that is. We need a Texan right.
Yeah.
And I go, what's a Texan right?
Oh, you haven't been around for a while, have you? Yeah.
And because I was busy churning on the CPM as Bill was fixing all these problems and fighting these problems, Bill was soldering wires onto the cap of the chip, and because that was connected to the substrate, and,
yes.
putting a different bias voltage on it to shift it so that they run at the right speed.
I grounded out the substrate, the number 1 notch?
Yes.
I soldered a wire to it to the ground pin, and I just grounded out the back bias generator, and the chip worked better by grounding the substrate.
Oh, geez.
And the chip designer was like, you did what to my chip? You'd have thought I had stolen this button.
I fixed it.
But it
Yeah.
works now.
And he's like mad at me because I'm abusing his chip that didn't work,
And if it shortened its life from 20 years down to a month, it was fine. We only needed to work for one weekend.
There was a lot of that, making it work for the show.
Well,
and
it was
then
true
fixing
Commodore
it after
fashion.
You're done.
And that's why I tell the Vaughn story. It was true Commodore soldier fashion. He just did it. As you hear him say, I just calculated it. It's not. And so, anybody got a story? I'm running out of. Yeah, Benny.
I got another story. So eventually I got into the advanced research group. Carrie was in that. Also, Bob, I think you were too. And you were in the advanced research group also. So after Jack Tramiel left and went to Atari, one of the things he did is he put down some money to this company, Amiga, to put an offer to buy them for 30 days to hold. And basically Jack was just kind of waiting for that to expire so he could, after he came on board, to try to get it for a lower price. In the meantime, they flew a lot of us out there to go evaluate this, like 2 days before this 30 days came up. And we flew out there as a team and looking at all of the 3 different chips, and we were just crazy about how good they were doing. We're thinking this is the next generation Commodore 64. And I don't know if you guys got anything to say about that trip we took out there to buy Amiga.
I gave a talk on that yesterday.
Yeah,
I
he did.
Yeah, the thing I had was that the head of engineering at that time said, go out and figure if there's anything worthwhile getting. And I called him back the first time I could reach a phone. Is don't let Jack get this for nothing. So.
Right. Anybody have an Amiga story?
I remember the first time Martin was, I think, the director of engineering.
Right.
And he said, Kerry, I need you to go out to Amiga. And he says, oh, by the way, it takes two suitcases. Really? I says, fill one with pads and pencils because the guys hadn't been paid in I don't know how long because they had run out of money. It was a perpetual problem in that company. And here's some money, here's some checks. So I took checks, I took pencils, I took pads, and they were so grateful when I got there because nobody had been paid in a month. And it was on a shoestring. And I don't know, how does that compare to when did you experience that?
Yeah, I experienced that. They were, well, the first time I went out, we were in negotiations with them, doing our due diligence. So they were actually, they saw the light at the end of the tunnel. They were really happy to see us.
Yes. Like the relief team is here, finally.
Yeah. And I guess, side of thing, the only thing that really impressed them and made them happy about being by Commodore, except for the money, was Jack Attack. They loved that game. They play that. They play that constantly. Maybe it was the title. I don't know, but
Which I thought Jeff Bruette had written, and Jeff corrected me. We purchased that game from somebody, the Jack Attack for the +4.
We got it from two kids in Canada. Yeah.
Oh, two kids. That's their name. Two kids from Canada, right?
Well, they were 17 at the time.
Right.
Yeah, but and we added new levels, and then we kept porting it to other machines.
They didn't
but yeah.
call it Jack Attack, right?
No, they did not.
Yeah, that would not work.
But we called it Jack Attack.
Yeah.
Yeah, we actually had a game on the market called.
That was the game.
Did we sell it or just demoed it?
No, we sold it.
Okay.
It was a popular game.
I have a cartridge in the box still. Said I found an unwrapped one in the stuff.
Wow.
For the C64, I think mine said. So.
I think I posted the original name and the level editor screens on in our Facebook group.
Right. So I wasn't around after the 128, but one of the machines that you guys came up with was the CD. What was it? The CD32. What was that thing called?
First was
who did the
CDTV.
CD32?
Well, first was CDTV, which was a Don Gilbreth, Gail Wellington production.
Okay.
Amiga-based, just with an integrated CD, meant to compete against Philips' CDI machine.
All right.
Carl Sassenrath did the advanced graphics. I ended up doing user interface, various things. But it was basically an Amiga with a CD-ROM.
Who did the hardware?
Don, oh, no. No, that was the drive. Remember the Don's engineer, Steve Kreckman?
No, I don't.
Okay, well, Steve Kreckman did the hardware design.
Okay. Yeah, please.
I want to tell a 3DO story.
He worked on the Xbox, by the way, too.
I worked
in addition to
I
Commodore.
worked at Commodore. I worked on the CD TV CR. I knew about CDs, and so I ended up going to work for 3DO. And 3DO had this terrible problem where Matsushita was selling the CD-ROMs, and they were paying $80 a piece, and they needed to do it for like $35 a piece, which I knew how to do, which is why they hired me. And we go and they're launching and they're still using the old drives and there's a problem and we get all this data and we hop on a plane and we go to Japan and we're sitting in this big conference room with the big projection screen and I'm showing the data about why the boots are taking twice as long and you're killing us here. And I take a break and I go to the men's room and in the men's room there's this wall of CD TVs, all this junk that they had built that was left over. So I had a little bit of a difficult time convincing them that I was legit because I had come from that world. And they're like, we lost a lot of money on this. And they were not happy, but anyways.
Oh, cool. Yeah, like I said, after my time. So, Jeff, any questions you can think of, or?
Hold on, there's one in for Al from on YouTube. What happened to the Brazilian PAL M VIC-2 chip? Was it canceled due to Brazilian market conditions?
Okay.
Due to heart attacks, I think, of trying to design the chip.
Well, I did the NTSC version and I did the PAL version, okay?
Okay.
And the CCAM was something that I did not do because it was not easy to put into the chip, and I think you ended up working on that.
Diorio.
Right? Yeah, Dave Diorio did.
Right.
Because I left right after right after the Commodore 64 went in production. I went and started my own company, but I left these guys with a little bit of work to do.
Yeah.
But you did the CCAM, right? Or did that? Dave Diorio.
Diorio,
Yeah.
right.
Yeah, so that basically, that had a lot of, from what I understand, that had a lot of hurdles that had to be overcome.
Yeah, strangeness.
Yeah,
yes.
yeah. I don't know the details of what created
Well,
that
I
problem.
think it was like wax on, wax off for Dave then, because he had forced him to climb so far into the VIC chip that when we went to do the 128, he was you then by that time.
Yeah,
He was
there
the
was a
go-to
lot to
guy.
learn in that thing.
Yeah, I don't want to say he learned
it was
everything,
about,
but yeah.
over the period from the VIC-1 to the VIC-2, I was a 3-year of video experience plus the other stuff I had. But
Right.
there was a lot to learn to get into that chip for that thing. But realistically, it was only going to be all the counting registers and had to go and change every one of those, make another version.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
But it was set up for
Why
that.
don't we take
Some questions? Yeah. Go-
Any questions?
I'm going
Oh,
to start.
Do we want to do a microphone? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to start. So,
Phil Donahue here, everybody.
okay.
Phil Donahue.
Who can has a story about the quote real reasons that Chuck Peddle died? There's all kinds of rumors. Not died. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. Chuck Peddle left Commodore. Like, there's rumors that the VIC-20 pissed him off because he wanted to go a different direction. It's the story I've heard. Is there something else that maybe you could say?
Okay, so I was one of the people Chuck asked to leave to go form the Victor Corporation with a lot of the original hardware engineers. Yeah, the VIC-20 really did tick him off because they had, like I said, they had a totally separate engineering building, whole team, all their own equipment that were working on the toy computer. And they really thought they were going to get permission to go ahead with that when we went to a New York meeting with basically investors / I'm not sure who all was there, board of directors type of thing. And so, and Jack immediately jumped on, let's go cheap, which is what he wanted. And he had a reason to go cheap, which was to knock out the Japanese. So the toy totally became a, afterthought. And so those engineers weren't happy that were with him, and they wanted to go do their own machine, basically. And, so I did go up and have sushi with him and the rest of them, and up in Scotts Valley, California. And, he was upset at how he'd been treated because he had some option stuff that didn't come through from Jack. Jack was always great at making promises, like he offered me his Ferrari if I worked for free for a year. So I really thought about how can I live for a year to get a Ferrari. So, I mean, he would make things and say like, I'll give you a dime or something like that. And I'm sure he had done that with Chuck on pet computers and stuff like that, where there was some type of, if this is successful, you'll get something out of it. And I'm sure he found some way of not paying. Yeah. He made offers like that to me, and I was like, yeah, I'd rather collect whatever you give me right now.
Didn't Chuck leave, go to either Atari or Mike? Where'd he go? And then he came back, and then he left again.
Well, he might have had some in between time because I'm not quite sure where he was when I first started there. He wasn't around,
right?
And I don't know if he was at MOS.
Yeah, he was at MOS until when Commodore bought MOS in the late 76, then Chuck moved out there in 77. Okay, so he was always part of that transition. He worked for Commodore, but then he was there, and then he started Victor. I don't know if there was a time from leaving Commodore.
He might have had something in between. So.
Yeah, This is me, I'm sorry.
My memory is he talked about doing something for, I want to say Atari or Apple. Oh, it was Apple. He did something. He worked for Apple for a while and then came
Oh,
back.
I didn't know that. Okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty
okay.
sure.
Okay, I did not know that.
All I know is he was back with the company by the time I did the VIC-20 because that I had to figure out how in the heck to make the cassette work.
Right.
And he had written all the cassette code and there was zero documentation in any of that code. So it was one of those things where he and I had to figure it out kind of at the same time. So
Yeah, that confirms another thing that's been said about the cassette code being, there's no documentation, so.
Yeah, that was Chuck's.
True.
Yeah, he was not good at documenting things.
I had heard he sat down with an oscilloscope and a terminal, and anytime a programmer sits down, not a programmer, but an engineer sits down programming with an oscilloscope.
That's scary.
Yeah.
So can I talk about the cassettes for a second? So we had done 2 6-packs of cassette-based software for the VIC-20, and Mike Tomczak said, okay, Neil, go find us a vendor that can produce them fast because we're getting a lot of orders and we can't make them fast enough. So I sent out copies of Commodore cassettes to a bunch of reproduction houses that did music, and they came back with samples. Then like nobody could get it working because we were doing square waves, and that's the opposite of what they're trying to do in music. So finally, I've had one vendor that could successfully get us cassettes that actually freaking worked. So we gave them the contract, and then they did a batch, and they sent them back, and like most of them didn't work at all. I didn't know if the samples they sent had been created on pets or what, but they kept batch after batch that they sent us didn't work, and I'm tearing my hair out, which is why I look like I do now. And finally, some sales guy said, look, we've got a bunch of orders for these. We're trying to make our numbers for the quarter. Ship them. And I'm like, I think 80% of these cassettes don't work at all. And they said, well, with the margins that we make, it doesn't matter. We'll still make a profit if we get 80% of them back. So we shipped them. I mean, the guy at the reproduction studio had a heart attack during all this. It was terrible. But whoever wrote that cassette code, Chuck Peddle, okay, he's no longer with us, so I can blame him. But I mean, it was not meant for mass reproduction, right?
So the company that Neil's talking about is Corey Sound. And we got the cassette routines actually working well, reliably, when we told them just fully saturate it. And that magically made the cassettes actually work.
All right, that was after I gave up and somebody else did it.
yeah, force that square wave.
Force that square wave. Give them enough data so that it works. The routines actually picked up the edge and loaded the data. But that's not something music people usually do on their tapes.
So on the other end of the timeline, does anybody know some interesting facts about why the C65 was considered and then dropped?
I wasn't there, so I'm not going to answer unless
It was
somebody
never
else was.
really considered. It was a passion project by one guy.
Right.
One guy who basically controlled every aspect of the C65. And it was never meant to be real.
So one guy, this is like good Commodore, one guy got Commodore to produce and engineer and build a couple hundred of these things, huh?
About 100, yeah.
It was busy work also, right?
Yeah, it was never meant to go anywhere except for this one guy. It was his life's work.
I would have loved to have worked at Commodore.
No, that's not really true. Come on. There was a system engineer on it. There was the chip guy. There was layout. There was a bunch of people that worked on that program.
Oh, yeah, I know. But it was only Bill. It was his.
Not me, Bill, some other Bill.
A different Bill.
Yeah, Bill Gardon, right?
Force of nature, Bill was.
So there's already so much published about how tough Tramiel was to work for, and yet also was the driving passion for the company. So when he left, and because it was so abrupt, did the rest of the management, that team that didn't escape with him, was there any outreach made to the engineering staff with the, look, we have products to ship and new plans, please don't leave, or any incentivizing? Because if the entire core leaves, the company, comes to a screeching halt. Was there any outreach like that?
I'd say the people that left were already thinking about leaving, you know, it was, I don't want to say us and them, but I don't have a good answer for that. Anybody else?
I work closely with a lot of the guys who left that were engineers, and we were very much, well, we'd been forced to use Zilog chips because originally we were going to buy Zilog until Exxon snatched them out from under us. But we had a great deal where we got chips super cheap, so we still had to use Zilog chips for future stuff. Well, most of the guys that left, and me included, wanted to do a 68,000 based computer because we felt that was more in nature, and we could never get the 6516 kicked off, which was what we really wanted to do, but nobody would ever go for it. So it wasn't necessarily that it was like a group left, but it was not necessarily the group that was doing the Commodore 128 that were working on the other computers. And in fact, like my group, which was the Z8000 at that point in time, based machines, you know, it was kind of like, yeah, it was bad, and they definitely wanted some people to come with them, but they didn't really necessarily need to outreach because a lot of people had enough of Jack, I think, in some respects by that time. And we also had totally different management that we saw day to day. Jack did not show up in your office at that point in time anymore and do a Jack attack. That was earlier on that would happen. So.
But wasn't the PC also, the IBM released a chiclet PC, and that was coming on, and people thought that was going to be the best thing ever?
The PC Junior?
Yeah. PC
Yeah,
Junior?
IBM PC Junior.
Right? I mean,
I have another question for you from YouTube. Were there any plans to do an IBM AT version of the Amiga side card?
I had none.
I guess not.
Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, yeah, I don't remember. We got the sidecar.
do you remember any of it?
Yeah, well, yeah, I think the sidecar itself was really an A1000 thing, and by the time, you know, by the time I think they had debugged the software that went with the sidecar, the A1000 was kind of in the rearview mirror. They were considering that as a, you know, that was something. There were a few people within the company at the high level who thought that was going to be important for business, but that's really where the A2000 came from. Is the A2000 was solving the PC problem in a better way than the sidecar did. And so once we, you know, in 86, 87, we were doing the A2000, you just needed a bridge card, and there were, you know, they had a couple different bridge cards over the years, but it was a simpler thing to do, and a lot of people who wanted to expand Amigas might have been a little interested in x86 compatibility, but that wasn't the only thing, and the sidecar kind of forced you into just having one add-on or maybe a skinny RAM card or something there. So it wasn't, you know, the 1000, unless you put on an expansion box, wasn't really, you know, wasn't quite what they really wanted when they were thinking of the sidecar. It just, you know, I think a lot of people thought it was kind of clumsy too. It's just, and you know, again, the software, you know, there was a lot of work done on the software even while the bridge card was a thing. It was a work in progress for quite a while, I think.
Okay, we have a question over there.
Yeah, so Bob, your name is all through the kernel source code for the CBM2 machines. Can you talk about that project? Because the hardware was all over the map. There seemed to be no consistency. Nobody knew what they were. Nobody seemed to know, even in the company, if they were going to sell them, or they sold some and then recalled them. Some were prototypes. So could you just talk about that project?
You're talking about what I call the P&B series? Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, that was the code that I was working on when I tried to get the Commodore 64 evolved basically out of it. So yeah, my fingerprints are all over that stuff. And I had a team of guys that were working for me by that time. I was able to find a few good hires out here that were doing software stuff. So, but I had done most of what was the kernel because I liked that concept of split, you know, having a separate operating environment, even though I couldn't do a real operating system. So the big thing was those were the Porsche design cases to be business machines. They're all about the hard drives. They were going to be sexy, you know, look like futuristic terminals and stuff like that. And we had the 6510 chip to do memory management, so we could go beyond the original memory.
So I dabbled in that. I did the page swapper for be able to run kernel code from another bank as well. And I also did the CPM port for that machine. There was an 8088 card for that where I did the BIOS mostly on the 6502, so it was nice and lightweight on the 8088 side. But there was a hardware problem with that board, and I don't know if it ever went anywhere. It was the board was interfering with, was too close to the 6510.
6510, yeah.
Yeah.
09, yeah, right.
6509?
Yeah, that's the one with.
So yeah, there's two boards stacked too close together, and they would interfere. Because I spent a week out at Digital Research trying to do a multitasking, multi-threaded version of it called CPM 83, and I finally hit a wall that it wouldn't work. But I did get CPM ported to it. I don't know what if they ever did to it. And I'm not sure if they ever published the bank swapping code I did also. That, you know, you could write kernel code in a different bank, and it would swap automatically down to the lower bank and then run the kernel code and then return back up. A lot of pushes and pops and things like that.
Was that BT Expert?
There's a what?
BT Expert? Was that the code you wrote?
Yeah, I think that was it, yeah.
Any more questions from the audience?
I might be messing up names, but I think the person, at least who's memorialized on this, might be on the panel, so it might be a good time to find out if anyone remembers the story. On the deathbed vigil, there is what I think it looks like an Amiga floppy drive that is shoved into a wall that someone put a frame around and named it. And if you put a frame around something and name on it, it must be a good story behind why it ended up in the wall.
Oh, yeah. Dave Haney and I worked on the A3000, and we spent a long time working on that product, and there was a day when we were just going to get the production unit out, but the boards came back, and we just had to validate that the boards were okay, that we hadn't messed up anything, and I was super careful on that program. Oh, yeah. I double-checked every net list. I tracked every change. I was just all over it. And so there couldn't possibly be anything wrong with it, but you still got to check. And so I build the unit up and I turn it on and things are kind of working, but the floppy doesn't work. I'm like, what the heck's going on? And so I spent a lot of time, you know, swapping out power supplies, swapping out Agnes, swapping out Paula. I mean, how can this even happen? The motherboard doesn't do any value add to the floppy functionality at all. And just, I spend all day on the thing, and I'm pulling my hair out, and I'm comparing a working system with a non-working system, and I'm drinking coffee, and I'm reading books, and it's like 2 o'clock in the morning, and it's still not working, and I gotta ship this, otherwise I'm dead. And then finally, the really small light bulb goes off, you know, the one that, just by virtue of the fact that it has emitted a single photon, it goes off and says, you know, try swapping the drive. And I swap the drive. And lo and behold, it's been this stupid, cheap drive holding me up for 12 hours, or 5 years of my lifespan, by the way. And I lost it, man. I took that thing and I just winged it across the room. I was trying to propel it into the next universe, but the wall stopped it. And you know, I went home. And then, you know, the next day, smartass Bryce Nesbitt comes in and he puts that frame around the thing. You know? and there it sat. And then he goes and does this video with it on there, right? And then I go to a job interview, and every job interview I go to, they're like, do you have anger management problems? Oh, it's so bad. So bad. So that's the story.
All right. Do you have another question over there? All right.
Can you tell us what happened to the DX64 versus the SX64? I saw at some point in time both existing, and yet the double drive never appeared.
Yeah, I'm going to piggyback on that. I heard the DX was just a rumor and never existed. What's the story?
Yeah, I don't think we actually did the DX. Maybe it was just something on a piece of paper written down, sold. But we did the SX, and it wasn't immensely popular because people just aren't that strong.
And if you've ever looked,
you can tell the SX owners though, because they have permanently imprinted in their hands these lines, because our case designer really liked lines at the time, hard plastic lines, and they went everywhere.
and having opened up an SX, I can't imagine fitting another drive in there unless they came up with some little mini duplex drive or something, because there's no room at all.
There was a low-profile drive that was smaller profile than that. It was made out of sheet metal, and they tried it earlier at Commodore, but it basically couldn't hold any tolerances, and they thought they were going to get something like that back again. So
Too cheap even for Commodore then.
Any more questions? Anybody?
What can you tell us about the partnership with HP that seemed to actually come to fruition for some IC fabrication, and there seemed to be some grand plans for software or graphics stuff that didn't really happen? Does anybody know anything about that?
For who? HP? What'd you call it?
Yeah, so when Commodore was building the Pandora chipset, what everyone calls AGA outside of Commodore, we had the new Lisa chip was done in CMOS, and Commodore had its own CMOS process, but it was 1.5 micron, and it was brand new, and it wasn't quite enough. So we were making Lisas using HP as a contract fab, which really wasn't a thing people did all that much back in those days. It's not like today where almost every chip company uses contract fabs. And that was, but HP was this gigantic company. There had been some discussions with HP kind of at the end, trying to interest them in using our graphics chips, particularly various graphics chips that didn't actually exist yet. They had some interest, but not enough interest to buy the company. I think the main thing they were trying to interest HP in was a chip design that hadn't really been built yet called Ombre. That was a totally reinvented chipset. It was actually just two chips. It wasn't Amiga compatible. It was kind of in the spirit of Amiga a little bit, but it had its own PA RISC processor on it. Dr. Ed Hepler, who was one of our chip designers, had designed his own PA RISC processor and then added 3D instructions on top of the regular PA RISC instructions. He chose PA RISC mostly because it was an easily extensible RISC instruction set. He didn't get any IP from HP on this. He just built it on his own. And I don't know how far along it was, because this was in 93, 94, when Commodore wasn't really building much of anything because we had no money left. In fact, we had a big empty negative black hole in the bank account, I guess. But that was as I understood it. They were very actively trying to find somebody to buy the company pretty much all of 94, and there were some discussions. I wasn't even involved in the discussions with HP. I think some of the people who stayed on after June in '94, when everyone retreated back to the MOS building, had at least been in on some of the meetings with other potential buyers. I was gone by then. I had left in June, so I wasn't really. I was in on some of the things that were being discussed within the company, but not on actually any of those meetings. And I'm not sure how seriously HP was interested, because I didn't hear it directly from them. I just heard that we were talking about it, and that's something that they were discussing. Was we had something that might have made a very good workstation graphics card at that time, even though it wasn't done. It was one in progress. It might have been an incentive for them to invest. I mean, we'd had other companies interested in licensing or OEMing. At one point, Sun Microsystems was interested in using Amiga 3000s with Unix as a low-end platform. Epson was interested in OEMing some of our stuff, but somehow they always managed to make those deals not happen.
Another question over here.
This is going to be in the weeds a bit, but since the fellow, I think his name is Dave, was also talking about fab and the process that Commodore had, it reminded me that the IEEE article on the 64 talked about the heat issues inside of the VIC-2, which everyone already has known about. And in fact, the person who was interviewed, or a person from Commodore, was saying, well, we have a new plastic that dissipates heat as well as a ceramic package, which I thought was, well, this is, Captain, we cannot change the laws of physics. But by the time the Amiga comes to Commodore and the masks were delivered, and you have to implement their design now on Commodore's process for manufacturing, and I've seen this over a couple of 1000s I've looked at, it alternates between which of two of the three. I haven't seen one with all three of the original chips done in ceramic packaging, as though the process was still being relearned or grown out because the complexity of the chips was greater than the VIC-2 had been relative to, say, even the original VIC. So was there that sort of thing going on? In other words, did Commodore have to grow up their manufacturing in order to accept the complexity of the Amiga's chips?
Well, the one thing we were doing, we only had, as Dave said, 1.5 micron process. When I started in '81, it was three microns. We went down to 1.5. But even after that, they were also doing optical shrinks. So you actually take the masks, you make them, and you shrink that mask, basically trying to make it a bit smaller and also making your gates smaller. But there was no, I mean, 1.5 I think is as low as we got.
Yeah.
At Commodore.
The only thing I can think of, Albert and I were just looking at each other, is there was a beryllium lead frame they came out with for the R6 or R7 VIC chip to extract the heat out through the leads. And so in a circuit, most of your heat leaves through the PC board in the first place. It's not really the part you see the top normally. So that may be what you're thinking of with the plastic. It's really about the conduction of the heat through the lead frames was my thought.
A different design on a lead frame would help that heat. But the original VIC, because of the fact that we had to have the high voltage supplies in it, and we're trying to run it at the 8 megahertz, which was pushing the limit, that's really where a lot of the thermal was.
And at my time, when you saw a ceramic package, sometimes that meant we bonded it ourselves at MOS. So that was like typically in the R&D cycles and the quick turn cycles, and then you'd wait the 6 weeks for Kyocera, I think we were using, to do the dip encapsulation for the plastic pack. So they would be more like production. So they had a longer lead time, is my memory.
Yeah, I mean, you know, as it was alluded to, is also the case that when, you know, versus the VIC-2 chip, the Amiga chips were being done in a more modern HMOS2 process, I guess, same as the C128 stuff. So it was, you know, it was smaller geometries, so heat wasn't not an issue, but it was less of an issue per transistor side.
Any more questions?
When you went from the Amiga 2000 to the 3000, what made you choose that form factor? Because the Amiga 2000 was like a large computer, had a lot of space inside. The Amiga 3000 seemed more like a Unix workstation and really didn't have as much. What was the thought process behind that?
I didn't like the 2000.
Nobody liked the 2000.
And so we tried flipping things around until we saw something that we liked, and we ran with it.
But why didn't you like it? But serious question.
Serious answer is, are you kidding me? It's ugly, right? You know, it's huge, it's big, it's a PC case. And how sucky is that we got our own computer company and we're building PC lookalikes? This is wrong on every level. And so the 3000, that thing, I'm proud of what we did there. And a bunch of us worked hard on it, and we made the machine that we wanted it to be. And I didn't mean to pick on you.
It's a valid point because we just didn't know.
Yeah. Well, and then they went back with the 4000 to, hey, we can buy these cases. And why would you do that?
It made no sense. We were engineering all of our flat cases to look like Commodore computers. Why not do that with them all? I mean, it was, the 3000, the 2000, it was nice big and you could put a video toaster in it. Of course, video toasters didn't exist when we built it. The only reason we really did, the only reason the 2000 went out that way is the case was designed in Germany, and they were the guys also doing the PC stuff for the most part, and when the project came to the U.S., it was in 85, 86, and I guess it was 86. And Commodore, we had not had a really good year. We didn't have a lot of extra people working on stuff. It was me with help from George Robbins doing the whole A2000 motherboard, and Terry Fisher, of course, doing layout. And we were doing a cost reduction. We weren't changing anything. None of us in Westchester liked the 2000. It was ugly. The stupid mouse and keyboard connector ran right past where the DRAM had to go. So it was, let's take the thing we're going to attach an antenna on and run it right past the noisiest possible part of the entire computer. I mean, there are just so many things about it that were ill-conceived. I understand what they were trying to do, but they didn't even try to make it look nice. Like, couldn't he have done something? So when the ball was back in the court where we could do what we wanted to do, we did what we wanted to do. And and there had been a call for something more compact that sat on your desk too. That was another thing. Is like not everybody was putting these things on the floor. And we also did ultimately have an A3000T that looked like a PC and you could put on the floor.
Right. Two regrets. Two regrets about that case. One, I screwed up and did not make sure a toaster fit in it. So that's one. And the other one was the zip RAM. I don't know if you remember that, but I'm sorry.
I heard some groaning out there.
Oh boy.
Hit a nerve? Hit a nerve.
And a good part of the problem is we were trying to do stuff in that system that we wasn't quite ready. What we really needed was to wait several years until you could get EDO DRAM on a DIMM or a SIM, but we had to choose between these stupid zips that were using our static column mode RAM, buying off-the-shelf SIMs, or coming up with our own SIMs, and that's the way we went. The zip. We messed up. It was the wrong decision. There were other things we could have done that were better, and they were solved on the A4000, I guess. Because they had to screw up all the other stuff on the A4000. So.
The good news is it was the kind of place where you can make decisions sometimes, not always, but making decisions and screwing up kind of go hand in hand sometimes. So.
VIC-20 memory map. Any funny stories why the video RAM moves when you expand 8K or more?
What was that?
VIC-20 memory map where you
Can you say it louder?
If you expand the VIC-20 more than 8K, the video RAM moves in the memory map.
Yeah. We didn't have that big an expansion card at that point in time. In fact, I had to fight to even get into memory expansion for that computer because that was thought to be totally unnecessary by the management. And
5K was too much. 5K is enough for anybody.
Exactly. Yeah, there were some flaws in there because I had only a part-time hardware engineer to work with me on the actual computer design. He was a good guy, but he was busy with the toy computer. So, yeah, there was some flaws in that when it came to hardware, but hey, it shipped.
Any more questions? Got one over here.
How come the CD32 was only sold in Europe, and did Commodore recognize the lack of success of early CD-based systems like the Philips CDI or Sega CD?
I don't think we really have an answer for that. We did recognize the failure of these early CD systems like the Philips, but by then there was too much momentum behind it. So it kept going. I have no idea why it wasn't a success in the US. Probably the lack of marketing. Yeah.
That's the problem with the Commodore, the marketing. Yeah.
Well, another problem was there's still a real crunch. CD32 was being done in '93, where Commodore had no money, so they couldn't make as many CD32s as they conceptually could have sold by about a factor of, they probably could have sold 3 times as many, even based on what it did. The idea was, I think, not so much to be like a Philips. It was supposed to be a game machine, right? Which was a little bit more along the lines of, Sega and others who had done game machines that were, I think, a little more successful than the living room computer, the thing that we tried to do with CDTV and CDT-VCR. At least that was, I didn't work on it. I was hanging out with the guys who did, and that seemed to be their focus.
Yeah, the lack of money was a definite issue back then. There were a whole bunch of chips that were held captive in the Philippines that Commodore could never get out because they wanted money. When I started working for this Chinese company, which was one of the people who ended up with Amiga technology, we actually bought those chips out of the Philippines because the Chinese had the money. So that was actually pretty good that these chips were stored for us later for the next generation.
So I actually have a question for the group. So by 1990, I was already not only out of Commodore, but out of Atari. And I had a little perspective. I was at Genie, and I flew out to Paris for an Amiga Developers Conference. And my goal at Genie was to try to get Commodore to do support on Genie instead of Bix. But I had a chance to meet whoever was the CEO at the time. I think it was Mehdi, maybe? Mehdi Ali. And I said, look, I'm puzzled about one thing. You guys make these great computers that are terrific.
Commodore.
There's a T-shirt. This was like a setup from Paris. I swear we did not rehearse this ahead of time. So I said, look, you guys, your computer is world-class at graphics. It's world-class at music. But yet your advertising is like competing against an IBM PC as a business machine. Why are you trying to do all things to all people instead of focusing on what you're good at? And his answer was, well, by God, we were once the #1 computer company in the world, and we're going to be #1 again, and we've got to do everything. So guys, you made great products over that period of time, and yet the company failed. Do you think it was a product of marketing, or does Andy have another? Before I go on, what else do you have in that bag? But I know you guys aren't marketing guys, but if you could tell the management back in 1990-ish to do something different, what would you have done differently? Who's going to answer that?
No, I wasn't there.
There's a whole bunch of things that were wrong.
Yeah. The Mehdi issue was, I think, our main problem. The people he brought in were just the wrong people for the company, and they took it down. So Commodore marketing was never that great, but Mehdi's team was even worse.
Right. Well, I do think.
But I guess from the software point of view, do you remember the software ads for the 64 software? Where they'd show a pile of cartridges and say, look, we have software.
Yeah, I mean, I think that a lot of Commodore was a function of what Jack Tramiel and his legacy that he left. He created an environment where there was the Santa Clara group, there was Japan, there was Texas, and there was Valley Forge. And we were competing against each other. Part of it was that Jack felt that if we had all these divisions competing with each other for resources, that someone would rise to the top with the best idea. Well, it was a reasonable solution, but still it created a lot of tension in the company. And on top of that, Jack was the one guy, all marketing flowed through him. He gave engineers a chance, as you can see from the commentary here, we all had a lot of freedom to do things. Marketing did not. It all ran through Jack. So there was that, he was the pivotal guy that said, okay, that's why he had I always used to comment about him saying, make it for the masses, not the classes. Well, you can see that in the product line that was developed early on. And when he left, there was no structural management business plans. Did anybody ever hear of a business plan at Commodore? Yeah. No. When I started companies, we did business plans because there was a reason for that. But that didn't exist because Jack had it all up here. So when he left, there was a total void that existed, and they tried to backfill that in. Right. And they brought in lots of different people, looking from afar, from my perspective, that never really understood how to take that next step. And I think that really was a problem, that Jack created a nice environment that was successful initially, but then it wasn't able to grow and it just kind of continued to fall. That's my perspective from the outside. Look inside and why I left, and then after looking back.
If I could just eulogize about the Amiga, I was given the opportunity to go to New York for the launch, and we were at Lincoln Center. Andy Warhol came in with Deborah Harry. We did the painting. We did a ton of commercials for the Super Bowl while I was there. That had so much momentum and no marketing behind it. So that was actually a great machine. If you look at it today, what it can do, it's amazing. What do you? Yeah, I mean.
Wait a second. Bill, we didn't prepare this. How is this happening? Every time there's a comment, he has a T-shirt to answer.
His wardrobe is gone now at home. This is it. Where are you moving to from here?
Wait, we got to see what the next T-shirt is. We got to see the future.
But to answer your question, it was a lack of marketing, really, and lack of follow-through on momentum. And the 64 and the VIC were the right product at the right time, and they kind of sold themselves. You could go to Costco and all the discount houses, and everybody wanted it. It was a rising thing. And with the Amiga, it became more of a sell. You had to prove to people, why is this useful?
And you couldn't do that at Kmart.
No.
Exactly. And that was the problem, was that transition.
Yeah, after Jack left, there was a transition from selling in Kmart, and they tried to market the Amiga in dealerships. And so there was a big layoff in engineering at that time. And I said, put my name on the list while you still have money, because the marketing team just didn't have it together for what they want to do with the Amiga. That's my opinion. And you can fight me on that if you want, but
Yeah, well, they bought a company without having a plan. Mm-hmm. You know, and that's really, I mean, that's what I say, that plan didn't exist, again, because Jack wasn't there. But yet, I thought it was a good acquisition looking from the outside in at the time. But then there was no follow-through, and that marketing really did mess that up.
in my opinion, it should have really been the next home computer. That's what it was designed for. It was designed to be the next home computer, not a business machine.
Yes, and because that's what they established as a niche that they owned, and
I mean, the thing was, it did become, in reality, the next home computer when A500 came out 2 years after the, well, not even quite 2 years after the A1000, and that was, I mean, the A1000 got, you know, other than that initial push, there wasn't much marketing of any kind, and yeah, but I've heard from a lot of people from Europe also that they were always trying to sell the business aspects, which just weren't there.
Right.
I think
that wasn't the niche that Commodore owned.
It was never the niche that Commodore owned, and it wasn't the niche that the Amiga did either very well. I think there was another thing that marketing never quite coped with at Commodore. Even I mean, they did it pretty well in Europe, but that was mostly about games. And part of it was that when, you know, in the heyday of the PET, VIC-20, C64 when it started out, you bought a computer because you wanted to do computers. You didn't know what you were going to do with the computer. Pretty soon you found out you wanted to play games, but you bought it because it was a, you know, it was a $500 computer. It wasn't that expensive. Everyone told you. I mean, you know, Jack won, you know, Commodore won a Clio for the kid who went off to college and got sent back because he was an idiot because he hadn't had a home computer.
Guilt,
you know,
the guilt advertising.
yeah. So I mean, people just wanted a computer. After a while, it wasn't, I want a computer, it's I want to do this thing with the computer. And that was a fundamental change that, you know, that, I mean, a lot of companies didn't react to, but Commodore certainly didn't, because there was a lot of stuff you could do with Amigas, and there was never an advertisement, well, there was rarely an advertisement that told you, other than the gaming, which actually, you know, that's why they sold 2 million or close to 2 million A500s in Europe in a year, is because, you know, the game was the thing, and, you know, you could go to the UK and get the Batman pack.
But again, it stayed in that category of home
right.
game.
And there was nothing wrong with selling that. It, you know, and you know, but we also had that video niche that, you know, where was the advertising for that? Well, maybe you got an ad in the back of Toaster magazine or something at some point, but, you know, Commodore didn't pursue that. They didn't push it. And, you know, and we did have a CEO who didn't use computers and didn't watch television at that point. So, you know, maybe the fact that, you know, and also knew everything. I think that was part of the problem too with management, is when, you know, when management doesn't know things and is, you know, a brilliant manager, they go and learn those things. And when they already know everything and no one can tell them everything, you know, a lot of things go wrong. Also the fact that, you know, Commodore has plagued for years by the fact that we had super high executive salaries. They were you know, some of these guys were making more than the CEO of IBM or the CEO of Apple. Yes.
So,
No.
So I wanted to.
Well, you've seen my film. You know how I feel.
So I wanted to throw something out from the from Usenet, if you guys remember that. Famously, the quote was, "Commodore marketing, if they were selling sushi, they would call it cold raw dead fish."
The original impetus for the purchase of Amiga actually came from, Betty might remember this, a general management meeting in Europe. They met where, you know, what should they do next? This was after Jack left, and they sent back word, we have to compete with the Sinclair QL. and that's actually why we went out looking for a third-party, almost done machine to release as the next generation, because we needed to compete with that QL.
The quantum leap.
Sorry. So I remember in the 90s, I was at the World of Commodore. They had that whole big thing at the Palladium. That was when Harry Copperman had taken over Commodore, and he was releasing a lot of new things. But he did have a marketing campaign, and I remember he hired a company called Mesnevetier Berger Carey Schmitterer, and I worked with a guy named Jeff Berg on there, and we were going through all the different demos and stuff to show on there. Does anybody remember the Stevie commercials? Yep. That was the advertising campaign, and I actually have a videotape of that. But that was about the extent of any real advertising. And then as soon as Harry Copperman came, as soon as he left. Like, he came on, things were happening, then he was gone, and it seemed like everything stopped. Does anybody remember those times?
Yep.
What was videotape?
Yeah. I don't really have anything I don't have anything to add. Yeah. I mean, really, Irving Gould was playing musical CEOs for a while there, and it was probably a 3-year problem. If a competent manager had been brought in as CEO and allowed to change Commodore for a solid 3 years without being interfered with, something could have been done with the right person. Actually, it was funny because Jean-Louis Gasset of Apple had tried to make that deal with Commodore to come and run the company, but he wanted, you know, he wanted 3 years, and that, with an engineering background, maybe that was a guy who could have ended up with a different result. course, he went on to make B, and that didn't really go anywhere either, but at least they gave it a try.
No more questions to the audience. All right, let's see. We'll try to wrap this up. A few questions from YouTube. Someone was commenting on the Commodore 64 Basic and how it compares to, like, for example, Simon's Basic. So Simon's Basic was an extended Basic. It didn't, the Basic that came with the Commodore 64 didn't provide easy commands for graphics and sounds. So do you have any comments on, the appearance of extended Basics to fill that need for the extended graphics and sounds?
I'm going to piggyback on that one too. Not even graphics and sound. Where's the else statement?
If then else.
Yeah, okay, so 6 weeks you can do a certain amount of work, and then you have maybe a couple months to actually get the bugs out of it, and then you release a chip and realize that you have left out one of the lowercase characters, so you end up having a penny deducted from your paycheck for as long as you're at Commodore. No, we knew other people were going to do more with it. That's the whole reason that the cartridge, that Simon Basic was a fantastic example of people taking advantage. If we'd had a faster disk, I think we'd seen a lot more things that loaded into all that RAM that was sitting there hidden underneath the Basic and the operating system. That was all meant to be swapped out and something better to be put in. And that was really the whole genesis for, why we had the heavy-duty programmer's reference guide, why, there wasn't, not only did we tell you how to program in BASIC, but we tried to tell you every trick that we knew at that time.
All right, I have a question for Dave Haney. There were some AAA prototypes shown in the deathbed video. Any background information, what happened to them? Were they scrapped?
They were not scrapped. That was a motherboard I made called Nix that was just to prove those chips. Chips didn't work very well, but we did get graphics up on the screen. They all needed revision. Well, maybe they already needed revisions. The problem was the Andrea chip had a bug where the output buffers on the data bus wouldn't tri-state. So the only thing you could see on the bus was the Andrea chip. You couldn't test any of the other 3 chips. That board was not a production of any sort board. It was just an experiment to give these chips a home once they finally arrived. It had connectors for my logic analyzer all over the place. It had some things I was experimenting with, like it had ROM on a SIM module. It had actually had chip RAM on modules as well. It had a network in it. It was just for testing out a bunch of new ideas all at once, including AAA. There were 3 of those made. One of them was killed based on a combination of tragic errors. One was that I put a 12-volt pin on the ROM module to allow us to use flash sometime in the future, because that was a very new thing. We couldn't afford to put it on there, but you could, if instead of putting a ROM on there, you could eventually put flash memory on there. The problem was that that pin was right next to a data line, D5 in fact, and the other problem was when my buddy Fisher made the SIM module. Commodore never made SIM modules. The measurement was a little bit wrong, so the thing wobbled. And one day I was out of the lab, and some chip guys came in to do some experiments, and they plugged the module in the wrong way, and D5 on that board got shocked. So that board was toast. There were 2 other boards. I ended up taking that one home and selling it at a charity auction. I was raising money for breast cancer, and the others went to 2 of the chip designers. Those were the ones that sort of kind of maybe worked. There wasn't much we could do to fix the chip bugs. Those chips actually had even more bugs that were fixed a little bit. There's a thing you can do called fibbing, focused ion beam. You can basically laser your chip to change a few things. So we had one chip that was fibbed to fix it so that it would work with regular DRAM, and one chip that was fixed to use with VRAM. There were a few other things. There was a program that allowed you to skiggle a graphic image to display because the LUT was all messed up. The order of the colors were all messed up. So nothing you actually put directly into the graphics buffer would look normal or anything you even recognizable. But if you skiggled it around a bit, it would work. That was some of the software. Some of the chip guys were writing all these routines in AREX to control it. So it did stuff, but it wasn't really it wasn't even close to a working system. And those 3 boards were there. And in '93 they weren't going to be making any new chips. We got what we got, and we tried to get as far as we could with it, and sort of had our fingers crossed that at some point somebody would come along and like Superman and rescue us, and maybe we'd be able to make some more some Rev 2s, but that never happened.
All right, we could probably keep going on for quite a while, but I think it's time to start to wrap it up. I just wanted to make one comment. It's the anniversary of the Commodore 64, and Jack Tramiel was saying, computers for the masses, not the classes. And when I was a kid, my first computer was that I used was in middle school. Apple IIe doing logo, and it was like, well, I want one of those things, but it was like $1,200. I couldn't afford that. So my brother's friend has I have a Commodore 64, the whole set, for $150. And I'm like, oh wow. My dad's like, yeah, I'll help you. So I was actually able to get a computer, and that started my interest in computers, was to be able to afford the computer. And so that's my story for the Commodore 64. And pass it up back to Chris.
I speak for everyone when I say we are very appreciative of the last 2.5 hours that you have just given us.
All right, give him a big hand.
If maybe one more round, if just a couple seconds each person or whatever, I was thinking, would you like to share a non-technical anecdote that is maybe not common knowledge of your time at Commodore? And anybody go or go in order, whatever.
I'm
trying to go first, and then we'll just go around.
Non-technical? Oh gosh, I probably. Yeah, I'm trying to think of a Jack Tramiel story.
I was going to say being yelled at Jack.
Yeah, probably. I mean, maybe the taxi cab story. I always liked that one just because it showed his personality.
Right.
And if people don't know about Jack Tramiel, he came over from Europe, from Germany after World War II, and he started as a taxi cab driver in New York City before he became a typewriter repairman. And so we were traveling with this is now moved forward up to the 1970s and late 70s. We're traveling in taxi cab with him, and the taxi cab driver was running along. Jack's sitting in the front seat, and he starts to get agitated about this taxi cab driver, the route he was taking. So we get to the destination, and Jack refuses to give this taxi cab driver a tip. As a matter of fact, he says, "I don't even owe you the money that you're trying to charge me here." And so what's going on? And so we get out of the cab, he pays the guy, and he get out and I go, "Jack, well, what was that about?" He said, "Well, I was a taxi cab driver, and he took us on the longest route so he could pad the fare." And then the other guy said, "Well, Jack, why did you bother?" And he said, "Practice." That tells you a little bit about the man.
All right, so this is a story I heard but didn't see personally. So Jack is in Germany with some German executives, and they're driving down the Autobahn. And Jack turns to the other guys and saying, "How do you like this road?" And they say, "Oh, we love this road. It's the Autobahn, the greatest road in the world." And Jack said, "This is my road." And they said, "What do you mean? It's the Autobahn. It belongs to the German people." And he said, "During World War II, I built this road." He was a slave after he was in the concentration camp, and he helped actually construct that road, and that was the message he wanted to share.
I had like a little personal fun one where I had the Z8000 team, and we flew over for a show in Germany, and we took the corporate jet that Jack was supposed to take, but it's kind of a small jet. So he took regular, but everybody thought that who was going to show up was Jack Tramiel. So at the airport, There's the mayor, the marching band, everything else. Luckily, we got diverted, so we landed at another airport, and they were like trying to figure out how they could make it to Hanover Airport to greet Jack. It was just a bunch of engineers. So, and meanwhile, while they were unloading the plane that particular time, they forgot to set the gas, so it flowed between the two wings. So we're carrying stuff out of the private plane, and it's tipping more and more to one side. And we're like, I think something's wrong here, because the wing's about ready to hit the pavement. And they were like, oh yeah, we screwed up. So it almost got real exciting.
So I guess I'll continue the thing and tell a Jack Tramiel story. Neil actually told part of the story. I was at one of the Hanover fairs. I happened to rent a 280 SE as my rental car, and that was the largest car of anybody who was renting. So I ended up chauffeuring Jack Tramiel and Sig Hartman around for the entire show between Hanover and Braunschweig, which is where Commodore had its engineering office at the time. And so, yeah, we drove on the Autobahn, and Jack actually pointed out to Sig that this was a road he built. And like they were also drinking pretty heavily on the way back from the show. And at one point, they just started singing German songs from the war. So, yeah, Jack loved to sing.
I told that story to Leonard Tramiel, and he said, "Oh, my dad loved to sing."
It was definitely a surreal experience. I mean, a side of Jack I'd never seen before.
No, I really can't top anything like that.
My time at Amiga, DRAM has been a problem since before Christ, I think. And once we got money at Amiga, we would go shopping in Silicon Valley. And we'd go up and down, was it the 40 something? In, I don't know, in Silicon Valley. And we would go buy DRAMs. There'd be tractor trailers full of parts. And when we needed parts, whether it be resistors, bypass capacitors, or RAMs, we'd have a wad of money. And I would go with the techs because I could, figure out, will this work, will that work in the circuit? And we'd build products that way. So it's nothing new. It's been a chip shortage forever.
Well, I wasn't at Commodore long enough to have a Jack story because I started in October of '83, and Jack left right after, not long after CES in '84. So, yeah, it was a good ride, even without Jack.
I'll tell a story. So the A500 is called the B-52. Anybody know why? Because George Robbins, who did the A500, lived at work, had a big-ass stereo system in the CAD room with giant speakers and turntables, and you would go in there at 10 o'clock at night and start playing B-52's music, which is just like, just the whole time. And you wouldn't leave until 6 a.m. in the morning with the jitters because you've just been in there all night long. But anyway, little tribute to
CD changer, all full of
B-52s.
all full of B-52s. Yeah, there was kind of a corporate raid on Crazy Eddie when they went out of business. You guys might know that from being up here in Jersey. And so the speakers, the stereo, back when you had a cartridge for your CD changer, all came from Crazy Eddie, and they were all over Commodore. But George had it all built up in one cubicle. And yeah, you if you were working late at night in the CAD room, you'd hear B-52s, at least 5 albums worth. Sometimes he'd reload.
So let's see, early in '94, I was called in on a Monday morning. About 3 or 4 of us were called into a meeting. And we're like, what? It was just a weird group of people. And we were told, yeah, you guys were out on Friday, and things aren't doing so great. Feel free to use the fax machine, the telephones, print your resumes, whatever. And, if you need to look for a job. And all 3 of us, 4 or 5 of us, whatever, I don't feel so bad about where I was Friday. And interestingly enough, I was on an interview with Dave DiOrio, who I had followed to VLSI Technology. After there, I got laid off. The day I got laid off, the woman in the other room had said, Dave DiOrio's on line 1. Literally, I just shook hands, got my severance check, and Dave offered me another job. So I had followed him to the next 2 companies.
Actually, you probably know that the Rock Lobster printed on the board of the Amiga 500. You probably did that.
I didn't do that one.
Oh, you didn't do that one? Okay. I
Got
did.
a different story.
Yeah, okay. I'm going to tell one on Andy because he drove Jack, you know, but Andy, I would go back and forth between the 1200 Wilson Drive location and MOS technology because I was taking care of the PDPs and the VAXs, and Andy would blow by me every day as he was on 202 going to the 1200 Wilson Drive, and it was I can't believe he never got tickets. He just, it was sonic booms when he would go by me. And it was every day. I don't know, how long did it take you to actually make that trip?
5, 6 minutes.
Yeah, that's
Never got a ticket and never was pulled over and no evidence.
No evidence. He had this little rocket ship. It was just unbelievable. A little Toyota rocket ship. Anyway.
I wasn't at the company a whole lot. I spent some time there in the beginning, but then I did most work off-site. But one thing I do remember is when I came in, there was often different decorations. You walk in, you go to the lab, and there would be a big hole on the side of the wall.
Not me.
Somebody had poked a hole in the wall to get to the other side to get in because they couldn't otherwise. And I've used the trick of going over walls myself at certain companies where, you know, people go home at night that have normal jobs, and engineers typically work until the job's done, and you have to go over walls. And I actually at another company went over a wall once, and after I flipped the light on, the guy, I didn't even know, what do they call those things? The pins that stick up, they stick papers on. I almost got skewered by one of those. I landed on the paperwork, and I tore the paper a little bit, and it was like, what's they call that? Spindle?
Yeah.
There's a name for that. I don't know.
Something that'll injure you.
Yeah, but the people, that used to be a way. They kept the paperwork from getting lost. They'd stick it on the needle, and it would stick there. But that sucker was about that long. Anyway, but it was always entertaining to come down the Commodore. And the other thing that I found very entertaining was hardware that wouldn't work, ICs that wouldn't be working. I'd go into the lab, and you'd see these wires, and I had the ice cube tray, but Bill had all these wires, and sometimes it was an external voltage power supply, and he put power on an IC, that not on the IC, but actually on the pads, the substrate. And so he was playing all kinds of games, and I'm a hardware engineer also, and I know a lot of these tricks, but Bill often amazed me. So, you know, a lot of my stuff was, I was young then, and it was a very interesting and fun place to work. And the group of guys down there was top notch, and everybody worked and did everything they could to get the job done. And time was always the factor, but as far as the people working there, it wasn't, oh, it's 5 o'clock, it's time to go home. That was never really the attitude there. Everybody worked, get the job done.
All right, Bill, last words.
I don't have any stories to add. I told most of my stories. I'll plug my book, Back into the Storm. So all my stories are in there. But the book was dedicated to Dave DiOrio. That it was him, that he affected my life a lot. He taught me how to see past the chip boundary into what the chip's doing. And I was, yeah, to Dave DiOrio. So,
all right, thank you guys. Thank you, Bill, for inviting them. We really appreciate it.
Before you all leave, we need a photo out.
Oh. Okay, hello everyone. We're going to be starting the next talk. Cynthia Solomon and Logo. All right. All right.
So can I start sharing
All right.
right away?
All right. Can you hear me, Cynthia? Is there? All right. So is there Leo McElroy? Is he with your group?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to add him. Okay. So I have Cynthia, Playful Invention, Artemis, Papert, Augusto, and Leo. All of them should be here, right? Oh, sorry.
Susan and Susan Clipsack.
Okay. All right. Let me see. Can you hear me, Cynthia? Is there? All right. So is there Leo McElroy? Is he with your group? Oh, it's delayed. Okay.
Leo.
I'm going to add him. Okay. So I have Cynthia, Playful Invention, Artemis, Papert,
Yeah.
Augusto, and Leo. All of them should be here, right?
Yeah, they're here. I see them.
Okay. All right. Let me see. Can you hear me, Cynthia? Is there? All right. So is there Leo McElroy? Is he with your group?
Yeah, are you on a recording?
Add him. Okay.
Are you
So I
on
have.
a
That's weird. Yeah. Augusto and Leo. All of them should be here, right?
I'm going to share my screen.
I see
Oh,
them.
no, I can't.
Okay. All right. Let me see.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is there? All right. So is there Leo McElroy? Is he with your group?
Sometimes he is. Today he is. He's he's a colleague.
On my Zoom, yes. And Leo. All of them should be here, right?
I'm going to share my screen.
see
Oh,
them.
no, I can't.
All right. Hold on. Okay. All right. Let me see. So there's the playback devices. You should go to the.
I sent people the wrong code. There's Leo, you've shaved and you've cut your hair
So maybe it's better now. Maybe
since our conversation 2 weeks ago.
Excuse me? Excuse me? Oh, okay. All right. I think
Augusta,
somebody was playing on YouTube, so it was looping back into that's what was going on. Okay.
Oh.
Sorry about that. So yeah, everyone has to mute when they're not talking. So just so you guys know that. All right. So.
Can
Well-
Brian and I both be unmuted at the same time?
Yes, but the only thing that you have to be aware of is that sometimes with the audio, if there's like an echo in the room, it'll feed back into your microphone. So you have to just make sure that that doesn't happen. So someone thought it was Leo. There was it was feedback. I'm not sure, but it should be okay. We'll have to see.
Okay. It's your feedback. It's your mic that's
And
got
3
feedback.
minutes ago, Artemis was in the same room as me, and that was my feedback, so she went to a different room.
Oh, they're both in the same room. There you go. That's why.
No, they're not anymore.
Not anymore.
Okay. All right. So then that should be good. Okay. So we are streaming live. Welcome, Cynthia Solomon. So Sorry for the technical difficulties. We just finished a huge talk with like 12 Commodore employees, so we had to clear out the room and get things set up here. But welcome. We're happy to have you. Thank you for coming. Can you introduce the other people in your group there, please?
Could I share my screen?
Yes. Let me see. Hold on. Should be able to do that. All right. See
Not
if you can
yet.
share now. See if you can share. Should be able to share.
Okay. Oh yeah, it's this I want to share. I just want to get this beautiful image. Okay. Now, how would you like me to introduce? I will introduce Artemis Pappert.
Okay.
And she is a colleague who does things with turtle art. And then there's Augusto, who is a logo person from way back. And then there's Leo, who is modernizing. He has created a new language which inculcates turtle geometry. And then there's Brian Silverman, who I'm going to introduce in my talk because he's part of my talk. We're going to co-talk.
All right, that's good. That works. Yeah, that works. It works.
Well,
very
I can introduce him. Brian has written more logos for more machines than anybody else.
Okay.
How's that for an introduction?
Okay. There's a Giovanni. Should Giovanni be included? Or is
I
that
don't know Giovanni.
You don't know Giovanni. Okay. So
He could be included.
you want Giovanni in there?
Why? I don't know. I don't know Giovanni,
Oh,
but
okay.
it
All
sounds
right.
like
I'm just all right. I think sometimes people are trying to get in that shouldn't be. Anyway, sorry. Continue.
Okay.
All right. You ready? So you ready for your presentation, Cynthia?
Yes.
All right.
I
Thank you.
am-
Thank you
I
very
am
much.
ready. Excuse me?
I said thank you very much.
Well, I'm very pleased to be here now that I've logged in.
All right. Great.
So I should start now. Well, we're going to have a conversation today about, as it says, kids and computers. And my experience spans over 50 years. And so one of the things that comes up are, what did we learn? And what did we forget? Not just me, but in general, what did people learn over 50 years? Now, this slide shows you the top pictures were taken of fifth graders in 1970. The bottom, and they're using turtles both on screen and on the floor in a school in Lexington, Massachusetts. And you can see Seymour Pappert's body there watching them.
Thea, do you want to go into presentation mode?
Are you in presentation mode?
You are, but we're seeing PowerPoint rather than just the slides.
So I want you to do, I think, go to slideshow and start presentation. Maybe that's the option. Hit F5, maybe.
What's wrong?
We're just seeing the general slides. There's a presentation mode, so you'll see the slides be full screen. So I think under the slideshow menu at the top. And
I don't see slideshow menu
at the top.
Oh, I can stop the. I can.
Yeah, slideshow at the top of the screen.
No.
You hit the F5 button, try.
There's nothing at the top of the screen.
Yeah, there's, well, you're in PowerPoint, right?
I'm in PowerPoint,
Yeah.
right.
At the top of the screen, there's the menu, home, insert, draw.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I'll stop running PowerPoint. You had me confused. I'll stop running PowerPoint.
No, Cynthia, you go where you have the zooming bar at the bottom right, and
Yeah.
it's one
Yeah.
icon to the left of it.
Huh? Remote control?
No, more to the, move your cursor to your right. Okay, the first icon to the left of where you are.
What's it? I'm sorry. Record, reactions, disable, hide video, meeting info, leave meeting.
No, go down with your cursor, go to the right of the screen.
I'm going to stop sharing and then you'll tell me what to do. I have no idea what I'm doing. Maybe we don't need slides. We're going to spend the whole time.
Yeah, I think you had to get out of the sharing to.
Well, I unshared. Now I want to go back and share.
All right,
Don't
so
I?
you're presenting.
There, I'm sharing.
Okay, that's good now.
Oh, it is?
Yes, perfect.
Okay, well, I'm going back to the first page, thank
Yep,
you.
yep.
Because the bottom of the screen, the picture at the bottom of the screen shows a young lady in Jamaica using turtle art in 2019. So it's at least almost 50 years difference. She's on a personal computer as opposed to a time-shared system. And then I introduced Brian Silverman, but here's another flash for you to see. One of the things about Brian is he's been involved in lots of different logos and also Scratch, turtle art, Lego robotics, and so on. So you see, he's been a major player. And then he loves reminding us that when he was an undergraduate, he built a tic-tac-toe machine out of Tinker Toys for a museum in Arkansas. And you can see, I guess, it at the Computer History Museum. Anyway, Brian is with us. But I'm going to talk about Logo's history. Logo is a programming language designed for children or learners of any age. And it was Seymour's big idea. Seymour Papert. We have Artemis Papert with us, and Seymour Papert did was the reason, had the reasons, and gave us the reasons for creating Logo. His background was that he was collaborated with Marvin Minsky as co-directors of the Artificial Intelligence Laboratory at MIT. And their focus was on how to get machines to be intelligent. Marvin complained to the end that machines still didn't have the common sense of a 3-year-old, but they were working on it. And while they were working on it, they also thought about just the development of intelligence in children. Prior to joining Marvin at MIT, Seymour collaborated with Jean Piaget in Geneva, Switzerland, where the focus was on children as constructors of their own knowledge and as theory builders. And the third element, which was a catalyzing agent for Logo, was Seymour consulted with Danny Barbaro and Wally Feuerzide at a research company called Bolt, Beranek and Newman, often called BBN, in Cambridge, Massachusetts. there was a project going on where young people learning algebra were introduced to a programming language, not unlike BASIC, called Telcomp, which was an algebraic programming language. So the difficulties of learning algebra and this language compounded. And Seymour just saw the absurdity in having this kind, an algebraic language, to teach people that didn't know any algebra. So I just want to say that here's a picture of the four of us, Seymour, me, Danny Barbaro, and Wally Feuerzag. Danny was head of the AI group at BBN, and Wally was head of the education technology group, of which I was a member. We all had a Lisp background. So for those of you who don't know Lisp, look it up. But it encouraged procedural thinking and recursion. And the wonderful thing about it, I thought at the time, was that names of procedures and names of things could be almost any length, unlike something like BASIC, where X, Y, and Z were long enough. And it really made an important difference to children who wanted to talk about what they were doing, to be able to give it words that they could sink their teeth into. I want to bring you back 1966. This is what computers looked like. The big innovation was time sharing. No longer did people have to punch decks of cards and submit them and wait a week or two for results. Several people could use one of these big clunkers at the same time over phone lines, whatever. And that was a major, major breakthrough, okay? I'm showing you a PDP-1 because Logo was eventually implemented on one of BBN's PDP-1s. Another thing that was important.
Yeah, could I add some background to the PDP-1, given that we're at a vintage?
Oh, absolutely.
The PDP-1, when it first came out, was the first computer that was one of the first computers that was intended for a single user. And the advertising for it said, now you can get a computer for only $120,000.
Well, only 120,000.
Yeah, and that was $1960. And for the $120,000, you got 8K of 18-bit words and a processor that ran at about 0.5 megahertz. Okay.
Well, do you see that monitor there? I think it's a 340. Is that a 340 display?
It's actually earlier than 340. I don't even know if it had a name because it was one of the first computer displays. And that display had the first computer graphics game written on it called Space War.
Yes, so, you can actually see that at the Computer History Museum. That computer.
You can see that. You can see that at the Computer History Museum. And I don't think, Cynthia, do you know which PDP-1 this is? This isn't the one that was at MIT, I don't think.
No, this one, I forget where it was. No, and it wasn't at BBN either. It was some other place.
And I think they made maybe a couple of dozen of them in the entire, in the history of it. It was before computers started getting mass produced at any volume at all.
Well, BBN had a couple of them, but I think another reminder is Space War was developed at the AI lab at MIT. The hackers who wrote Space War worked for Marvin Minsky and John McCarthy at the time. Did
you know that another program that they wrote for the PDP-1 was a text editor that used the graphic display? And it was the first time that people could edit text without using a printing terminal.
Yes, was that the blah blah typewriter?
It was called the expensive typewriter.
Expensive typewriter. Yeah, yeah. And Marvin Minsky wrote a program, a display program called the Minskytron. And there's a recent book called Minskytron Trinskytron that you can get if you'd like. So I'm going on to the next important thing, which is the spirit of the 1960s was revolutionary. Change, we needed change. The Russians beat us, launched Sputnik in 1957, and beat us to, putting satellites in space. And so the government and other folks, the politics of the United States, something was wrong. We have to fix school. And there was a major amount of funding available to revamp K-12 education, in particular math and science. So that was the era of the new math, and there were various components, factors or people, from Pat Suppies, who was a behaviorist, to Bob Davis, who was a discovery method, semi-Piagetian type. And the other big activity was on every university in every city and town. There were protests going on, protests on the Vietnam War and protests on civil rights. And so it was exciting. We really thought school might disappear because it was such a flop. Of course it didn't, but anyway, that's a part of the discussion. So, but it was change, that's what was going to happen, and Logo fit in with it. And so I want to say that the first version of Logo was started by Danny Barbro in Lisp on a new computer of BBN's called an SDS 940. Danny turned it over to me, and then eventually I turned it over to a more competent programmer than I was. And in 1967, we used it with some 10-year-olds. And we used it sufficiently to redesign Logo. Logo went through many, many redesigns. So the next iteration of Logo was on this dedicated PDP-1. And it was an NSF grant came through, and in 1968, seventh graders had a year-long experience using Logo instead of their regular math. And there's a picture of me and Seymour and one of the seventh graders, and there's a class that the time sharing was communicated using teletypes, Model 33s and Model 35s over phone lines back to BBN. And so Seymour and I were not going to be the teachers, but we hired a teacher, a wonderful math teacher, wonderful person, without any real experience programming, which is a good lesson to learn. And what she did was she taught syntax and not projects. And so Seymour and I took over the teaching, and we had a great time with these seventh graders. And one of the projects we worked on with them was sentence generators. And what was, of course, interesting about the sentence generators, here's the code for it. In Logo in those days, there would have been line numbers, but the results would have been the same, and the organization of the program would have been the same. But the first iteration was absolute jumble. Didn't make any sense. And so there was a discussion, and the kids finally said, oh, that's why they call them nouns and verbs. So they categorized them and got good English sentences. From there, we thought, well, if you can generate English sentences, why not math sentences? And so here's an example of generating math sentences in Logo. And what this highlighted was the kind of feedback you want to give a user. Because initially what they did is if you got the wrong answer, these young people either called you stupid or dumb or some other negative remark. And then they started using their programs and they really got upset. And so that led to a very, very interesting discussion with them about what kind of help do you want to give people. And so they changed the kinds of feedback they gave. Anyway, Logo became the name of a programming language, an environment, and a culture, a way of thinking about computers and talking about what you're doing and putting them together. At the end of this, in 1969, Seymour said, well, it's successful, but it could be better. And what it meant is that the young people needed something to talk to. They needed, it wasn't enough to have procedures. They needed some kind of artifact, and that's how Turtles came to be. At the same time, Seymour decided it was to bring the project, me included, to MIT, and we started the Logo group as part of the AI lab at MIT. And so, although Marvin was in the background, he became very much more in the foreground. And as I told you, there's Marvin, a picture of Marvin on the kind of projects that Seymour and he were working on. They were working on how to get a robot to see things and then to reach out and stack things. The blocks were the initial thing. And the other picture shows Seymour and two young people I taught looking at a floor turtle. And what happened starting in the fall of 1969 is floor turtles were made in the lab. There was a floor turtle made at BBN as well, but a focus on graphics, on a turtle living on a display screen. And some of you might have heard of Hal Abelson. He's the app inventor person, as well as when he was a first year graduate student, he wrote the graphics package for Turtle Graphics. And it was a portable system. That is, we could have it in the school and it would go over a phone line to the Logo running on it was a PDP-10 then. And the the computer used to refresh the screen was a supernova that Seymour found lying around the math department where he was a member. And anyway, it had graphics and animation. That truck that, or car, whatever, that the young man is pointing to traveled along the screen. And the other thing is Marvin built us a 4-voice music box. That black box with the 2 young ladies is a music sound generator. And so the focus was on turtle geometry and the total turtle trip theorem, which goes, if you're a turtle and you start walking and you go forward a certain amount and turn right or left a certain amount, eventually you'll come back to your starting position in heading, unless you go turn 360 degrees. And here's Seymour talking about that very thing.
Let a child learn mathematics by speaking in mathematics about things that really matter to them. So at MIT, we've given computers the power to turn motors, to make sounds, to draw pictures, and we've found ways of giving children the power to control the computer. Now they'll put their little tunes together to make a bigger one.
Sometimes I get into bugs like this, and it'll, when it was doing it in his mind, the little turtle, the little triangle thing, was on an angle, so it drew the picture on an angle.
A computer-controlled turtle is made to draw and dance by programs so simple that all children invent them in the first days of the course. Thus, the child acquires a taste for math power that grows and grows as his projects become more original, more complex, and more varied.
Well, the next phase was, how do we get other people to have turtles? And so in 1972, Marvin, Seymour, me, and a couple of other people started this company called General Turtle. And its goal was to make turtles and music boxes. And Marvin started actually to make a logo computer. And this was when he got the computer going, it was just when personal computers were hitting the market. Anyway, that's what happened there. And what followed, and Brian Silverman should take over, is logo for different computers. The first logo for a personal computer done at MIT in the logo group was for the Apple in 1978, I believe. And then the next was the TI 99/4, which is a major, I'll talk about it in a second. And then we started a company called Logo Computer Systems. And Brian was part of it, but Brian lived in Montreal and the rest of us were in Boston. So Apple logo was built in Boston. And when after it got built, then Brian took over development. And Brian worked on Atari logo, which was fabulous, and so on. Now I want to just tell you that TI 99/4 or /4A or whatever was a major breakthrough. It had color, it had a sprite board. You want to talk about that, Brian? Or
I wanted to say that there was a time around 1979, 1980 where Logo went from a project that was really only available to people who were connected to universities or some other big institution that had big computers. And even General Turtle, the turtles were not self-standing. The personal computer industry started late 70s, early 80s. And as the personal computer industry started, we started making versions of Logo that we could get out. The first personal computers weren't quite powerful enough. The first computer that was powerful enough to actually have a good graphics system was the TI-99/4 that Cynthia has that slide. I don't know that that one was that well known. Around the time that it was coming out, the Apple II first came out. And when the Apple II came out, within a year, there were 3 different versions of Logo for it. And Logo started fire. And what Cynthia was referring to is, at the time, we started a company that was making Logo versions for all sorts of personal computers. We made versions for maybe 20 different personal computers. Where it was a bit funny because these companies would cut. We talked to 100 companies that each thought they were going to get 5% of the market share of personal computers, where that didn't really happen like that. It was a bit of a technical challenge because even though the early day computers were tiny, the development folks that we were working with looked at these personal computers and thought they were toys rather than serious machines. But we did manage to get versions of the language going that worked pretty well. The Atari one, which Cynthia mentioned, was kind of fun because it was the lowest memory version that we did. It was a 16K cartridge coupled to 16K of RAM, and that was enough for a full-featured language and a quite good graphic system.
Well, I just want to point out that that recently we were told about a demo on YouTube of the TI logo on the TI-99/4A. So if you go to YouTube, it's a fabulous demo and you might enjoy it. For me, it was a big breakthrough to have sprites and color.
Yeah, and actually, if you remember, it was a big enough breakthrough. Within Logo Computer Systems, we decided to build a graphics card for the Apple II that had that graphics system on it.
That's right. The chip itself was made by Danny Hillis, a member of the Logo group, right? And this is Apple Logo, which I was involved with. Oh, well, there were very funny stories because the TI logo was implemented again in the Logo group. Ed Hardebeck and Gary Drescher were the major programmers for that. And there was a lot of difficulty between the TI management and the Logo hackers. So, but it got done. Anyway, for me, after this, I ended up with, oh, well, here's this wonderful ad. It's got 64K, can you imagine? And this is a great ad for Apple Logo. But after this, I joined Atari Research. Alan Kay was chief scientist at the time. And he asked me to set up a research lab right near MIT. And this is a short video. Should I show this or?
Yeah, you can show it.
Okay.
Our research has been motivated by our past experiences in the Logo group at the MIT Artificial Intelligence Laboratory, where we worked with Seymour Papert and Marvin Minsky. We looked at ways to control computers through gestures, by touch, and by gross body movement. We designed an object-oriented logo and developed applications in it. We built several mechanical devices to add new dimensions to computing environments. We began to build tools toward a musical PlayStation. And as always, we continued our work with children.
Jack 20.
That's cute. Okay, well, the Atari, it only lasted 2 years. We also made a book, which is available on my webpage for a collection of programs in Logo for the Atari computer. What continued at MIT was, of course, Lego. And Brian could talk about that. There's Seymour working with a child and the Lego brick. And what I want to say here is, from my point of view, I've been involved with Logo computer systems with Brian Silverman's implementations of Logo Writer and Micro Worlds, and Turtle Art, which is another implementation by Brian and colleague. And today I'm very steeped in Turtle Stitch, which is implemented in Scratch and lets me make designs for a computerized embroidery machine. And I've also tuned into Logo Descendants, Scratch and Snap. And Brian was very involved in the initial shaping of Scratch. So he could talk more about this. This is showing, I could pause or I could, this is Turtle Stitch stuff. There's my partner, Susan Klimczak. And here's some examples of the kind of thing. The top row shows what's on the screen and the bottom row shows what's on the fabric. And there are some other things I've done in Turtle Stitch, like making boxes with designs and cutting out things. So this turns to the question, as Logo became popular, there was a lot of conversation about the pros and cons of children using Logo. But the focus for us today is what did we learn and what have we forgotten? But I just wanted to share with you Seymour talking, if I can get him going.
I'd like to imagine a country in which they use Roman numerals. You know that stuff like 5 is V and 6 is VI and 500 is, well, you never can remember what 500 is, something like M, and 600 is something like MC, and then LI, you know, that sort of stuff. If you ever tried to do this, you'd be interesting to do it. And try to multiply two numbers in Roman numerals. It's extremely difficult. And so difficult that in those days, in reality, when they did really use Roman numerals, being able to do operations like multiplication were regarded as a highly specialized, difficult thing that only a few people could do. Now, in my story, let's imagine a country where they use these Roman numerals, but people have begun to be worried, for whatever reason, that so few people seem to be able to learn to do operations with numbers. So there are two schools of thought about what to do about it. One school of thought says, well, we've got to fix our school system. We'll have better tests. We'll make movies. We'll make video games about how to put IX in front of XI. We'll make movies about it. Right? The kids make movies, all sorts of stuff like that. I'm sure all those things that we do all the time, the people who try to improve our schools do all the time, would produce some improvement. But a much bigger improvement came from a different direction. The invention of what we now call Arabic, which we should already call Hindu-Arabic numerals, made a radical change, because all of a sudden, by inventing and doing it in a different way, in fact, doing a different arithmetic, they could all of a sudden, what required long years of specialized training for only a small number of experts now most people in the society could multiply and add. At any rate, that could be put out as a goal. And that's the perspective that I want to have. Could we have that kind of change in our education system? Not comparable to getting a little bit of extra, a few extra points on the test, but really changing on the model of something like going from Roman to our Indo-Arabic kind of numerals. I'd like to imagine a country in which they use Roman.
Whoops. Okay, sorry. Let's see what happened here. Oh, I had a list of things here about what we forgot. Is that deep
Slide earlier was what we learned, Cynthia.
what?
One slide back.
Oh, okay. Oh, things we learned. Thank you. Learning is about debugging our ideas. Maybe that's the big thing. And then we learned also that young people can teach computers to do things and learn from that experience. We also learned that debugging, as one child said, is hard fun. Whoops, sorry. Working on projects leads to learning on an as needed basis. And strategies like breaking things up into smaller, doable parts is welcome. Things we forgot is we forgot about debugging as an essential experience around, and you explore and you try different things. And here's an important one. Learning with computers is not learning about computers. Students are not empty vessels. You don't pour knowledge into their heads. And a teacher's job is to tap into students' thinking. And staff development is essential. Computers by themselves are not good teachers. And we forget, don't remove the fun. And then another thing is that in education, change is slow. It involves lots of people, prejudices, and traditions. And school itself is a cumbersome structure. I want to now just play Marvin giving, let's see, whoops, sorry.
Well, the important idea was to let the child initiate activities because you want to find out what to exhibit what the child already can do and then modify or build on it. And in the traditional curriculum, you assume the children are blank slates and try to start from nothing. And so if anything conflicts with the skills they already have, they have to subtract rather than add to their abilities. So Pappert's tactics generally were to let the child start to do something and then steer it or encourage it in new directions rather than to have a fixed curriculum and constrain the child and sort of ignore what its current abilities are. This means you get a class of children, all of whom are doing different things. And I guess it's hard to manage that in the traditional classroom.
Okay.
Well,
whoops. And now I wanted to play a video of Seymour talking about children's theories.
I was having a conversation a while ago with some kids about Tourette's. Yeah? And there's two. A 3-year-old she was going on for 4, but that's sort of it. I was visiting a school where she was preschool. She had heard that I grew up in Africa. So she said, she was obviously just waiting for me. She called me as soon as she could. She had a question of how did giraffes sleep? How did they sleep? And I had to admit, yeah, I thought of that. How did you ask that question? So I said, well, let's think about it. So we started talking. After a while, there were a bunch of kids around, and they started making theories. It was really interesting. Mita, she explained why she really cared about that. Because she recently got a puppy. Now, when she sleeps, she starts to cover her arms. She saw the puppy did the same thing. So she thought a giraffe. Poor giraffe, its head so far away. Couple its head and its arms. What does it do? So this is where she got passion to it. She asked me what she could. So these kids started making theory. Well, let's try. What would you think? Do you know, first of all? Do you know?
I have no idea.
Okay, then tell me. How did just make a theory? What did you think?
Maybe they prop their head against a tree, find a little nook.
Well, one
leaves
of
to
the
lay
kids
against.
said exactly that. And she did this with her hands. She said, she wants a tree. This is interesting. I said, dumb grown up, what if there are no trees? So what do you think she said? She got a beach. Well, she stood with utter disdain and she said, of course there are trees. That's why giraffes have such long necks so that they can eat the leaves at the top of the trees. So where there are giraffes, there are trees. But I thought this was fantastic logic. And so were the various other theories they made. And it made me think also, double standard about how we talk to kids, especially teachers. If they come up with a cute theory like that, or another one, sort of in Piaget, so what makes the wind? So a lot of kids say the clouds make the wind. Other kids say the trees make the wind. And I had some kids who told me the trees make the wind. And I asked, how do you know? And they did this. There's a little bit of wind from just one hand, and the tree's branches are so much bigger than your hand, and there are so many of them. Of course they can make a huge wind. And I thought that's very good logic. It just doesn't happen to be meteorologically orthodox. But this is the contrary, that we love it when kids come up with these beautiful theories, because instinctively we know that this is what's important. Kids thinking, making theories, and this is high quality thinking in this. It's not ridiculous that this thing about making the wind, look at it, quantitative stuff. The giraffe story, especially when this argument that, well, it uses trees because the giraffe doesn't exist in the Sahara Desert.
And I want to introduce one more reminder of what learning and teaching is about. Oops, what did I do?
And one of the troubles with education theory until recently is that people had this idea that the best way to learn is to make it a positive experience. Everything should be good. The child should be guided to make very small steps so that they can't make any serious mistakes, and then you learn everything, and when you're all done you can do the job without thinking because you know exactly what to do. Well, I don't think that kind of learning leads to becoming very good at new problems, because you haven't learned enough about bugs. So what we've really got to do is to teach children to enjoy being wrong. And one of the
Okay, that's, now we've, whoops.
Here we are.
Okay, I'll just go up here, there. Time for questions, are there any?
All right. Do we have any questions for Cynthia in the audience here? Yes. Question over there? Okay, wait, can you hold on one second? I'll come to you. Hold on, Cynthia. I'm going to go to him, and so you can maybe you can hear it.
Oh, great.
Or can I say it so I'll repeat it. All right, so sorry. Okay. But she may not. Can Cynthia? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hold on. Let me see. She might not.
Hopefully this won't feedback, but.
Can you hear him?
Yes.
Okay. I guess I'm old enough as an adult to say, you know, children are the future, but the reason why we need them to be educated is so they can solve the problems that we've caused.
Wait a minute, he's very fuzzy.
Okay.
Brian, can you hear it, Brian?
All right, hold on. So say it and here. You know, here. Gotta come up to the computer because the microphone is there. Go ahead. So he has to come up to the computer, Cynthia. So go ahead.
This is the interminable part where I give commentary instead of a question. But, I was lucky enough to pick up a copy of Mindstorms, the book.
Yes.
And it's still relevant. How else do we solve the problem of education? We have to solve the problem of funding first? Or is it, you know, I don't know. We could probably talk for many hours. But,
Well, I think a lot of it is about education. I noticed that the SNAP people, the beauty and joy of computing folks, got funding to work with teachers. They didn't do a workshop for the weekend, they did the workshop for the year. And I think that's the kind of thing that's needed to gain, to change the mindset, to change the comfort zone of what goes on with with young people. Brian, do you agree?
I was going to say, if you picked up a copy of Mindstorms, the thing that Seymour commented decades later is the subtitle of Mindstorms is Children, Computers, and Powerful Ideas. And he said most people who were looking at Mindstorms understood where computers fit, understood where children fit. But what's been hardest is trying to figure out where powerful ideas fit. And, you know, yeah, funding is an issue. Funding is also an issue, but it's more than that. It's pretty difficult when we're doing technological stuff to separate the dazzle of the technology from the educational need of needing to have experiences that are richer and powerful ideas.
Okay, thank you. I have a question for you.
Oh, by the way, Mindstorms was based on the work Seymour and I did with seventh graders. And then a little bit with, he does acknowledge me in the acknowledgements in the back of the book.
Yeah, I think you had another. I think you had another YouTube video where you explored a little bit about that part, about the Mindstorms and then Lego Mindstorms and things like that, I think. Is that correct?
I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure which one you're referring to.
Okay.
Lego Mindstorms, Cynthia mentioned when she was talking about it, where Lego Mindstorms came from, sort of. It's a long story, and here's a very, very simplified version of it. Some people very high up at Lego, including the owner, noticed Seymour's work and decided that Lego and Logo should be brought together, since after all, they're only they're both four-letter words, only one vowel apart. So you know, so back in the mid to late 80s, we did a thing called Lego Logo, which had a plug-in board for Apple II computers that let you do robotics from within a Logo environment. And that worked pretty well. A bunch of years passed, and the Lego company said what to do next. And Seymour said, we should make intelligent bricks. The Lego people say, what do you mean? To which Seymour said, I don't know. That's what makes it a good research project.
Yeah, I like that answer.
You know, so what we ended up doing over the next several years is prototyping what was a prototype-ish version of the Lego RCX. And after we tried it out in a few schools and with hundreds of kids, Lego kind of liked the idea and they decided to make a product. What then happened is Lego Mindstorm's product line moved a little bit away from the Seymour Mindstorm's vision and became more about engineering education. It actually, the most recent release is moving back into kind of a Mindstorm-like view.
Well, I wasn't involved in these projects. Brian was, but the fact that the early versions of Lego Logo had a logo attached to it, and that was canceled and instead was, I can't remember. What's the name of the software?
Well, what happened was in our prototyping stages, one of our then students, Andy Bigel, did a graphical language called Logo Blocks. So it was the first drag and drop programming language that used blocks, and Lego liked that idea. So they kind of took that idea, but they reworked it in a way that I have to say it lost a little bit. And it's only recently that Lego has come around to using the Scratch language.
It was LabVIEW, Brian.
Round two was LabVIEW, because they had bought into this being for engineering education, and LabVIEW was a good choice for that.
I see. Okay.
I have a question for you. So the style of teaching that you were talking about, would you say it's very similar to the way Montessori does their teaching, where your students are directing their own learning?
You want to have a go at that, Cynthia? There are points of contact. What's different, and you don't really see it with Montessori, is a lot of it has a predetermined path. And it's very open-ended and very child-centered. But Montessori and other activities that were called constructivist rather than constructionist were really, well, here's an example. Is one of the Montessori, one of the materials they use are these wooden rods of different lengths. And they have kids playing with the rods for a long time. And the ultimate goal of that is, unlike the Cuisenaire rods, the Montessori rods were all of the same color. The goal of that was, over the course of months, kids realized that they need a naming system for naming the things, and naming them by length kind of moves you towards the very centrally important thing is numbers are names for quantities. Where the Papert approach, the Mindstorm's approach, is much more open-ended. You just do things, which places a bigger burden on the teachers, because the teachers need to be connecting to just doing things with the powerful ideas.
Okay. Any questions from the audience? Yes. Yeah, sorry. All right, hold on. Go ahead. Yeah, the video's off, but they can hear you.
Okay. First of all, I want to thank you for the creation of Logo. It's like one of the first and most important programming language that I learned when I was a child, and it helped me a lot on a lot of things, and it's still useful. The concept is still useful, and now I use on from working on SVG, XML, Canvas, WebGL, and all like G-code on the 3D printer. There's like all very much like concurrent logic.
one question that I have is that when we talk about education, like I don't really have good access to computers when I was young, and I think that like that really limits the access to computers or like the interest in computers really limits a lot of people from entering the industry. So I'm wondering how and what we should do these days to encourage more diversity and opportunity for kids to learn about.
You got all that?
Well, that takes money. But I really would love to know who you are because we would love to interview people like you. People talk about how logo influenced them.
Back in the 80s, in the era that you were talking about when you were first using logo, part of what we felt we needed to do was encourage the uptake of computers. These days, last I looked, various companies are shipping about as many cell phones as, well, every 4 years, we ship as many cell phones as there are people on the planet. Those are more powerful computers than anything we could have imagined at the time. So a consistent challenge for us was not really getting the technology out in the world. That did happen over time. It's once the technology gets out in the world, being using it in a construction and project-oriented way, rather than going ahead and thinking that the technology is the teacher, rather than the technology being a tool for the student.
I agree with you, but I also agree that computers are not freely available to everyone, especially in the United States. And a lot of decisions were made to buy cheap Chromebooks, which are, I mean, a phone is more useful than a cheap Chromebook, I think. But also having an environment like Logo available. I mean, that's what Hal Abelson has put a lot of energy into this app inventor. He sees it as a logo for phones.
Yeah.
And I think it's still a matter of what powerful ideas. I don't know. People ask. I don't know what a powerful idea is by definition, but I know about building ideas with young people. But then I've had a lot of experience. How do I recognize when a child or a user is struggling with something? And I can help them. I know enough to help them. You know, we had in the 80s or even the 60s, we had this image that people could go online to various groups and get information from, you know, scientists all over the world or mathematicians all over the world. How many people do question, and how do you get that kind of information? I don't know. Anyway, it's I don't have a good answer, except there have to be some demonstration models, things that show what's possible and are able to take you in and let you experience what's possible. There isn't enough of that. I always wanted Seymour and maybe to set up an experimental school, research place for learning about powerful ideas.
Yeah. We have time for one more question. Anybody else have any questions?
Sorry.
All right, looks like no more questions, Cynthia. I thank you very much for coming and
Oh, there is a question from Augusto.
in the chat. Okay.
Yeah, and it's a nice question for Brian.
All right.
It's about Lego logo.
Yeah, so he says, Brian, in the follow-up to Lego logo, Lego Mindstorm's trajectory of development, I did like the crickets in Pico development. Could you say something on that part of history?
Yeah. So what happened when Lego came out with the original Lego Mindstorms, and us at the Media Lab had a little bit of a mixed reaction to it. The first thing that we were delighted that something that we worked on was getting out there in a big way. We were a little bit disappointed that it was being marketed as something very powerful rather than something very playful. So we tried for years and years to convince Lego that you could do a kit like the Mindstorms kit that would be more playful. And we never convinced them. So we decided that we should show rather than tell. So actually with Lego's financial help, we started a little company called the Playful Invention Company to make the Pico Cricket kit, which is something in the spirit of Lego Mindstorms, but it uses more colorful Lego bricks. Lego, for some reason, there's a bit of an irony, despite it being Lego, they don't really see playfulness as an important point to their tech offerings, to the point of in the original Lego logo, we had to fight with them to include minifigs in the kit, because they just said, doing robotics is serious and minifigs aren't serious, to which we said, doesn't need to be only serious, it's allowed being fun. And they eventually caved in on that. And so when we did the Pico Cricket kit, it was a slightly more playful version of Lego robotics. And as I was saying before, their most recent iteration of it is moving back in that direction.
All right. Well, thank you very much. That was our last question. Cynthia, I appreciate you getting everyone together here for this talk. And logo was something that I grew up with too. I had did it in middle school and learned the turtle graphics. So it has a special memory for a lot of people. And thank you, Brian, also. I appreciate that. We have to, unfortunately, get to our next talk. But thank you very much. And I appreciate it very much. Any last word? Cynthia?
No, it's been fun, and I really like to hear how people like you felt about logo.
Okay, awesome. And Brian, any last words?
I'm just curious, how's the fair going overall?
All right. Thank you, everybody. All right. Have a good night or morning, wherever you are. All right.
Bye.
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 Recording stopped.
All right. All right, guys, we're going to start the next talk very soon. It's up. Oh. Okay. All right. Oh, sure.
Recording in progress.
There she is.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, Jeffrey.
Hi. Sorry for the delay. We were like running behind. Very busy today.
That's okay. Am I going to make a presentation alone with you?
No, we have 6 people and me, 7 people this time.
There's more people this time?
There's more people.
Nice.
So I don't see your video, but I'm not sure. And are you able to?
Okay, hold on. Okay. Hold on a minute. Okay. Oh, start my video.
All right.
Yeah.
Got it.
Awesome. So everybody will be relaxed now. Nobody else is following me. So it's going to be chill.
Yes.
I'll make everything that happened today more palatable. And I'm the digestif, I'm the last thing you drink.
All right. Are you ready, Stephanie, for me to introduce you?
I am ready.
All
Whenever
right.
you are.
Welcome back, Stephanie, for your last talk of the weekend. You were to talk about your 256 Phoenix Gen X.
Do you have it with you, by the way?
What's that?
Do you have it with you? Did somebody brought it?
Yes.
Today?
Yes. So we have both of them. We got this one.
Yeah, you bought the lunchbox and the pizza box, huh?
Yes, I got the lunchbox and the pizza box. Yes, I do got
Awesome.
it here. Yep.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah, he came over.
Yes. Perfect.
All right.
Perfect. I asked him to do that for me.
All right. So take it away from here. Tell us about.
All right. Thanks, Jeffrey.
You're welcome.
Hi, everybody. So how many people are we today?
We're 7 people, including me.
Okay, a little bit more than yesterday.
Yes.
Awesome. All right. So let's begin. So my name is Stephanie Allaire. I'm the designer and creator of the C256 Phoenix, which is today it's more like a line of products than just one single thing. And before we get into the nitty gritty of everything I want to talk about today, I'll go through my agenda and then I can start talking more about myself and my background and what did I do to get here today and, stuff like this. So today I'm going to, like I said, I'm going to talk a little bit more about my background because in the previous years, I didn't do much of that. And I think it's important to know where I got my skills. Next, I'd like to go back to a slide I created last year which was really all the things that were designed for the last 4 years. And by the way, it's like the 18th of April was the 4th year I got involved in this. So I've done a lot. We've done a lot. The community did a lot as well. And I want to spend some time on my philosophy, why I'm doing this, what's the vision of this, why I'm kind of going against the current about, the retro world today is very, driven by, going, you go in your cupboard or your whatever, you get your old computer, you're cleaning it up and you're pipping it up and then you make it work. And then that's, at least from my perspective, that's about it. For me, it means more than that. So that's why I got into what I'm doing today. Then I'll go and jump into the new product that will soon be out. And I mean, the whole idea of the Gen X started last year, but it took like a whole year to really get it done and finished and, really ready to go. So I'll show you the boards and the features, the possibilities. So it's a bit more marketing talk. really to get you interested in it. Then the different possibilities of it, the different processor boards, because it's meant to be very flexible, the A2560X, and why, if you go check on the website and the store, you'll see why it's so expensive. But the question is it that expensive considering what's involved to actually create these things? Then I'll touch on the future, what is going to happen in the future, and the questions, if anybody have any. All right, so I hope I'll make it smooth sailing for you. I'll try to not read my slides. Basically, my career, I mean, the whole story began when my father bought a 64, which is kind of ironic because today was like the big Commodore day. But yeah, my interest in computers and electronics in general, I started like back in 1982. And because my father bought a Commodore 64, I've been, after like studying all the different models at the time, which were not that many, but still. And he ended up paying the full price. And I'm living in Canada. I'm French Canadian, by the way, so I have an accent. But he did pay the full $1,000 Canadian the first year, and we had to wait to get it. And then the funny part is that it sat there for a while because, you know, at the beginning when it really was released, there was really nothing for it. And it took a while for it to get some interest and development made. And that's pretty much where we are right now with the Phoenix projects. But anyway. But then I got interested and I started playing with my brother's Radio Shack lab kit, you know, with the wires, with the little springs and everything. And that's really got me into it. To get more deeply into this, and I got interested, and then games start pouring in, and I started hacking those games, getting, you know, removing the protection, and this is really where the whole interest got. And for some reason, I was always very interested in the graphical aspect of things, you know, 3D graphics and 2D graphics, and anything that is related to a pixel. And then I got into electronic, went to the college, got my degree, and then started my career. But I was really driven at the time. I had a lot of, very motivated, and I was an entrepreneur at heart, but not a lot of experience. I got backstabbed a couple of times by the people I was doing business with, but still, I've learned a lot. And so I basically went from starting my career, got a lot of experience, and then I started my first company. And the time was the time of where the first 3D rendering cards were coming out, and I wanted to do more. I was interested in VR, and you see VR it seems for the millennials that VR is a new thing, but it's not a new thing. I mean, VR was there like 1990s, not like it is today, of course, but still it was there nonetheless. And the idea was to sell a product where we would accelerate the image processing, basically what the GPUs do today. And but back in the days, I was using DSPs, and I was using 3D rendering chips that existed at the time. So that didn't work. And then I went to do some sales, and then the company went bankrupt. I bought the company back. I tried to do it again, but it was too late. Then I moved on to do something else. Went to sales again, and I've done a lot of hardware design. And then I would say that in 2004, I eventually went back to start my own company. At the beginning, it was mainly about post-processing for, image generated for the movie industry. It was taking a lot of time to do the rendering at the end. So I wanted to create like a parallel processing stuff, and that's what I designed at first. But the adoption was difficult, and I saw a lot of potential in LA for the movie industry. So I moved there, but I moved there in 2008. And 2008 was really the crash. And basically my technology was around a chip from a company that was called Brick at the time. And basically the company went belly up 2 months after I moved there. So I ended up with no product and a lot of money spent. So I had to reinvent myself over there because I was not going to come back. It took so much energy to just go there. So I basically started designing global shutter cameras. So you see again, imagery, pixels, and I started doing a lot of camera designs. But the business part of things is that I love to design products. I'm very good about creating products, envisioning them, designing them, but selling them is a different story. I hate it because, you kind of have to lie, and you need to get people out of their own way. And I'm not very good at this. So I kind of let it go at some point. I came back and started working for other companies, and being a slave to others and use my talent for others. And then in 2018, I kind of went back into, well, I think there was a good year for retro, people going back in retro. And then David Murray, the 8-bit guy, did his thing about, oh, I'd like somebody to design the retro computers. And I did, because I felt like I needed a new challenge, and I got into it. And that's what basically brought me in the whole retro world. So I wrote something at the end of the slide, which means meaning that basically I became, because when I was in LA, when everything went down, I had to construct new skills. So I started doing FPGA design and mechanical design, and I kind of completed the whole spread of talent I could use to create products on my own. And that all those failures really taught me a lot. And then nobody should be afraid of failing at doing something. Maybe one day you'll succeed and you'll be like, okay, I'm done. I'll move on to something else, right? But yeah, so in the end, failing is a good thing, and we learn a lot. And today, that's what gave me what was necessary to create what I've created so far. So these are ultimately all the products that were designed, that I designed since I got involved. So the first, so at the top here, the C256 Phoenix Rev A was the computer I created at the very beginning. That was the closest to what David wanted from his wish list, although it was definitely something that was, because my idea was, if I'm going to shed all the money and I'm going to do it on my own, might as well create it in a way where it's going to be more my take on what David wants, as opposed to what specifically David wanted. For example, David was kind of not keen on the FPGA, using the FPGAs and everything. And I was like, no. I think it's important to have FPGAs, because I consider them like the ASIC of the Commodore world and everything. So we need to have like glue logic integrated, not put everything like a MiSTer board or anything, but really trying to get a feel of what it's like to have a computer. So that was the mission I gave myself at the beginning, was just like, I'm not going to pluck just a FPGA in the middle of the board and just say, okay, this is what my computer will be, and I'll just integrate everything. I stayed away from that concept, because for me, it's like, okay, otherwise I'm just creating a MiSTer board. There's no point to do any of that. So it's about really creating the feel, when you play with it, when you look at it, it was really the purpose. So the Revision 8 never saw saw my lab. That's about it. Never went anywhere else. Then the Rev B2 came. I got some people interested. I made 5. I sold them, and we started with that. And then from there, the community grew, and then the FMX came. The FMX was really a fixed version of the Rev B2, but with a lot of sound chips, thinking that, oh, if I put all these chips in there, I'll have a lot more people interested. But, surprisingly, that didn't work out very well. So the whole sound chip, like the Yamaha, we'll come back to them later. But essentially, the FMX was like a lot of sound chip all together. And for anybody who's, know these things would be like, oh my God, this is so great. But that's the problem. People wanting these chips don't necessarily do programming. They don't want to, start programming something from something they don't know. And I still sold a lot, 70 units. I mean, for me, it's a lot, okay? Because I kept doing stuff in the niche market. And the more I went, the more I stayed, and the more I kind of put myself in a corner and say, this is where I want to go. Because at the time, at least, the Commodore, not the Commodore, but the Commander X16 was coming out, and there was a lot of a big following, and the Mega 65, they have a big following. So both were playing in the 8-bit world. I was like, okay, I don't have their audiences. I don't have the attention they got all over the years. So I said, okay, might as well find my niche, find my place where I'll do something that the others don't do. So slowly, in between, before I got to the Gen X idea, I tried to do something low cost, because, people were like, okay, it's too expensive. But in reality, and after a while, I realized that it was never about the price. It was really about, this is not talking to you. It's like, it's not, it doesn't resonate with you. It's not, because if you want something, if you're really attracted to something, you'll spend all the money in the world. It doesn't matter. So it was not about money. It's about value. What people didn't value it because it was like a black box. They didn't know it. They didn't want to get involved with it. And we'll come back to that in my philosophy part of the video. So I created these 2 units, but by the time I created those 2 low-cost version, which are the U's, which are great for people to, it's an entry level boards. They're great, but then the FPGA pricing starts to go up, just making the whole project, not very affordable. So the whole idea that the FPGA that we would buy at like $25 a year ago now sells for $200. It's like, okay, these products don't make sense anymore. So that also kind of forced me to go into more expensive stuff. But the more expensive stuff brought me into the world where, okay, only certain individual will be interested to spend that kind of money to play with a computer of their childhood that would look like their childhood. So the Gen X was thought last year, was brained, and then I came up with the idea, and then I made a video about it, and it looked different back in the day because it was just a concept. And since it was so complex, I thought, okay, let's create like a development board, and the development board ended up being the A2560K because I wanted to do a model with a keyboard. And eventually the K was the test bench, if you will, for me to do the development and to debug the boards and find all the problems and test different things. And ultimately by the, early this year, I finally finalized the design, started to produce it, but then these are very complex. They have a lot of components and they're very, not difficult, but they are complex to build. They take a lot of time to build. And that's another reason why I wanted to go on more expensive stuff, because this is not something I can go and send to China and say, hey, make 20,000 of these guys. This is not going to happen. So it's still very much artisanal in nature. But the K, it was the development board that made the Gen X happen. And back in February, the idea was to buy a pick and place, which I did. And we're in April, and I still don't get it because it's still in customs. So for the last 2 months, the pick and place has been living in the customs somewhere in Ontario. And which is, on one hand, I think it's a great thing because it allowed me to actually get on finishing the Gen X, which I did. And hopefully it'll come in sooner than later, which will allow me to produce these things a lot faster. But anyway, so throughout the development of the Gen X, I came up with the ideas to do different different sizes with different features to kind of give a more broad offering for pricing. So at the end of the day, there's 3 live product today, which is the A2560K, which is based on the 68040V that we announced last year in October here. And there is the 2 Gen X. Actually, there's the Gen X, which is the dual processor, the 65816, and a module, 32-bit modules you can insert in. And the A2560X is only the 32-bit modules, which is comparable to the A2560K, but there's no keyboard, of course. So this is the lineup, but ultimately, this is why I put this little purple line in between. This section is really where we are at today. So they are more expensive, but there are more stuff in there. There's definitely more feature. There's definitely a lot more to play with over time. And eventually, if the FPGA goes down, we could reintroduce these entry-level products. All right, let's do a little bit of philosophy. I'll try to make it quick. Ultimately, the way I see the retro community, when I got into it, was really, okay, I see all these people, like I said, getting their stuff out of their cupboard, basements and everything, and dusting them off and try to make them work, cleaning them up and, doing some retro brighting and all these things and updating everything. And but I realized after a while that then you start playing with your old games and everything. And I figured that there's only so much time you're going to play a Commando, right? This is like when you get everything, the fun of doing this is really to do the work of putting it back together. But when it comes to play, I'm not sure people are playing that much. Because you've played all these games when you were young, so when you're going back to it, it's like, okay, I've played that game, it's fun, okay, let's move on, let's get something else. So that's why I'm saying there's nostalgia that from most of the retro community right now is very fleeting. It's part of because for me, nostalgia was super important because the world we're living in right now is pretty shitty. There's nowhere to go really to have fun and to feel good. So I thought that the going back in retro and going back in time was great, but something was missing. And that's what I've been pushing for, is that ultimately, I think, this is my opinion, by the way, so I'm not saying that people pipping in their stuff is not a good way to have fun. I'm just saying that I think there was something missing. And I think the part that was missing is the aspect of actually sitting down in front of something we didn't know anything about and doing the work to understand what it was and try to make it work the way we thought it would work, and then start to getting to know it and to the point where today, we know everything about a C64. There's nothing else to know. There's nothing else to know about an Amiga and all those retro computers. We know everything there is to know about it. So it's kind of, we reached this dead end, and we ended up being in this world of, we're so complacent. We just don't, we're so indoctrinated in our ways of saying things, doing things. And I can see that in people playing with the retro computers, because they're trying to bring 2022 technology into 1990s computers. So we've been so much indoctrinated by the dark ages of the PC and all these things that it's very difficult to get out of this comfortable place we are. Like, okay, we can find a C compiler really easily. We can do things so easily today. So going back to this, it's difficult to let go of these ways. But for me, the philosophy is that, how about we go from scratch and we reinvent new ways? That's the idea, right? But it requires work. And right now I'm trying to sell the idea that you should spend $1,000 to do work. And people don't respond very well to that message, but because they're missing the point. Because at some point along the way, after the work, there's the pride, and there's something that you can only live and feel if you actually do the work. And anybody who's creative a little bit knows exactly what I'm talking about. All these hours of procrastination and failure, but eventually it will work. And the day it is working, then you feel very, very well. And that's what I'm talking about. And even if you spend $1,000 for it, you don't care, because you actually got something much more rewarding than just, putting your casing in, outside for it to become, wider and stuff like that. So I'm sure people understand what I'm trying to say. But another aspect of what we're living through right now is the idea that the attention span of people is very short. And so even today, I see it in the community. I see people so excited to get the machine, and then all of a sudden, whoops, they go away, they don't come back. I've seen that over and over and over again. So they got it, they paid for it, but they're like, ugh, I know, it's too hard. But anyway, so there's nothing you can do. This is human nature. So this is really the philosophy. So that's what I'm pushing. I'm really going against the current. It's tough because, I'm not sexy, I'm not popular, I'm not trying to sell you or getting out of your way to buy something for the money. I don't do that for the money. It's really about giving the tools for people to kind of find some pride again, to find some love of doing something they really, and it does bring people back in this time, and they feel really good. So I can tell you that. So most people who actually put the work into this really felt like, and I got a lot of emails like, wow, this is so cool that I really feel it. And that's what I'm trying to share with the world. But, I'm going against the current. So it's kind of normal that I get that reaction, I suppose. So basically the Phoenix new retro computers are about work, restriction, possibilities, and pride. So it's really about this tool that gives you this thing. But it's like, if you're going to the gym, if you want to lose weight, you need to do the work, and then you're proud of you and everything. And then you can gain the weight back, and you do it all over again. And that's the thing. It's not about making money. It's not about fame. It's not about being popular on YouTube. It's not, because some of these people are involved in that kind of stuff, but then there's no ego. It's really about, let's share stuff. And I'm pretty proud of what we've created together with the community, because we have a great community on Discord if you want to join. It's people helping each other, and we're really going somewhere, but it takes time because people have lives, and there's no incentive for them to just stick to it forever, because again, there's nothing to pay for their rent. So they're not going to stick if they cannot do that. but it's freeing, and the other aspect that it's really freeing in a way, because we're so caught up. For anybody who's doing software development or anything like that, you're caught up into this world of everything is given to you. You have 20 layers of virtualization in your computers. There's no access to the hardware at all. There's no control over anything. You're a slave to what's been given to you. So the new retro computers gives you this chance to go back to, if you write to register, it does affect the machine right away, and you can do that. For me, that was very important, because I'm so tired to deal with these libraries that I have no clue what's going on. So this is another aspect. So you have a lot of graphics, a lot of sounds, a lot of memory you can store, and it's you and the machine, and you do whatever you want, and nobody's going to tell you, oh, you have to use this, because otherwise it's not going to work. The potential of the community is based on what people want to do and will be capable to do, and you have everything to do it. So again, no pain, no gain. All right, so that ends my program for the philosophy. Hopefully you're not sleeping. All right, so let's get into this. So the Gen X computer was really to honor the Gen X generation, which is really the hardworking, and because we're sandwiched between these two lazy, entitled, no offense to the millennials in the crowd, but we worked hard, and that was the generation we could go outside and nobody cared. But ultimately, the Gen X is this platform that has dual CPU. I'll show you how it works. And I created 3 flavors, 3 sizes. And it's funny, because when I created those, I never thought that there was actually a naming scheme for these type of sizes of computer. I just created them because it made sense for me. But apparently there's these Spark stations that were called Lunchbox, and they're about the same size. Obviously the cube is really, so basically this is the cube, this is the Lunchbox, this is the pizza box. But yeah, so I just created them like this. I didn't know about these things just later that people, oh, and yeah, their Spark station was about that size. So that was kind of funny, but I've been trying to get into that world of like more CGI-ish type computer and next computer and more high-end stuff, to justify the price and justify the, the spending. And maybe you don't have to fight so much with your wife to get the money to do it. All right, so for a long time, that board was just a dream, but now it does exist. So it really is a kind of a replica to a certain degree of a 2560K, but more integrated. And there's a few more things that the K doesn't have. Obviously, there's no keyboard, internal keyboards. But if I go from the corner here, and I'll go around. So we still have the Super IO that gives you 2 serial ports, official PC compatible serial ports. You have the parallel ports. You have the 2 MIDI ports, and you have the floppy. And you have the PS2 in front for the mouse and keyboard. Then the K came with the dual head video controller. I talked about VK2, but it's more VK3 in the K and the X and Gen X. It's really a dual head with a text side, mostly text to debug and to do different things. They'll have a little bit of graphics, but not much, just enough to use it for game or stuff like this. The other one is really more graphic oriented. To do different resolution, like the 640 by 40, but then you have all the double pixel modes where you can do 320 by 200. Everything is 1 byte per pixel with lookup tables, so there's no fancy RGBA or stuff like this. So it's really 256 color, but you can have access to 8 lookup tables, so that extends it to 2000 colors, but out of a 24-bit palette. So then you have the network compatibility and connectivity that so far nobody's using, but I'm sure eventually will come. There's 64 megs of SD RAM. There's always the 44 pins, 2.5 inch ID port that's been on most products since the very beginning. There's the 4 Atari style joysticks that with 2-3 buttons. 2 of them can be switched to do analog inputs. And there's an adapter you'll see on the enclosure that you can do SNES and NES at the same time. So here in the center on the left, we have the 65816 subsystem. So this is the CPU block number 1. The reason the Gen X has that is because most of the product we designed at the beginning were based on the 816. And when I thought about doing something with the 32-bit processor, I thought, you know what, I don't want to dump everything we've done so far. I think we need to build on it and keep going with it. So that's why I thought, okay, let's try to do something where we could switch from one to the other. Although not everybody would necessarily want to have both. So that's why the Gen X comes with the socket to put 32-bit modules, but they don't necessarily come with a module. So you need to buy the module separately. Then we get into the audio section. In this case, it's like in between the 32-bit sockets. So we have the two SIDs, the two external SIDs. They're not provided, but the sockets are there. So stereo configuration, but you can change the jumpers to have different type of configuration if you want. On the other side, you have the typical FMX chipset, which is the OPM, which is the 2151, the OPM2, which is the OPN2, which is the 2612, and the PSG. These are in most model there, but the cheaper model don't have them, and the pizza box don't have the socket at all, because inside of the FPGA, we already have an FPGA version of all those chips. So you have two SIDs in the FPGA, you have soft cores for all these chips. But, you know, for the purist people that really want to have the real sound, you know, I kept these guys up. The OPL3, which is the audio chips that all the Gen X's, all the products have in common, is still there. The codec, there's the codec with the line in, line out, the headphones, and you have two DACs, one at 48 kilohertz and the other one at 44.1 kilohertz. So you can play back two different, speed rate at the same time. And finally, VICI3, well, I call it more fat VICI because it includes all the chipset in one. So you have the DRAM controller, DMA controller, and all the bells and whistles, sprite tiles, and bitmaps. So this is really, in a nutshell, what this thing is about. I hear people talking, but I don't hear them. Okay, so let's move on. So here, ultimately, you have the 32-bit module that I will talk a little bit later, but this is where you insert the modules where you can have different type of 32-bit processors. The idea was when I created this, or we thought about this, because I'm going to say we, because we, I've talked to many people on the Discord to come up with this, is to have a machine where there's a simple kernel in it, simple stuff, file system, nothing fancy, something that is open source, of course, for people to make it better if they want to, but something that is good enough so you can load files, store file, read your memory, store your memory, and run codes. And that's it. There's also in the front, which all computers, all the Phoenix computer have, is I call it the high-speed debug port, or the debug background mode, where you can download your code directly in memory and get the system reset, and it's going to boot. So you can literally debug compile on your remote computer, get your stuff, download it, and execute it without doing the SD card thingy and blah blah blah. So so all those computers, no matter what kind of CPUs there's on it, you'll have the same kernel. Okay, the deal is the interesting thing about the Gen X is you can change the processors, but the hardware around the processor is always the same. Okay, so if you put a 68,000, you'll have the same hardware. It's the same thing. That the address space for the different hardware might be placed somewhere else, different places in memory map. But ultimately, if you do some code in C and you put a library, you could put some if condition in there, depending where the base location of all those register level could be. But ultimately, the way you address these register block will be exactly the same. So no matter how and what it is, you'll always have the same hardwares, which is cool. So you can develop one software on the 68,000 and then, oh, you know what, I'll do it on the Intel DX2, and you just have to recompile it and it should work. So you can port through different processors. But the idea of having different processors is people have different tastes. People love the Motorola, people love the Intel. So that was really to open up the door without getting into putting expansion slots and stuff like this, because people would have to design their stuff, and so far my experience says that people are not really into the whole development thing for themselves, not at this point. Anyway, I don't think I need to go through the features. You kind of saw this. So the subsystem for the 68/816 comes with some flash, with some RAM. There's a maximum of 8 megs of RAM. You still have access to the 64. Well, I don't know about the 816, but the 64 megs of SD-RAM is mainly for the 3D processors system, but you still have the SRAM, which allows you to run your code in the SRAM and put most of your data in SD-RAM and use the internal DMA to move your stuff around for music and graphics and everything. Again, you have the graphics subsystem that has its own memory, which has 2 blocks of 32-bit and allows you to do a lot of stuff. And you have the dual DVI, like I said, the text mode and text and graphics. The sound, like I mentioned, there's the external chips, there's the internal chips. So even the pizza box will have all the sound chips, but in the FPGA version, the soft cores. The codec is still there, the 2 DACs are still there. The speaker is obviously not in the pizza box. Storage, SD card is always there. The 2.5 hard drive, sometimes it's included, sometimes it's not. And of course, the floppy is not in the pizza box and it's not into the lunchbox. As far as the rest, Atari DB are always there. For the pizza box, you can have an external box to have those access to the SNES and SNES and everything else we've talked about. All right, so I'm going to move on. So the possibilities, what we can do, what's been done so far. So surprisingly enough, when I started doing this, I thought, okay, I'm going to put a lot of graphic, a lot of sound. I'm going to have a lot of people doing games and everything. And it's funny that I got a lot of people doing anything else than games, you know, OSs and utilities and languages. And I got a lot of these. So I'm showing off some stuff that are more pleasing to the eyes, but let it be known that there's a lot of people working on different utilities, languages and stuff right now, mostly. So what you see here are different games, but designed for the 60, the FMX and U's. So these will be compatible with the Gen X as well. So you have Space Invaders, Halloween, and Frogger and Race. And so somebody, John is working on this absolutely amazing MIDI controller with all the different chips. So when he has a machine, it's going to be really pretty awesome software. So these games have been developed by 2 people only. There's many games in process right now, but again, like I said, life happens and people don't spend so much time, you know, so eventually there will be way more. There's a lot of work being done on different things. Some people are more cagey than others about showing their stuff when it's not done. On the other side, while the Gen X and the A2560K is very recent, but they're still planned. The OSF is definitely from Micah, is working on that, which is great. I'm working on my Jumpman for the A2560K. Utilities, people want eventually when to be able to compile on the machine, which makes sense. Immutas has been ported to it's in progress on the A2560U, so it's going to be, you know, easily portable to the A2560X and 2560K. And yeah, it's still, everything is very early for all the, it takes a lot of time for people to get involved and do stuff. But we do have a great bunch of people very dedicated to what they're doing and very experienced, and they really have a lot of fun. I guess if they didn't have fun, they wouldn't be there. So we're coming down to the modules now. So the way it works is that you have this, we'll have different types of modules like this, but right now we have only one where I made this this is a socket for 68040. And it's funny because at the beginning I was kind of worried about the 68040. I thought it was really tricky, and you know, because I had so much pain with this 816, I said, never again. I will try not to have a lot of hubris with these things. I'll try to be very careful. So I started with the most complex, which I thought was most complex, which is the 68040, although I think the 60 is definitely more tricky. But anyway, so I created this socket, and since it's an FPGA, it's not difficult to migrate it to something else. So I created those modules here to have the 68 SEC00. So that's the first one I created. Then I did the 68040. The DX2 has been created, but I didn't have time to work on it yet. So all of these are, well, not just potentially, but will be eventually in socket form. And so there's a button in the front of the unit that you push on the button, you boot on the 816 side, and you push it again and you boot on your whatever processor is in the module at the time. And you can start doing your thing. So upcoming are these older version of the 68000. One of the reasons why they don't exist yet is because they're 5 volts. And those 5 volts require translators, and translators are a little bit more difficult to find nowadays, but also they're been tricky and I could have issues with them. So I try to stay away from any potential problems. I did find a FE model that is very cheap because the 68040 at 25 is relatively cheap. There's a 40 megahertz that I'm looking forward to implement. I got parts, but I didn't have time, but it's like $500 a part because they're brand new and they're coming from Rochester, and that's the only place we can get them from. But the V33V, the FE33V is very cheap, so I'll probably make a module for that guy. I'll probably make another smaller one for the 68,000 because this is way too expensive. And ultimately, and if I ever get there, I'd like maybe to do a MIPS, which is the R4700V. And the RISC. I think the RISC-V will be amongst the things I will need to do really soon that will gain some priorities for maybe to get more acceptance in different types of markets. But that should be a soft core at that point. So there's no chip outside. It's going to be inside the FPGA. I'm always open to other ideas of processors. There's obviously a limitation, but the MIPS, for example, is kind of a funny one because of the bus is multiplexes and it's still a 64-bit. It's still possible because it's multiplexed. So that's why I'm saying that it could possibly be a processor that I could implement on the machine if I spend the time, and I had the time to actually do it, but a lot of production to be made before then. But, so this is the way things would go with the modules. So it's pretty straightforward. Even at that point, there was an idea, maybe it's still a good idea to do a 8-bit module. So we could have like 3 sockets and you could pick and choose the one you want, like a 6502 and 6809. But the machine is quite expensive to get that kind of stuff. But some people are still interested to work with these processors. But then I would have to kind of tweak the core a lot to be able to let the processor have access to all the stuff. So it might be like a X16 at some point. So, so this is really ramping up. Where did I put my slide about oh yeah, so the 2560X, I think. Oh, I kind of skipped on it. So the 2560S is the same board, but without circuitry. It's only for 32-bit processors. So when you get one, you need to buy the processors you need to upgrade to whatever processor you want. Same sizes, same features, stuff, but it's just a 32-bit processors. You don't bother with another switch to change. It's just one thing. You still can change the processor if you want with the modules, but there's no 816 in the model. So some people are interested in that, some are not. So everything that is 2560 is really always 32-bit. So different color scheme, a little bit like SGI back in the day. So yeah. Finally, why is it so expensive? Well, I'm sure you know that the world of parts, the supply chain is all, I'm not going to swear. I told Jeffrey I wouldn't swear. He's all broken. Right. I was going to say the F word. I'm not going to say it. Okay, so it's broken. The new kings have decided to break the whole economy and everything, so they could come up with their new monetary system. That seems to be the thing. It goes it's going as far as I have so much problem getting my pick and place that is stuck in custom somewhere where for no reason whatsoever. It's just there. It sits there. Like you can feel that they're doing on purpose just to, again, I was going to swear, but I'm not going to do it.
Yeah, I get it.
I'm going to be a good girl because I want your stuff to be, PG-13 and less. Anyway, so, all these computers are hand-built. So far, until I get my PNP, it's all been placed by hand. The Gen X has more than 1,000 computers. Even the K has more than 1,000 components like capacitor, resistors, chips, and everything. Plus the time to print, assemble it and do everything, testing it. It's a lot of time. So yes, they are expensive. They are a piece of arts, literally. And so it's not going to be $200. But again, some people don't care about paying that money because it's about the value, what they're getting out of it. And I think some people really found a lot of value in them. So don't be surprised. Yeah, they are expensive and they're getting more expensive because, at some point I need to feed myself because the volume is not there. And one could argue that, it's like a vicious circle that if it was cheaper, I would sell more. But again, what stops this from being more popular is the fact that most people in retro community, at least in the retro community, is that most people are users. They're not developers. So my segment of the retro community is that I could attract are people from the development world, people that are full-time developers, but they missed something back in their days and they would like to relive it or whatever. So going back to this is worth the money spent in it. So that means that the tranche I have in this pie is very, very tiny. So I will have to reconsider what I'm going to do with this. Anyway, so they're all handmade. It's very artisanal, but like I said, they're very uniquely made for you. They're custom for you. Even the key, you can pick the keys you want and stuff like this. So that's the good side about it. But the backs, the negative side, it's like it takes time. And when you don't get the machine you need to get things faster, people wait. But, nowadays we kind of used to wait. Even for a Kickstarter campaign, you would have to wait. And people have been waiting years to get their stuff. So I'm trying to not get people to wait, but really at this point, it's really out of my hand. And this custom thing is weird because it's like in a different dimension. It's like, there's no way you can talk to these people. There's no way you can do anything about it. Even DHL is not able to talk to them. It's like, no, we cannot talk to them. We have to let them do their things. And then all of a sudden they show and, oh, okay, we scanned it. It's fine. Anyway, let's move on. So yes, price of the parts, the availability in our case is more or less a problem. It's a problem of, demands and rarity. And, Chinese people have China has a lot of parts. Most of them are not that great, but they have parts. So that's the good news. The bad news is that they're greedy as F-U-C-K. Okay. And I had to say it, but at least this one should pass. Yeah. Yeah, they're really greedy. Some of them are really, really greedy. I mean, we're talking about an FPGA I was buying like at $70, and now it's like $600. Like, come on. And the demand for it is not that great because people didn't overnight start to redesign their board to put specifically that part. So it's just about, they're rare, so we're gonna ask for more. So. But some of them want to sell, so some are not that much more expensive. But again, quality is sometimes a problem. But anyway, this is the least of our problem because most of the parts on the boards are whole parts and they can be found. They're available. It's just that sometimes I'm gonna come across a batch that is not very good, and so I waste money. I didn't pay a lot, but I didn't get a lot from it either. So it's a risk, and it's been frustrating a little bit. Like for example, the sound chip. Not that I don't like those sound chips, but I'd like to get them off the board. Why? Because they're very difficult to find, and the good ones are difficult to find, and nobody uses them, at least not now, anyway. So these are the reasons why it's so expensive. But then again, if you look back in 1990, I think this is the best reference you can do. I mean, you go back in 1990s, we bought a Commodore 64, $1,000 Canadian, which today would be like freaking like $3,000 or something. It's super insanely expensive. And so ultimately you're buying a Gen X today at the price of what a Commodore 64 cost in the second year, with probably $500 back in the day for Commodore 64. Now today's maybe $1,000, $1,200. So is it that expensive? I mean, we're paying milk like 10 times more than we paid like 20 years ago. So I think we're just used to not pay that much for technology. And when you look at it, you say, well, this is old technology. But again, it's not about the cost, it's about the value. And this is something there's nothing I can do about. People see value, they'll pay the price, they don't care. They're gonna buy two. Some people buy two of them. It's like, I don't care. So this is what it is. And unfortunately, I wish I could sell this at $30 a piece like a Raspberry Pi, although Raspberry Pi don't sell for $30 anymore. So maybe people will kind of reconsider at that point. So in the end, what's going to happen from today? This is the 4th anniversary. Like I said early on, I think I've designed a lot of stuff. Some were successful, some not so much. I've learned a lot. I think Motorola support for Motorola CPUs really brought a lot of people in. but it's a very, very niche community still. It's a very great community. I'm very proud of it. Like I said, no garbage, no bullshit in this place. It's really nice. But it's as long as I cannot produce these in more quantity or a bigger quantity, because my machinery is stuck somewhere, I'm kind of limited. So which kind of begs the question, do I keep going with this? So this will be a question I will have to answer. I'm not saying that I'm shutting down tomorrow. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not stopping. I'm just saying that eventually I will have to come to terms that maybe either I find a different world to get these people, to get these products out, maybe in academics or learning how to program on computers, stuff like this, which seems to be the most reasonable place to be. Or I ultimately just finish everything and then, when everybody gets their products and everything, and I'll just make it open source for everybody and I'll move on. But I have to admit that today is the upcoming months will be months of, because I kind of created and kind of completed everything I wanted to do. A final note, which is not about the future, but it's about the future, but not so much about the whole product in general. There's something that will be possible with the Gen X that I forgot to mention, that it was designed to have two separate CPUs, but ultimately it's been designed in a way they could be working together. So that could be something interesting to look after after a while, where you have to share the resources in between the two. So a note like this. But yeah, so the plan really in the future, in the short, there's no plan for new products. These are the products I decided to focus on, finish them, complete them, try to get more people in the fold, and try to create more contents for them. And what's going to be, I don't see myself creating anything new, because one of the problems I've been having as well is getting myself into development hell. And I stay in development hell and it just stops everything else. And I need to get out of there. So if anything comes out that would be new, it would be a subset of what's already been created, and there's nothing else to do than just respin it in a certain way and be done with it. So is there anything else? And I think the world as well has changed people's mentality about things, or changed people. It's really affecting what's going on in the world. So people are not so much into it anymore. So I don't know. Yeah, that's it. So I think I really went around. Finally, we have a raffle for the Gen X pizza box. There's the QR code. You can go see Michael. I think it's finished. I think you're done, right? For the exhibit today. But you can go and scan it on YouTube, I suppose. Okay. Say that again, Jeffrey?
Yes. The exhibits are done for today.
Okay.
And they start up again tomorrow. But yes, he has QR codes on all of them if people want to scan it.
Yeah, there's a QR code to go on Discord if you want to join the community, at least to come and peruse and see stuff. And I want to say thank you for Jeffrey again.
Okay.
To invite me again, and the community at VCF for bringing me in again. So if there's any questions, I'm here. Okay. If there's still people in the room.
There's still people in the room.
Thank you for staying that long, sticking with it.
Anybody have any questions? Do you want to either come up here or do you want me to repeat it? Okay, so I'm going to repeat it for you. Go ahead.
Sure.
The graphics subsystem, is there an accelerator of some sort? Like a blitter?
Well, the VK2, the chip I designed, which I talked about yesterday in presentation, if you want to know more about it. There's like I said, bitmaps, sprites, tiles, different layers. It's very complete for 2D kind of pixel art style. I like graphical style of the 80s and 90s. There's the DMA controller. The DMA controller right now does some stuff. It's not as powerful as the Amiga Blitter at this point. There's still a lot of functionality to be implemented in it that would make it more like a Blitter. But at the same time, I don't have the restriction that Amiga had at the time. But On the other hand, as well, the 68,000 was very easy to steal cycles and do transfer while the 68,000 was doing a lot of stuff. So as an example, the 68 SEC00 doesn't have 7 clock cycle in between every fetch. There's only 3, and there's no stealing to be done on any processor from that point on. So, is there an acceleration? It is an acceleration in a way, if you will, but there's, in terms of making it like a blitter, it will come in the future when I have more time to finish these things, because my strategy was, let's design a chip, let's make it work, let's get it out there. And what happens is that some people are starting to use it, and start people say, oh, it'd be nice to have this or have that. And I've talked about this yesterday as well. The line I have to draw where I could stuff it with a lot of features and most people don't use them. The sound chips is a good example of that. They're there, nobody uses them because they're complex to be used and everything. And, so the graphical stuff is the same. So I will enhance the code when there's a need to enhance the code to make it better. And so far, there's no need. But it's in the plan for VK3 implementation, which is still in its infancy, to make the DME and make it more like a blitter type of thing. But in the system, there's a lot of memory for the VRAM. There's a lot of system for the graphical memory, which the Amiga, for example, didn't have. They were sharing the same memory. In my case, I don't have to do this. So there's plus and good side and bad side about this. Does it answer the question? Because it's kind of a tricky one. Yes? Okay, cool.
She says she could put Out of This World onto it. It's a game.
Yeah, but again, if somebody had a project to do something like that, they would need something specific to really make that port or something, I would be more than open to help to make it happen. I really want to be more on the you need something, I will help you create it, as opposed to I'm going to stuff it with stuff that nobody will use. That's most engineers' problem. We just, what's the expression for this is the thing that engineers just put more feature creep.
Feature creep, yes.
Yeah, so I stopped doing that a few years ago, and I'm like, I bring it to a level, and then from that level. So if anybody has plans to do certain things, I'll be more than happy to help to make it more. But there's a part of the work that people needs to do to come to that point for me to, okay, I'll do it. I'll help you out for this. Because there's a lot of people who want stuff, but they don't do anything. So yeah, I want this, I want that. Yeah. It's, again, sorry.
So you say you want blitter? Is that what you're asking? She wants blitter and a vertical scaler. This is from Burger Becky. She wants blitter and vertical scaler.
Oh my God, she's so tough with me. Scaler, I don't know, but we can talk about it.
Okay.
Does that guarantee she'll do something? She'll do it? Well, she need to do it to a point, and then
3D. She wants to do Wolfenstein 3D, and that's her request, to do those two things, and she'll do Wolfenstein 3D.
On which one? On the Gen X or the one of the 20? On the which processor you would use?
6568C.
816?
She did the Apple II GS version already.
Ooh,
Wolfenstein
sweet.
3D and Out of This World. She already did it.
Wow,
The Apple
I'm
II GS
impressed.
version. Yeah.
Okay, no, we can talk. I mean, like I
Yeah.
said, I mean, it's it's like a Doom. You could do a Doom on the 6840. It's pretty straightforward, although they would still need some mathematics, floating point stuff or whatever that would be needed to be implemented. It's something I wanted to do. So
Multiply, divide, and vertical scalar.
you mean float or fixed?
Fixed.
Oh, there's already the full map. There's a floating unit in the FPGA that does all the multiplication, division, and everything in float. And there's the fixed point that does multiplication and division in unsigned and signed.
Quake needs float, Doom needs fixed.
Oh, there you go. I have all of it. The scalar I don't have. Everything else is there. So let's talk.
Yeah.
I mean, you came on the Discord, so you're on Discord now. So let's have a discussion. But again,
that'd be good because she can make the software. She's really good at that.
awesome.
Any other questions? Looks like that's it.
That's it?
That's it.
Come on, guys. Not even on YouTube or something.
Let me see.
No?
On YouTube. Yep, there was one on YouTube. Let me go back. This one. Hold on. This one is a little bit like
tricky.
Hold on. All right, so this is what I want to say. I'll read it verbatim. Why would someone buy one of your designs versus a Mega 65 or Commander X16 or some other retro computer?
Oh my God, the ultimate question. Why they would buy my thing?
Yes, you're gonna sell me your system. What makes yours so great?
Well, it depends on who wants to buy. What do you want to achieve? You know, if you're buying a Mega 65, and I don't mean to be disrespectful or anything, I mean, Mega 65s really came in the market with a good idea, which is, hey, here's a beautiful computer that was supposed to be, and we replicated it, and we use an FPGA to do it, and you have the chance. It's the same, looks the same, almost the same. But at the entry level, if you don't know anything about the the C65, which most people don't, I mean, everybody doesn't know anything about the C65, you can start with a C64. And it just happened that the design, the base of the design of Mega 65, and again, I really want to quote on, I'm not being disrespectful or spiteful or anything, but it's ultimately an FPGA board, the same way Mr. is. That's the angle they decided to go, and I'm not, again, not bashing about it, not judging. There's already videos about how to transfer your stuff from Mr. to the Mega 65, which is all good and dandy, if you will. It's a beautiful machine. People working on it's all great. So, but it just addressed, it's a user, I would say this is a user / a little bit developer machine. The X16 is a different beast altogether because I was really looking forward to the X16 to come out. Not that I saw as a competitor, because I don't think we're competitor, but I saw it as a way to get people more interested into doing new retro stuff, really got involved. Now the emulator is out. People have been doing a lot. Well, I mean, it's been out for a while. They've been doing a lot of stuff on emulator, but then it's the future is uncertain. So what kind of work you want to do? That's the ultimate question. What are you interested in? If you want to play, then the Mega 65 is definitely the computer to go with. If you want, like right now, you're spending €1,000 to buy a machine you want to play, that's the machine you're going to buy. If you want to play with new stuff, but you don't want to spend a fortune, then the X16 is your computer. I mean, there's a great, huge community, but right now they're just developing on an emulator, and we don't know what's going to happen. And the management of that project has been like, again, I don't mean to be disrespectful, but you know, it's been on and off, and it's not clear, and it's been difficult. I think back in the day when I did talk to David and we'd have joined forces, I think it would have been a crazy machine and everything, but we had differences of ideas. So why buy my machine? Because you want to have fun developing on new hardware, and it's not cheap hardware. It's not a 6502s. It's definitely a high-end type machine, and that's it. So, because if you compare my pricing to, if you just calculate money just for money, my machines are expensive as a Mega 65, but they're very kind of locked into what they're supposed to be. It's not going to be it cannot be a Mr. board. It's really about experiencing. I'm trying to sell an experience more than just a box with plastic and parts. Because if I could have put just an FPGA in the middle and say, I'm going to include everything in FPGA and make my life easy. And the Phoenix is everything but easy. But that's I would say the more human side of things. It's really more about what you get out of it as just spending money and transferring software and make it run. So that's why you would go with my machine, because you're prepared to do stuff that you wouldn't do on the others, and you're going to reap the rewards. So that's how I would present it. Does it make sense?
Yeah, makes sense to me. You know, the simple answer is it depends on what you want to do with it.
Yeah, it's like trying to sell you a treadmill. I'm going to sell you a piece of equipment that you probably won't use, but you'll be happy to think that if you buy it, you might lose some weight. And you'll be proud of you when you do. But at the end of the day, you still need to do the work, right? So the Phoenix's products are exactly the same. You need to do the work. If you don't do the work, you got a big expenditure on your ledger, and that's all you have.
Yeah. All right, I have another question on YouTube. Any chance that the graphics chip can support overscan so games can look like arcade hardware on a CRT as opposed to the big borders home computers usually have? Something like 384 by 224.
Well, right now we are supporting the the resolution we're supporting right now are, like I said, from, to be able to interface to a monitor, a normal monitor from today's, right? So the basic VGA 640 by 480, like I mentioned before, we're doing the 640 at 400. Now it's 70 hertz. And we have the 800 by 600, and this is the graphical side. And we have 1024 by 768 for the text modes. So we have very tiny characters on the other side. Now, on the graphical side, you can double up the pixels, okay, which means that you divide the resolution by 4, okay? So you end up 320 by 240, 320 by 200, and 400 by 300. So the pixel is 4 times as big. The way I interpret his question is that could I do anything else than that? The answer is no. But could I do could have a look like an interlace system? To a certain degree, yes. Like you have a line of pixel and there's nothing, and a line of pixels and a line of nothing and a line of pixel. Yeah, I could do this. It's rather simple because since the logic is just doubling on everything, it's just turning off the vertical doubling, and you just have the same kind of feel, if you will. So yes and no. So can we have bigger resolution, like big pixel resolution on the normal monitor? Yes. Would it be like an interlace system? No. But is it possible? Yes. But does that make the difference between you spending $1,000 for it and to buy it? I doubt it. I'm saying that because people ask me a lot of different things that are not specifically on the system, thinking that if it was there, they would make a move and get it. But I don't think it's enough to justify spending $1,000 for a system. But yeah, it's possible to be made. Again, it's really out of the necessity and the need of getting something done. So is it possible? Yes. Is it there? No. But can we do big pixel? Yes.
Okay. Any more questions from the audience?
The last one? No?
Well, no, there's a comment. 15 kilohertz monitor support would be great. Someone says they're interested in doing game development, but.
What monitor they would be driving? What monitors does 15K nowadays aside of a CRT?
Yeah. Which one? Arcade CRTs. I guess arcade machines. You know, the big arcade.
Okay, so you know what? I'm going to say something about this. Okay, there was a time, and I thought about using the Gen X board as an arcade game board. Okay, and this is a very specific niche place it could be. So you could literally use a Gen X, do a development, and if it was the case where that board could be used in the arcade games, well, at that point we could cost reduce it and make it more available for that specific purpose. Then yes, I could do the 15K. I'm not saying it's impossible, just that my target audience right now are using normal monitors. I understand very well that if you want 15K, I could reduce the frequency by 2. So can I achieve it with the hardware we have? Yes, absolutely. Is there a use case aside of arcades? No. But if there was a use case for arcade, yes, of course. And I thought about doing a board, just the bare board, just everything, all the graphic possibilities. You could have crashing an amazing game with it. And if you want to have 15 kilohertz, we could adapt it for that specific purpose. So in that sense, in that context, yes, we could do all that. Is it possible to do it now? Yes, if it was, like I said, a use case and people serious about doing something else, yes, I'll put the time. I'm not going to put times in somebody's wishes. Oh, I wish it was be there. It needs to be serious. And when it's serious, then I'll do the work and you'll get what you want.
A comment. I saw your prototype today at VCF and I was seriously impressed by the Amiga 600S case. Really pretty and the dual CPU capability is fascinating. I want one.
You need to get the wife to sign off on it.
Yes. Yes.
You'll need to do a lot of dishes, my friend.
Yes. One more thing, I don't know what it means. It says VHDL. I thought only Canadians and Europeans use VHDL.
I don't use VHDL. I use Verilog.
All right. I don't know.
VHDL is too verbose. There's too much syntax for nothing. It's just blah, 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 blah.
And someone said 360 by 230 is a perfect NTSC overscan size.
Well, I wouldn't know that in that case. Like I said, if it becomes a non-standard product, then we could readjust and have the right frequency to make it happen with that frequency. I don't know specifically what's the crystal, the original crystal to generate that. But again, if it's a special case, a special product that goes, I would customize it to make it work for that world, if you will. And definitely something I'm definitely interested in.
All right, looks like that's it for the comments and questions. I think our time is up.
My time is up, seriously?
Yes.
Aw.
Yeah,
Aw.
sorry. But it's great having you back again and hope this supports what you're doing. That's part of what we do here. And
yeah, thank you so much.
Hope more people are happy because of it.
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, it's a tough crowd, the retro community is a very encapsulated crowd with certain ideas, and there's a lot of cults. Yeah. And transcend those cults is I can go and pick some out of these cults sometimes, and it's cool. But otherwise, that's why I was saying that the X16 could make eventually a big difference, because the crowd is so big and they had at least for a while a lot of attention. They could have helped us in a way by bringing more people to go back to the idea of creating a new retro computers. We'll see. It's kind of sad a little bit, but anyway. Thank you very much, Jeffrey, everybody in the crowd and everybody remotely. Thank you for watching. I'm really grateful. Hopefully, if there's any questions I can answer, come on Discord and I'll answer it, or the community in itself. Jeffrey, good luck. I hope it was a great day, better than yesterday.
Oh, yes. Today was better than yesterday. Good. Very good.
Yeah.
Yes.
I watched a little bit the whole Commodore crowd talking. They seem to have a lot of fun together. So, yeah, I'm super happy for you. And I guess we'll talk soon.
All right. Thank you, Stephanie. Have a good...
Thanks, everybody. Thanks, Jeffrey.
Bye.
And then we are done, right?
We are done.
Recording
Almost.
stopped.
Okay.
You want it?